every single dollar coming in and going out. Every dollar shows you exactly what's happening with your money in real time, so you can keep tabs on your spending and finally feel in control again, because you are. Right now is a great time to get started, before the ridiculous holiday spending season gets here and sucks you in. Next thing you know, you're right back where you started because you didn't have a plan. Don't let that happen. You're done making that mistake. Download Every Dollar for free in the App Store or Google Play. Every Dollar in the App Store or Google Play today.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
It's 2 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. We are learning more about a shooting involving Phoenix police early this afternoon. It happened in the area of 35th Avenue and Van Buren, and we now know a suspect has been taken to the hospital with life-threatening injuries. No police officers were hurt. This investigation to what led up to the gunfire continues. Officers are asking that you avoid 35th Avenue between Van Buren and Buckeye right now. We'll have more details as we get them in. The U.S. Supreme Court has lifted restrictions that a lower court judge placed on ICE stops in Southern California.
The justices have for now set aside a ruling in June that blocked ICE officers in and around L.A. from profiling based on where a person works, whether they speak Spanish, or based on their race or ethnicity. Some U.S. citizens say they were caught up in the stops. Concurring in the move, conservative Justice Brett Kavanaugh writes that citizens would be, quote, free to go after the brief encounter. But dissenting liberal Sonia Sotomayor says, quote, we should not have to live in a country where the government can seize anyone who looks Latino, speaks Spanish, and appears to work a low-wage job.
That's ABC's Stephen Portnoy in Washington. Lots of good signs in their Week 1 win. The word from Ron Wolfley with Arizona Sports 98.7 FM on the Cardinals' 20-13 win over the New Orleans Saints.
The defense gave up 13 points. That's all they gave up.
Right.
You're going to win a ton of games if that's all they give up. The problem is, of course, they were going against a team that is trying to find its way.
Wolfley also tells the Mike Broomhead Show he's looking to see improvement from the Cardinals' run defense, which gave up over 4 yards per carry in the win. Well, your dreams of fabulous riches are over, as Powerball players in Missouri and Texas have won the nearly $1.8 billion jackpot, overcoming astronomical odds to end the lottery game's 3-month drought without a big winner. In case you were curious, the winning numbers were 11, 23, 44, 61, and 62, and the Powerball was 17. The prize of $1.8 billion, or right there at it, was the second largest U.S. lottery jackpot in history. The second patient to receive a transplanted pig kidney says he's doing well. ABC's Brian Clark has the details.
Bill Stewart received a new kidney June 14th. It was not a human kidney, but a genetically engineered pig kidney.
I've always been a little bit of a science nerd.
The New Hampshire man's no longer on dialysis and says a recent ultrasound showed positive results.
Dr. Riella said my kidney's doing absolutely wonderfully. It looks great.
Dr. Leonardo Riella at Mass General says this can save lives.
We know the best treatment for these patients, but we are stuck because of the organ shortage.
Clinical trials are beginning. Brian Clark, ABC News.
If you're a baseball fan, the mere thought of Tommy John surgery makes you cringe.
Something's wrong with J-Mart. Something's wrong with him. He's calling him in from the dugout right away.
The procedure typically is used to repair a torn ulnar collateral ligament in the elbow, an injury often seen in baseball pitchers. But Dr. Brady Heaps, who's the chief of operative sports medicine at Dignity Health, says there's a growing belief young athletes who undergo the surgery will have a competitive advantage.
There's this misconception, so we will have some parents come in with their child saying we want to talk about Tommy John surgery to make my child a better pitcher.
Heaps says not only are there serious surgical risks, there's about a 10% chance players never reach the level they were before surgery. Let's take a look at traffic now from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. A serious crash at 35th Avenue and Happy Valley Road in Phoenix right now. That has that intersection completely closed at the moment. Also, there's another crash working at 27th Avenue and Lincoln Street. Traffic brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Weather-wise, 104 should be our high this afternoon, then an overnight low of 85. And then tomorrow and Wednesday, just about the same before we back off just a little bit to about 101 by Thursday. Right now, it's 101 in Scottsdale. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Hey, good afternoon. I'm Chris Merrill. Next to me is the great Steve Goldstein in for Joe today.
You are so handsome. I love those headphones.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. They're hand-me-downs. It's always great to see you, and I so appreciate that you came in here for Joe because honestly, we've gotten feedback, and it's the people just love it. The people love it. And by people, I mean my wife. She says it's great. There's so much more me and so much less Joe, and she just loves that about it when you're in here. So it's really fantastic to see you. Steve, did you happen to see the study that came out that said that Arizonans are 39th in the nation when it comes to being able to retire?
Yeah.
Not great.
No, and it surprised me a bit based on the fact that we're still known as a retirement haven.
Yeah. It does seem like that doesn't jibe, but I want you to think about the retirement haven. Is that people who worked and lived in Arizona their whole lives and then retired, or is that people who have retired elsewhere and come to Arizona?
It's probably the latter.
Because I got to believe it's the latter.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that's the case. The shortcoming is this. We're 39th in the nation because, on average, now everything we're talking about here is average. And that's important to keep in mind because you may be an above-average individual, which means your circumstances are going to be different. For instance, on average, people in Arizona retire with about $787,000 in cumulative income, which means if they've got pension, their Social Security, what they've got for their 401ks, this sort of stuff. And so they got $787,000 in cumulative income. People that don't know, Steve Goldstein gets that in about a month. So his situation is going to be a whole lot different than yours and mine.
Well, that was before the tariffs, Chris, but yeah.
Oh, that hurts.
Yeah.
I know. The de minimis really stuck you hard. That said, when you retire, be it at 65 or 67, whatever else it is, the expectation is that you are going to stick around for another 18 plus years. And if you're sticking around for another 18 plus years, the estimate is you're going to need just shy of $1 million, $941,000, which means the average person is going to be short an average of $154,000 in savings. What is the biggest fear you hear financial advisors talk about all the time? Is outliving your savings. And it looks like that's certainly the case in Arizona. In fact, that's the case in, I think it was 42 states, if I'm not mistaken. And I find that to be disheartening, that so many people, and it doesn't matter if it's a red state or a blue state, there are a few that actually people are saving more than what the estimate is that they would need to retire, but they're all in like places you wouldn't want to be, like, Washington. State of Washington.
State of Washington. Yeah, that's
it just rains all the time. Nobody wants that crap.
No, of course not. But
so that's no bueno.
When you think about all this stuff, though, I'm glad that you measured out whether it's retirement, whether it's liquidity, because I keep thinking the most important thing, and I've heard you talk about this before, is real estate, either inherited or the fact that you had a house or multiple properties. And it seems to me that's one of the things that if people had a vision, yes, of course, Chris, I don't want to jump the gun, but yes, of course, it's important to be able to put aside some money, per month from a paycheck. Of course, everyone should be doing that if you can. But the biggest is to have property that you can either sell, rent, etc. And I don't know if people just don't have enough money to do that because that is daunting, or if they're not thinking that way enough, they're thinking too much in terms of what's my liquidity from a check month to month.
So are you positing that the issue here is people don't own their own homes, or that they're not investing in real estate?
I don't think that's the problem, but I do think that's a complexity that maybe we don't, not that you don't talk about, but I think generally the public doesn't think about quite as much, because obviously that's expensive, but you don't have to buy you can't afford a $500,000, $750,000 home. It can be something where you buy a smaller mobile home, you buy a small apartment, and you rent it out in Airbnb style or something like that, so that your money is quote unquote working. Yeah, working for you. Yeah.
So I love your idea of passive income. I think that actually getting home ownership to begin with is key. And I know a lot of younger people don't see the value in home ownership. We'll dive into this a little bit here in our next our why segment. But to me, what sticks out is when I am paying my rent. And to be clear, I rent in Arizona, and my wife and I own a home in Michigan. When I write that check for my rental, there's no equity coming back. I got nothing. So my money is going straight to big apartment. That's it. And if you own your own place, now granted, there are other expenses, and Steve, you know this really well, that there are plenty of other expenses along the way when you own your own place, as well as things like property taxes and the other stuff. But that money is going toward what is me. Only the interest escapes me, right? The principal is basically like a big savings in my real estate. And I think this is the point you're trying to make, right? That
it is, absolutely.
Yeah. When I'm paying on a mortgage, every dollar that goes toward principal is coming back to me in equity. So I'm not giving my money away. It's not going somewhere else. It's mine, right?
Yeah, well, I think that's part of the retirement plan that we're talking about. That yes, if you're lucky enough to have worked at a place for a long time, you're lucky enough to be an aggressive and successful investor, but I don't think that applies to too many of us. But that's why if you get started and you get a break at some point in your life, it could be when you're 24 or when you're 35 or whenever you have a chance to really invest in, again, in the real estate aspect of it, like you're saying, I've known too many people who've been in an apartment for 20, 25 years and didn't need to be. It's just they were comfortable there. It's like, well, but you're not getting any equity coming through.
Right. And I think this is one of the frustrating things for so many people today. And I've talked with some of our Gen Zs in the newsroom and our digital department, and they'd love to be homeowners, but the hurdle, of course, is that down payment, right? Okay. It's like, how do I even come up with even if they can find something at 5% and pay PMI, how do I come up with that down payment? That seems to be the biggest obstacle for many of them right now. And Joe and I have talked about this often, and Joe says, just have your parents buy the house for you. And I was like, well, I don't think that works for everybody.
I wouldn't think so, no.
Why don't we just have Papa Steve pay for it? It could be worse. Arizona, as much as we talk about retirement and how the average, everything is average. So if you're retiring at the average age when you're supposed to retire, 65, 67, whatever it is, the estimate is you're going to live another 18 years, right? But Lord knows anything could happen between now and then, and we don't live another 18 years, right? And Lord knows we could have hyperinflation, so this number is way low. We could have things pan out really well, so the number is high, whatever it is. So we're all talking about averages here. But Arizona, again, you'd be short about $154,000 at the end of your retirement. So basically, if you're going to kick the bucket, do it after about 14 years. Don't wait until 18, is what they're saying. It could be a lot worse, though. I always think of California next door as being hyper expensive, and the most underwater states on the list from, it's seniorly.com. Steve, I know this is one of your big subscriptions.
It's one of my favorite adverbs, too.
Yeah, Seniorly Resource Center. Yeah. It could be worse. I always think of California. California is, fifth worst, which means that they're actually, I don't have any idea how it works. Anyway, $337,000 in the hole they would be. But it gets worse than that. New York, of course, is incredibly expensive. People are not being paid a whole lot. They're not setting aside a whole lot. And your shortfall is just shy of $500,000 is the estimate right now. So, can you imagine going into retirement and saying, okay, I've got $1 million, and even if I'm getting a return on interest, even if I've got some annuities or something of that sort, I'm still going to be $500,000 short of being able to live the rest of my life comfortably. That blows my mind.
You haven't called me Bree and Chablis guy yet, but here's your chance.
Okay,
so
go on.
This makes me think of back when I got an English degree. Amazing, I've been able to actually make money after that. Yeah. And it makes me think of those old Charles Dickens novels where they'd have people put in, like, basically debtor's jail, debtor's prison.
Oh, yeah.
And that makes me, it kind of worries me that when you talk about that, especially hundreds of thousands of dollars, even for people who might have been thinking about saving, I mean, is that what we're going to end up with? We're going to end up with, instead of unhoused people, are we going to end up with people who are put in jail so they can get 3 square meals because they can't afford to actually live anywhere?
You mean they may do something on their own in order to land themselves in jail?
No,
I don't think we're going to arrest people for being poor.
Well, I don't think so either, but who knows?
I love your outlook. That is magnificent.
I want to be optimistic, you know.
Have you thought about, I've said this before, because I worked in California and taxes are really high, but I got paid really well. So, and it dawned on me, boy, if I could make California money but retire in a Midwest home, all of a sudden, I'm feeling like I'm fat on the hog here, right? I mean, and we're seeing wages coming up in Arizona, especially as we got growth going on around us. If we are taking advantage of the wages and the saving in Arizona, and then we go and we move to, say, Utah or Montana, where your cost of living is much lower, and it goes a lot further, maybe we're no longer the retirement haven. Maybe we're one of the states that contributes, and the new retirement haven is Iowa.
Well, I love that point because I had a former coworker who had moved out here from Miami, and Miami's real estate was crazy, and he got a job out here and sold his house. And when he came here, he was able to buy a nice house but still pocket a lot because he went to a market that was more affordable.
Yes. Yeah. It doesn't work so well going the other way around, though.
No.
I mean, if you're working in Des Moines and you go, man, now that I'm retired, I want to go to San Diego. It's just, I mean, unless you're in the insurance industry as one of the higher ups in Des Moines, you're not going to have the money to be retiring in San Diego. But if you're working an average job and you're working toward an average retirement in San Diego, suddenly you are looking like you're pretty wealthy when you move to Columbia, Missouri. Although nobody wants to live in Columbia, Missouri, and I don't blame them for it either. Yeah. Our why today? Why is it we don't do a better job? Why don't most Americans do a better job of saving for retirement? We know it's coming. Why aren't we getting ready for it? That's next on the Chris and Joe Show with Steve Goldstein in for Joe today. KTAR News. Here's Becky Lynn with our top stories right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:15. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. President Trump is ramping up his immigration crackdown.
DHS says ICE raids have now launched in Boston, just days after authorities detained more than 300 South Korean nationals during a raid at a Hyundai plant in Georgia. That operation rattling America's close ally, which had promised to invest $350 billion in the U.S.
ICE was doing right because they were here illegally.
Trump looking to reassure South Korea, now proposing the country and foreign companies doing business in the U.S. help train Americans for jobs.
ABC News senior White House correspondent Selena Wang. All of our top stories only 15 minutes away. For more news, just go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. We're going to be right around 104 degrees for the next several days and no rain in our forecast. We're at 104 right now in Goodyear. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. For the replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing.
What's the why? Chris and Joe are diving deep into the stories that matter.
Better job of saving for retirement. A significant retirement crisis is looming for many Americans. Seniors in 41 states and Washington, D.C. projected to outlive their savings and face an average shortfall of $115,000. It's worse in Arizona with an average shortfall of $154,000. Yikes! So why aren't we doing a better job? It reminds me of Game of Thrones. And I grew up in the northern states. And my father is one of these who always worries about everything. And he would always prepare for things way in advance. And so Pops was always worried about winter. He'd always talk about, winter is coming. Winter. We hit 4th of July. The smoke from the fireworks is still in the air, you know. And it is July 5th, and Pop says, well, we got to start taking the screens out of the windows. We got to start washing those off. We're going to get this driveway prepped. I better change the oil in the snowblower. Winter's coming. Winter's coming. Game of Thrones, it was always winter is coming. It was never a question of if, but always when. And then how bad would it be? And I think that's a major unknown. So I'm of the opinion, while they recommend that you should have 1.2 million, or in the case of Arizona, they say you need to have at least just shy of $1 million in savings in order to live through your retirement. I'm of the opinion, Steve, that, and Joe and I have talked about this before. He says, you know, what do you want to have when you retire? I think I could, if I had $10 million right now, I feel like I could retire. If I had $5 million, I would feel like if I got to retirement, I would be very comfortable. I definitely want to have $2.5 million, because let's also keep in mind that when we talk about your retirement and your expenses, we're not talking about also taking that dream vacation to Italy that your wife has been nagging you about for the last 40 years, right?
Right.
We're not talking about buying an RV and doing a summer at all the national parks like maybe some people have dreamed of doing, right? We're talking about paying your bills, having 1 or 2 streaming services, and making your way to the senior center once a week. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. It's a very comfortable life. But it's not exactly what I'm dreaming of in my late 40s right now.
Well, do you like stuff, Chris? Are you a stuff
I do.
guy? Okay.
I do, and technology keeps coming out, and I always want a bigger TV and faster internet and a speedier computer and all these other things.
Well, so is your wife more disciplined than you are, or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, is that what it takes, too? If you're in a long-term couple relationship with a spouse, do both of them have to be responsible? Do both have to save, or does one have to do it and then remind the other one, hey, occasionally, please don't buy that newest iPad?
That's a great point. I think it's a yin and a yang, and I think Dave Ramsey talks about this. You know, oftentimes couples are going to have your spenders and your savers, and honestly, I think we need each other. Sometimes I need my wife to say no when she doesn't. Sometimes I need to say no to her when I won't. But oftentimes, look, honey, we gotta enjoy life. We got some money. We have to go take that vacation. And then sometimes she needs to say, look, you've got a computer. You know, it's only 2 years old. You don't need a new laptop right now, right? So I think there's a yin and a yang involved in this. And for many people, I don't know that they even get to the point where they're talking about a yin and a yang when it comes to retirement. I think in many cases, this is unfair because I'm going to label younger generations, but I think this is consistent across the age group. I don't think that this is a Gen Z problem. I think this was a millennial problem when they were in their 20s. I think it was a Gen X problem when they were in their 20s. I think it was a boomer problem when they were in their 20s, and that is that we are in a material world. And I know what you're going to say, that I'm a material girl. But we thrive, in America especially, on instant gratification. We're constantly trying to keep up with the Joneses, right? We're always trying to you go to the East Valley, right? My in-laws live in the East Valley, and it's like one guy gets a lifted truck, the next guy's got to have a lifted 3/4-ton truck, and the next guy then has to have a lifted RV, and the next guy's got to have a lifted RV with a fifth wheel on the RV. It's amazing. Everyone's trying to keep up with each other, and I think that in many cases we live on this instant gratification, and we weigh ourselves. Our metric of success is what our neighbors are doing. And so how are we saving for retirement when we're measuring ourselves against somebody else's spending?
I think that's fair, but can we go macro a little bit on this too?
Please.
Isn't this I go back way back to 9/11 when then President Bush said one of the ways we were going to defeat the terrorists was by continuing to go to the mall. And so this is a consumer-driven society, not just because, and Chris makes a great point about making it so, yes, we want to keep up with the Joneses or the next-door neighbor. Yeah, but at the same time, a lot of us are just like, we want to go buy stuff, and we're told over and over again, because we want to feel this way, that you know what? Boy, the economy, even if there are tariffs, you know what's going to really keep the economy flowing, keeping people employed is, you got to get out there. You don't want to see those open storefronts. Oh, my God, look at all the big box stores. There are only so many pickleball courts you can put out there. We got to keep these stores open. I think that's part of it, too.
Yeah,
because we want to spend, but they're telling us, you got to spend or else the economy's going to go in the tank.
Yeah, but then I guess the flip side of that, of course, is the logic. You're right. The messaging is that. But then the flip side of that is the logic, and that is that what happens when I'm 72 and I don't have the money to spend anymore? Now all of a sudden I got to turn to somebody else to help me out. I got to be on a social safety net in some way, shape, or form because I was being patriotic in my 20s, and now I'm a burden in my 70s. Right? And I don't want to do that. Well, yeah. I also think when you're in your 20s, I think when you're in your 20s. 65 or 70 is a long ways away. I mean, it is unfathomable, and we go, that's 50 years. I might not even live 50 years. For Pete's sake, global warming's going to kill us all in 50 years. Al Gore told me this, right? I mean, how many times have we been told, spend your money now, live now, let the future take care of itself? And I don't think that's necessarily a wise plan.
Well, you have a couple of kids that we know of. I'm not sure if there are more out there, but,
yeah.
I don't have any.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. Oh, do you know? Okay. All right. Well,
yeah.
Maybe the government doesn't. But I don't have any children. But I also know that's a way to, unless you're really a mess up, that's a good way to be responsible too. Is thinking, okay, it's not just about my future; it's about my kids' future. And I think people think about their own kids' future sincerely. I think sometimes when people say it's about the next generation, I think if it's not really in their family, they're like, I don't know. Like,
I don't care about the next generation.
Right. But if I'm seeing my kids right there and I'm seeing them either struggle or on the verge of struggling, then I'm thinking, okay, I can't buy this thing for myself. Maybe I can buy something for my kids, but I need to be more responsible because I'm taking care of myself and the next generation.
Well, that's very selfless of you.
Well, I don't think. I don't have. Of course you do. Come on now.
You know, unfortunately, my parents think that way.
Yeah.
They're like, well, we want to, and my wife and I have made clear to them, we go, look, nothing would make us happier if we spent your last pennies on your funeral. You know, nothing would make us happier than that. We'd just soon have no inheritance. But I know that they don't think that way. What about you, Steve? I mean, you've got a mattress that's stuffed with cash.
Yeah.
Do you have thoughts like where's this going to go?
Yeah, I mean that's why I made the real estate point in our first segment. Is it to me? It's really about because as far as liquidity goes, I mean, I worked in public broadcasting, Chris. I mean, come on, how liquid can I possibly be?
Well, I don't know. We just cut like $10 billion from public broadcasting.
It didn't go to me, so yeah, for sure. No,
yeah.
No, but I do think there's a responsibility to try to actually think about people talk about kindness. I think how about being kind to like other people and maybe being more responsible just generally, whether it's the next generation or not. I think there's a feeling that I want to be able to leave. If I don't have any heirs, then I would like to leave maybe more money to charity or something like that. I don't want to sound like too much of a phony baloney here, but I think there is somebody that helps society go forward.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, sounds very woke of you. Yeah, all right. Well, yeah. Just abandoning having children and then giving your money off to a bunch of weirdo causes. All right, that's fine.
Well, you said
that's
weirdo.
Fine.
I mean, charity.
That's fine.
Some are weird. I mean, yes.
Yeah, fine. It's fine. Breen Chablis. That's what. When you look at your, I love it when you're in. When you look at your 401k and you plan on enjoying your twilight years, you likely count on your investments to keep growing. What happens when a recession hits? The bad news first, and then the good news about your situation that is better than most of the rest of the country. That's next on the Chris and Joe Show with Steve Goldstein in for Joe today. KTAR News.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Nostragatos predicts the Arizona Cardinals will go 10-7 this season.
Oh, my.
And make the playoffs.
Nostragatos has spoken.
Nostragatos has spoken.
All right.
I blacked out for a moment. What happened?
Well, Nostragatos says the Cards are going 10-7.
Wow. Yeah. That just came out of my mouth. Wow.
You also said they're going to make the playoffs.
And the playoffs.
I did?
Yes.
That's right. I left that part out. That's probably the most important part.
Yeah.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. This afternoon, 4 to 7. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Hi, KTAR listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. So the hot summer is still upon us and school has started. The last thing anyone needs is to start the school year with car troubles. Moms and dads will be running all over town, dropping off and picking up their kids, which can be hard on any car. And what if that dang check engine light comes on? Man, talk about frustrating. Well, don't worry. What to do when your car needs repairs can be frustrating, but where to go when it does isn't. That's us at AMCO. With plenty of locations, AMCO's used to taking care of our Valley's heroes. We serve teachers, paramedics, firefighters, policemen, and our most important heroes of all, moms and dads. Now, you all know that AMCO specializes in transmissions and powertrain repairs, which includes clutches, transfer cases, differentials, even engine replacements. All the big repairs that most shops don't do. We do small repairs too, like air conditioning and brakes. So just pop into your nearest AMCO or book online at amcoarizona.com. Now that's pretty awesome. Well, that's because we're AMCO. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Life is short, and if we spend our time suffering with pain and it takes away our joy, that's not a very good way to live.
He's right. It's hard to be happy when you're in constant pain. QC Kinetics patient Chad admits the chronic pain in his knee really robbed his quality of life.
When I was going to the traditional doctor and getting the pain pills, my smile wasn't as big as it usually is. Going to my high school reunion on crutches, it was awful.
But then Chad visited QC Kinetics. He experienced the real power behind natural regenerative treatments. Using healing properties from his own body, QC Kinetics was able to restore and repair damaged tissue, finally giving Chad lasting relief with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime.
And I'm feeling on top of the world because of QC Kinetics.
Learn how advanced regenerative medicine can help your body heal itself at QC Kinetics. Call now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-7246. 602 837-PAIN.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been asked many times how Morgan & Morgan became the largest injury firm in the world. I think I know. When someone comes to us for an on-the-job injury, we have a huge workers' compensation practice. But many times we find a defective product that was responsible for that injury. Luckily for them, we have a product liability section headed by my son Mike. In addition to the comp case, there's a product case too. Other times, the injured worker is fired or harassed for bringing that claim. We have them covered. Our employment lawyers handle retaliation claims as well as wage theft and discrimination cases, and in some cases need to file for Social Security benefits. No problem. We became big for a reason. 30% of our new cases come as referrals from former clients. Hiring us is easy. Go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer, or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Craving a mouth-watering lunch that won't drain your wallet? Rush to Venezia's Pizzeria for daily specials starting at just $8.48. Sink your teeth into 2 giant loaded specialty pizza slices or a massive New York-style slice with a crisp, fresh salad, both with a drink and under $10. Dine in, grab it to go, or hit Venezias.com. Forget bland fast food. Indulge in bold flavors at Venezia's. 7 Valley locations where family tradition delivers irresistible value. Venezias.com.
The Los Angeles Dodgers return to Chase Field September 23rd for a 3-game weekday series. Secure your tickets for the matchup at dbacks.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 2:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. We're learning more about a shooting that involved Phoenix police early today. It happened near 35th Avenue and Van Buren, and we now have learned a suspect was taken to the hospital with life-threatening injuries, but no police officers were hurt. The investigation into what led up to the gunfire continues, but meanwhile, officers are asking that you avoid 35th Avenue between Van Buren and Buckeye for right now. We'll have more details as we get them in.
Eyes on Education.
Valley business leaders are taking over the front of your kids' classroom this year, helping teachers gain some valuable skills.
The new Leaders for Literacy program from nonprofit Valley Leadership places volunteers in the classroom as substitutes while the teachers attend training for early literacy instruction. David Scott with First Western Bank and Trust says he became a volunteer after his son struggled learning how to read.
Because there were so many students at the time that were in a similar situation as him, there weren't enough resources to be able to devote to him specifically. And that's where it really opened up our awareness to just how significant this problem was.
Volunteers are certified as substitute teachers through the Arizona Department of Education. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
For this month's Community Spotlight, KTAR is celebrating Bright Wealth Management, a financial services company whose donations are helping support the Travis Mills Foundation, which is an organization working toward improving the lives of veterans. Founder of the organization, Travis Mills, joined Arizona's Morning News to explain what led him to start the charity.
My new mission in life and direction and purpose was to give back to veterans and their families that have been through situations like mine.
Travis is a veteran himself who lost portions of both his arms and legs from an IED while on active duty in Afghanistan. It is time to check those roads now. Let's go to John Roller live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Good afternoon, Becky Lynn. We've got a crash on the westbound Loop 101 Agua Fria Freeway right at 51st Avenue. There is a medical unit on scene there, and that is causing a little bit of slowing. That is in the construction zone. Lean to the left to get around that. 27th Avenue, just south of the I-10. Look for a crash there. Seeing northbound lanes restricted at that collision. And as you mentioned, Becky Lynn, we do have that police incident. Avoid the area. 35th Avenue between Buckeye and Van Buren. Traffic is brought to you by the Arizona Painting Company. The Arizona Painting Company is the #1 painting company in Arizona. They do it all, residential and commercial, inside and out. John Roller, KTAR News.
High temperature for the next several days, right around 104 degrees. But by Friday and Saturday, we're going to be below 100. No rain in our forecast, though. It's 103 in Phoenix right now. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Happy Monday, and now that Washington, D.C. is as crime-free as North Korea, what's next? Meghan McCain joins us at 5 for Mondays with Meghan, live from the newly renovated Swamp. Today on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, on air, online, on the KTAR News app, and you can stay informed, stay ahead, and subscribe to KTAR News on YouTube. Watch all of our shows and get exclusive interviews and expert analysis on Arizona's biggest stories, all in one place. Search KTAR News on YouTube and hit subscribe. I'm subscribed. Joining me right now is Steve Goldstein, who I'm sure is subscribed, and I won't even put him on the spot and make him lie. So, but I recommend you do the same.
Not lie?
What's that?
Not lie or not put you on the spot or,
no,
or
I'm not
subscribe?
Put you on the spot.
Okay.
I'm happy to make you lie. Bad news. If you live in... This is funny because it's a little bit of a flip of what we just discussed. So we were talking about states where retirement savings don't match life expectancy. And a few of those states did. I think, what was it, 7 or 8 states where they did. Mm-hmm. Washington, Iowa, there were a handful of others. I don't have it in front of me right. Oh, yes, I do. Washington, Utah, Montana, Colorado, Iowa, Minnesota, Maryland, Kansas, and South Carolina, where savings they surpass the expected cost of living through retirement. Okay. If we take a look, however, according to Moody's, Moody's is the fancy bank, Moody's Analytics, many of the states I just listed are already, according to Moody's, in a recession. Washington, Kansas, Iowa, Maryland, trying to think of the others. Utah is not. Oh, Minnesota. Did I mention Minnesota? Yeah. So they're already considered to be in a recession. In fact, Moody's is saying up to a third of the country is already in a recession. From the highly credible and world-renowned Straight Arrow News, the report.
Moody's chief economist Mark Zandi says the U.S. is on the brink of recession. He tells Newsweek that red indicators are flashing in housing, employment, and consumer prices. We're not there yet, he says, but a downturn could hit by year's end if layoffs begin to spike.
Crap.
Zandi points to President Trump's tariffs and tougher immigration policies as factors freezing payrolls, with businesses taking a wait-and-see approach. But he also notes the economy's fundamentals remain strong, and growth in states like California and New York could help the country avoid a full-blown recession.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Are the hopes of the country based on New York and California right now? Because I can think of half of the country that would not be excited about that.
I agree with that. Yes. But that often seems to be the case, though, Chris. Isn't that right? I mean, these are California's its own
California
economies,
and New York combined account for a fifth of the country's economy. Just those two states.
Yeah.
A fifth of the economy. So, yeah, I think we are largely dependent on those two states. I should point out that both of those states are what Moody's would call treading water right now. Do you know what state is actually doing really well? Arizona. We're in what they would call a growth cycle. So if you take a look at the Rocky Mountain states of Idaho, Utah, Arizona, I don't know if you want to call us Rocky Mountains, but whatever. Let's call them mountain states. They're in a growth cycle, which is great. Also, Tornado Alley seems to be doing well, too. North Dakota, Nebraska, Oklahoma, Texas, and Louisiana all in what they call a growth cycle right now. Is it possible that we at least help the country stave off recession as a whole? Now, if you're living in Cedar Bluffs, it's probably kind of a bummer that you're relying on Arizona. But if you're living in Phoenix, That feels pretty good.
Well, I'm going back to a couple of your factors, though, and I'm going to add another one. When you mentioned some businesses are taking a wait-and-see approach because of immigration crackdowns. I mean, are we not going to say that? Yeah, we're not going to say that Arizona's a place that certainly relies on immigrant labor, migrant labor, in places like Yuma that are so reliant on.
Sure.
And then I'll jump in another one, which to me is one that is not necessarily being talked about enough, and that's with some of the pullback from the Trump administration on certain things. And I'm talking about in the tech sector. I mean, TSMC, this was going to be Silicon Desert. Maybe it still will be. But when you're talking about pulling back from an ASU research facility that was going to be chip focused, that TSMC is that. Wait a second. Is that potentially? Are there any thoughts being put out by certain members of the media and certain members of the Trump administration that may not be a plus for us when it did look like we were in a growth cycle and may continue in that growth cycle? We rely on government money here too for some of these things, and then investors will pile on. And I think they were prepared to do that. Maybe they won't now. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. But if you're going to add politics to it, I should point this out. The states I just named are all very red states that are doing well. Idaho, Utah, North Dakota, Nebraska, Oklahoma,
right, but
Texas,
how tiny are their economies, though, Chris? Some of those places you're talking about have tiny economies.
But I think this is where you make a mistake, Steve, and that is that you're trying to tie the economy to the national politics, but the national politics seem to be more related to the individual economy. So if you're the Trump administration, you go, the economy is doing really well in states that see the world the same way we do. Right? The states that are suffering are the ones that are bucking our advice. So Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Oregon, Washington, these are the states that are in a recession. If only they adopted our policies, then they would be thriving. Right? So, I mean, I hear what you're saying where you're going, oh, wait a minute, you can't rely on these red states who don't generate the magnitude that California and New York do. But I think that the politicians would look at it the other way and they would say, no, you need to look at the states that are working. They're the ones that are adhering to our policies.
Well, that's fair, except I'm going to throw this at you, too, and I don't know if we have numbers on this. I'm going to counter California and New York with Texas and Florida. If you had said to me, Utah, Nebraska, Texas, Florida, I'd say, hey, I'm right there with you, Chris, because Texas and Florida are vitally important to this country's economy, almost as much as California and New York, maybe equal to. But those were not on the list either. So those are the states where I'm thinking those are red states that also will impact massive communities. How many massive cities do Texas and Florida have that are really impactful on our...
But those are still considered growth states right now. They're not the ones that are treading water or thought of as being high risk or in a recession.
Okay.
Yeah. So...
Those aren't treading water. Okay. All right.
They're not treading
water. I misunderstood.
No.
Okay. I thought those were treading water. Okay.
Yeah, no. According to the... And to be fair to you, Steve, I'm sort of conflating these two stories when I talked about retirement savings and then I talked about states that are seeing an economic hardship right now. So
I accept your apology, Chris. Thanks.
Yeah, no, that's all right. look, I'm not a classically trained NPR guy, so maybe I
think you're not a classically trained economist, but anyway.
I'm not a classically trained anything.
So I call you Chris Zandy.
Just a goober is what I am. That's all I got going for me. Dreamy Draw Music Festival returning November 7th and 8th at Scottsdale Civic Center. Don't miss the Lumineers, Vampire Weekend, Father John Misty, and more. Tickets are on sale now at dreamydrawfest.com or head to the contest page, KTAR.com, for your chance to win tickets. If you start doom scrolling through the economic stories, they all paint a very bleak picture of the rest of the year and into 2026, and we've just been talking about that as well. Recession, tariffs, inflation, job loss, retirement savings, blah, blah, blah. And yet it is shocking to find out how many of your neighbors admit they're wasting time at work. How much would you be willing to pay an employee that isn't giving it their all? See if you're on board. Next, the Chris and Joe Show with Steve Goldstein in for Joe today, KTAR News.
Have you noticed lingering cognitive changes after a COVID-19 infection? Or have you been diagnosed with mild Alzheimer's disease? You could help researchers learn more about the impact of COVID on the brain. Barrow Neurological Institute in Phoenix is seeking participants between the ages of 55 and 90 for a research study. To learn more about the study and how you can join, text STUDY to 620-620.
If your child has a great imagination and a way with words, I've got a fun writing contest that could win them $529 towards an AZ 529 education savings plan. Have them write about their dream job and send it in. It's easy. I'm Arizona State Treasurer Kimberly Yee, announcing the 6th annual AZ 529 essay contest for all Arizona 5th and 6th graders. Go to az529.gov for rules and to submit your child's essay. Hurry! Contest ends October 5th.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Hi, I'm Sherry, owner of Life Source Water. We all know Arizona's tap water is some of the worst in the country. Life Source's whole house water system is the essential home appliance you need. You can drink, cook, bathe, and live clean with healthier water throughout your home. Now we are offering a double dip in savings. Free basic installation plus an extra $250 off. That's up to $1,200 in savings. Call our factory at 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com. Hurry, offer ends September 30.
Warranty limitations apply.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last throughout retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR Sundays at 2 p.m. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and stay tuned into the Asset Preservation Hour Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:45. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Still no answers as to why Mexican national Lorenzo Antonio Batres Vargas died in ICE detention in Florence August 31st. The 32-year-old from Flagstaff was arrested in early August for drug paraphernalia and sent to an ICE detention facility. Homeland Security has yet to release an official report about his death. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com. Brought to you by Wi-Fi. We're expecting 104 for the high today, tomorrow, and Wednesday. And by Friday and Saturday, we're going to be below 100 again. But right now, it is 104 degrees in Buckeye. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
5 years ago, I started as an apprentice, and now I'm a licensed electrician at the Resolution Mine. Every morning that I go down in the mine is still a thrill. The work is challenging, it pays well, and I like being part of the clean energy economy. EVs, solar panels, every new technology needs copper, and we can provide it right here.
Copper is essential to Arizona's economy and to America's future. Learn more at resolutioncopper.com.
Sundays on KTAR News is the home for the #1 radio health talk show in America, The Dr. Bob Martin Show. Dr. Martin is a chiropractic physician, a board-certified clinical nutritionist, and a diplomate of the American Academy of Anti-Aging Medicine. Got a health-related problem or challenge? Not feeling well and you just don't know where to turn or what to do? Dr. Bob Martin is here for you every Sunday from 10 to 11 a.m. The Dr. Bob Martin Show on KTAR News.
It's another hot Arizona summer, so keep your home cool by blocking out the heat with my friends from Window World. If your windows or patio doors are hot to the touch and warming up your home, then it's time for new Solar Zone Sunshield glass windows and doors from Window World. According to Window Nerds, these windows have a 0.14 solar heat gain coefficient, which means these windows windows keep the heat outside where it belongs. Plus, every Window World window is backed by a true lifetime warranty. And this summer, Window World will install 6 large premium sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sun Shield glass, tax included, for one low upfront price of only $4,725. No gimmicks, no hassles, just the best value in replacement windows and doors, period. Call or schedule online at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for less.
Chairman of the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors joins the Mike Broomhead Show in studio tomorrow at 8:30.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, on air, online on the KTAR News app, where you can tap on that microphone button and leave us a message, say something insightful or funny or crazy, and we might even play that on the air. Coming up after 3 o'clock here, it was 2 months ago, the Tempe City Council passed a controversial new city parks ordinance in the face of vociferous opposition. According to the Phoenix New Times, community groups were decrying the ordinance as an attempt to crack down on mutual aid groups that helped unhoused people in the city parks. They've backtracked now. You're going to get the latest on that. And why some are saying this is a win for the First Amendment. Looking forward to the discussion. I'm also looking forward to Steve's take on this, because Steve Goldstein is in for Joe today. And I think you would be hard-pressed to find anyone more connected to politics without a vested interest in any one politician than Steve Goldstein.
Wow. Thank you, Chris.
I was telling my wife today. She says, "Who's in for Joe?" And I said, "Well, Steve is." And I said, "The guy, he hosts at least half of the political debates in the state, right? I mean, is that about right?"
Yeah, that's about right. Yeah.
And the thing is, when you're a moderator, is that you can't go in with an agenda, because people will see through that in a heartbeat, right?
That's right. Yeah.
So I just appreciate the work that you do, and I'm looking forward to your take on this.
Well, thank you. I was going to ask you a silly question, though. You said vociferous opposition to this topic we're going to talk about at the 3 o'clock hour. Are you more of a vociferous guy or a vehement guy?
Vociferously vehement.
Okay, good.
About stances, indeed.
Okay, good.
Yeah, very good. You knew it was a New Times article when they said vociferous, right?
Yes.
So good. I love it. I'm going to add that to my rotation in the lexicon. I haven't used that word in a while. The concept of a 4-day work week is coming back again, and I was fascinated by another study that just came out, and this one in light of course, Labor Day last week. 7 in 10 American workers say that they could do their jobs in 4 days instead of 5 without losing any productivity. And I was surprised by that. There's a very candid admission by 70% of Americans. Millennials at 75%. Gen Z and Gen X both at 70%, the most supportive. Although fewer than half of baby boomers would agree. Most baby boomers say, no, I got to work all 5 days to get my work done. Now, is that because the baby boomers are traditional and they go, I have to work 5 days? Or is it because baby boomers feel like, I've filled my days, I'm doing all the work? Or are baby boomers just slow to do their work? Is that the issue? Or millennials and Gen Z and Gen X just faster and better at it?
Maybe these young folks are relying too much on technology, and they're good at it, so they're getting to it too fast, where those of us who are a certain age are like, wait a second. Wasn't this what it was 3 weeks ago before Microsoft updated this? Oh, wait a second. Now I got to figure this out. I need a couple more hours. Maybe that's part of it.
Yeah. For boomers, they're like, AI? Oh, that's 40% of old McDonald's farm. So I was fascinated by it, because I thought, if you're an employer and your employees say that they could get their work done in 4 days and not lose any productivity, aren't you feeling like you're being shortchanged?
Yeah, I agree. But now I'm going to get real nitpicky and say, now,
okay, go ahead.
Now we're talking about same amount of hours per day, because, I'm sure you've been on that. I mean, although you've been a broadcaster for so long, Chris, and most of the time when you're got your own show, you're supposed to be on 5 days a week. But I was thinking more of the more traditional, even in our business, if you're a reporter or something and you've got some stuff you're covering, could you pull what they used to call it 410s? So you're 4 days a week, but you're going hardcore for 4 days to kind of rest up on that 5th day.
Yeah, and that's a fair question. Talker Research did the survey, and what they found is that the respondents said they could do their jobs in 32 hours. Oof. In other words, an intense 32 hours versus a more lax 40 hours. So it would still be 8-hour workdays. Now, I've done this a while, and I've done those 2-a-days. In fact, I did some 2-a-days a couple of weeks ago. And I can tell you that I could knock out 5 shows in a day. 10 hours of this show, I could get it all done on a Monday. Like, is it Jeopardy that films 5 episodes on a Monday?
Right.
Remember
right.
Alex Trebek used to do 5 shows and basically worked 5 hours a week? It was great. However, it is exhausting. I could do it, but I would dread that day. If, let's say Monday was a 10-hour day, I would recover on Tuesday. Wednesday would feel great. Thursday, I would start thinking about Monday, and by Friday, I'm already a wreck, and my weekend is ruined. I mean, that's how I would approach it, because I go, I got this long day, I got to do this. And the thing is, when I was younger, I used to work 10-hour days at a restaurant, all summer long. It's just what I did. I worked 50-plus hours a week. It was just what you did in the summertime in a resort town, right, where I grew up.
Yeah, but you're passionate about your job, and you're good at it. And I'm not saying you weren't good at being a server or whatever, but there are downtimes. Oh,
God, they never let me face customers, Steve. Come on now. They stuck me in the back kitchen.
Well, whatever the case is, I think when you're doing a job like you're talking about doing 10 hours worth of talk radio, I know people are going to say, oh, woe is you. You're sitting in an air-conditioned studio.
Yeah, talking.
But there is the idea of how fresh you can be. And to me, the idea of and now I'm going to go back to how you said they were honest about this survey. 32 hours. Never say you can do the work in 32 hours. It's got to be 40 plus. Yeah.
Yes, because if you're an employer and your employees are saying, I could get more, I could get everything done in 32 hours, then why am I not packing another 8 hours worth of work on you?
Well, and these are also folks who, if they're working 32 hours, they're not going to be saving enough money to actually do the retirement saving that we did earlier this hour.
That's a great point.
I mean, so we're going to have people taking more days off, and they're going to have less money to have a future, maybe.
Well, I think in their minds, they think I'm going to make the same salary for working 32 hours instead of working 40 hours. There are a couple of issues with that. First of all, employers are not going to go for it. Second of all, that's another day that you have to spend that money. I don't know about you, but I spend a whole lot more money on Saturday and Sunday than I do the rest of the week.
Absolutely.
Right? So imagine if you had more days to be able to spend.
A lot of Brie and Chablis on the weekends, Chris.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah. We'd never get you out of the tank. Is there a Brie and Chablis tank somewhere? Because I just imagine you bathing in it. You follow the saga around Tempe's efforts to end homelessness by stopping religious groups from helping the street denizens. You've been appalled by their 180 from commending advocates to jailing them and then changing the law to criminalize anyone who dares to help the meekest among us. A new chapter is written as Tempe avoids getting sued. Next on the Chris and Joe Show with Steve Goldstein in for Joe today. KTAR News. Imagine growing up in a home where Dad owns his company. That's what I did. Dad owned his company. You watch Dad work hard. He built it into something really special. That's what I did. But then I was a huge disappointment, and I went in a different direction. That's not what Nate Orchard and his partner Jake Weber did with Advanced Window Products. They got to that point in their lives where it was their turn to take over and make Dad proud. The best value, the best warranty, and the absolute best custom windows in the desert come from Advanced Window Products. When Nate bought the company from his dad, which is coming up on being in business for 40 years, he set out to carry on his father's legacy. He wanted to do business the right way, just like all of our parents taught us. That means keeping the prices low and the volume high, provide the best service on the best vinyl windows in the valley, and they know customers are going to keep coming back. They've got a fleet of local installers, and Advanced Window Products measure your windows. They create from scratch beautiful custom windows that are less expensive than 95% of the other window companies out there. And they guarantee them for life. So if by chance there is an issue, and it's rare, but it can happen. If there is an issue, it's local installers, as in the people raising families in your community that come out and replace those windows for free. Labor, glass, parts, all of that. That's what free means, right? So call Advanced Window Products today. 480-764-2002. 480-764-2002. And when you replace these windows, you do it with confidence. Confidence that's been passed on by generations. 480-764-2002 for Advanced Window Products.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother Unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Life can be overwhelming, but you don't have to face it alone. At Revival Psychiatry, we go beyond mental health care. We help restore hope, dignity, and your quality of life. From personalized diagnosis and therapy to medication management and non-invasive ketamine treatments, we're here for you. In-person and telehealth options available. We accept most insurance plans. Revival Psychiatry. Compassionate care that meets you where you are. Learn more at revivalpsych.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Low T, start for free. For a limited time, get prescription testosterone with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, you'll sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. For a limited time, redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your smartphone. Keyword Red Mountain.
Hey, being a homeowner is great, right? Until things break, then it is on us. That is why our go-to at Casa Galvisi is day and night air conditioning, heating, and plumbing. And right now, it is go time with the summer blowout sale. Yes, for a limited time, the summer blowout sale is where day and night is giving us $100 off any AC or plumbing repair. $100 back in our pocket with any AC or plumbing repair. Hey, for years, we've trusted the licensed pros at day and night to handle every job with honesty, speed, top-rated service. Same with my neighbors. In fact, they referred us to day and night, and now we're paying it forward, especially right now with the summer blowout sale. $100 off any AC or plumbing repair while it lasts. Call 480-344-0082. Same-day service, upfront pricing, licensed and insured. 480-344-0082 or book online at dayandnightair.com. Conditions apply. dayandnightair.com.
Here in the Valley, we have plenty of healthcare options, but not all of them offer the kind of care we truly want. I'm Jim Sharp, and like you, I value unhurried care, where your doctor takes the time to listen, understand, and treat you with the attention you deserve. That's why I want to tell you about the Midwestern University Clinics. At Midwestern, it's different. As a teaching facility, their students and expert faculty work together to provide unhurried, affordable, and compassionate care. They take the time to listen, examine, and understand your unique needs without the pressure of meeting patient quotas. Whether you need family medicine, dental, vision, physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech-language services, or psychological care, Midwestern University Clinics offer it all in one convenient location. Experience the Midwestern difference for yourself. Call 623-537-6000 or visit MWUclinics.com to schedule your appointment today. MWUclinics.com. Midwestern University Clinics, your family's home for healthcare.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News. Now.
It's 3 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. The Phoenix Police Department is working on officer-involved shooting just west of downtown Phoenix, and KTAR's Ballin Overstoles joins us live from the News Center to tell us more.
The shooting occurred today after Phoenix police responded to a call near Carl Hayden High School regarding a robbery, says Sergeant Lorraine Fernandez.
Officers responded to the area of 35th Avenue and Fillmore regarding an armed robbery. Officers arrived, they contacted the victim. The victim provided details as far as the vehicle that the suspect had taken his cell phone from.
And she explains police found the suspect a short distance away and attempted a traffic stop. That's when shots were fired. No officers are injured, and the suspect was taken to the hospital with life-threatening injuries. 35th Avenue from Buckeye Road to Van Buren is currently closed as police process the scene. Live in the News Center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
The Supreme Court today cleared the way for federal agents to conduct sweeping immigration raids in Los Angeles. The justices stopped a restraining order from a judge that barred ICE agents from stopping people solely based on the race, language, job, or location. Justice Kavanaugh said the judge went too far in restricting how agents can carry out stops for questioning. Justice Sotomayor dissented. Chandra Bhatnagar, the executive director of the ACLU Foundation of Southern California, at a press conference denouncing the Supreme Court decision in Los Angeles today.
A mark of racism is a country where you can be stopped because of how you look. Apartheid South Africa is a great example of that, where you have to provide papers because of your appearance. That is unacceptable. That is not acceptable in Los Angeles, and that is not acceptable in our country.
It was a good start to the season. The word from Ron Wolfley with Arizona Sports 98.7 FM after the Cardinals' 20-13 win, 13-1 win over the New Orleans Saints. Still, Wolfley tells the Mike Broomhead Show there's room for improvement, especially with the run defense.
I'm talking about handing it off to a running back. Every time they did that, the Saints averaged 4.3 yards per carry. 18 times they carried the ball for 78 yards, 4.3 yards per carry. That was too much for me.
All in all, Wolfley says it's still very early and he'll have a better idea of what the Cardinals are in reality by week number 4. Florida authorities say a student had a gun on the bus en route to his elementary school. Here's ABC's Brian Clark.
A 9-year-old is facing multiple criminal charges after police in Ocala, Florida say he brought a loaded .38 caliber revolver onto a school bus. Police responding to a report of someone with a gun said other students pointed out the 9-year-old who initially resisted officers. Nobody was hurt, and authorities say the boy admitted that he had no intention of hurting anybody. Authorities say he got the gun without permission from a relative's secure bedroom. Brian Clark, ABC News.
Time for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia, brought to you by Beatitudes Campus.
It's September 8th, and back on this day in 1986, the Oprah Winfrey Show was broadcast nationally for the first time. Needless to say, it was a huge success. Her daytime television talk show turned Oprah Winfrey into one of the most powerful, wealthy people in show business and a common household name. Oprah was born in a rural Mississippi to a poor, unwed teenage mother who in 1954 began her TV career as a local news anchor in Nashville. She quickly turned the show into a ratings winner, beating out the popular talk program hosted by Phil Donahue at the time. And it went on to become the highest-rated talk show in TV history. In 2008, The Oprah Winfrey Show had an estimated weekly audience of some 46 million viewers in the U.S. and was broadcast around the world in 134 countries. The show ended in May of 2011, several months after Winfrey launched the Oprah Winfrey Network. And it all started when The Oprah Winfrey Show was broadcast nationally for the first time back on this day in 1986.
Let's check those roads now. In the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center, here's John Roller.
All right, thank you very much, Becky Lynn. We've got some slowing coming southbound on State Route 51. Just prior to the mini stack, had a crash earlier that's causing some slowing. It's been moved off to the right, lean to the left to get around that. The earlier crash in the North Valley, westbound Loop 101, Agua Fria Freeway right at 51st Avenue. That has been moved off the main line, and it looks like we may have a crash now right in the Durango Curve area. This will be northbound I-17, just north of Jefferson. We'll check that out. And we do have a crash coming in McDowell and Pebble Creek Parkway in Goodyear, 28th Street and Greenway, and 51st Avenue and Bell Road. Look for a collision there. Traffic is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. John Roller, KTAR News.
104 is where we're going to hang for most of the week, 3 or 4 days, and then we're going to back off to below 100, at least by Friday and Saturday. Right now in Tempe, it's 102. Weather is brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. And Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Chris Merrill along with Steve Goldstein in for Joe today. It was a couple of months ago that the Tempe City Council really ramped up their fight against the religious groups that had the audacity to try to help the homeless. We had homeless advocates, many of them with different religious roots that were going to different parks around Tempe, and they were setting up picnics, basically, large picnics. And again, when I say large picnics, they were substantial. I don't want you to feel like you got a little old lady out there feeding pigeons and handing a sandwich to a homeless guy. I mean, it was a pretty sizable potluck situation happening that was going on here. But then what the city said, remember, the city also gave an commendation to one of the homeless advocates in the past. And then later turned around and arrested him for doing the same thing once we had a different city council that was in charge. So we've watched this saga play out, and the homeless advocate had charges. Well, there was a settlement where they dropped charges. They told him he could go back into the parks, and I don't know. I don't remember the exact specifics of it because we discussed it in the past, but it was a pretty huge concession by the city to say, okay, you can go in the parks. Everything we did was crap. Okay, go back there. But you just have to admit that you were, in fact, serving people without a permit. And he said, yeah, okay. And they said, okay, you don't need a permit anymore. It was the dumbest thing. So then the city all of a sudden said, okay, we've got a lot of these doggone do-gooders that are running out there and trying to help the homeless people. And if there's one thing we want people to know about the city of Tempe, it's we care about hiding our homeless people in places where the public can't see them, not in public parks, and we want to make sure that we're able to chase them to neighboring cities. So if you think homeless, we want you to think Scottsdale. We want you to think Chandler. We want you to think Mesa. We don't want you thinking Tempe. And so that didn't go very well because the homeless advocates then said, this is garbage. You're creating unnecessary hurdles, and you are affecting our right to assemble on public property, which I don't know if you're familiar with this. The First Amendment actually protects your right to assemble. Steve, did you know that?
I've heard that, yeah.
Yeah. I think, was that the one that Amy Coney Barrett couldn't remember when she was in her confirmation hearing? They asked her what are the 5 rights that are guaranteed by the First Amendment, and she was like, speech, religion, press, petition, and there's another one.
That's exactly as she said it.
Yeah, there's another one. I don't remember what that is.
I don't think she was Rick Perry running for president. Not
You're
able
right.
to remember the departments he wanted to get rid of. Yeah, but
Right.
but I think it's funny, Chris. I mean, obviously your listeners know about this, but it's funny that because Tempe is considered to be quite left of center, and that would also mean when it comes to civil rights, social issues, you wouldn't think Tempe would be one of the first to say, "Hey, let's push our homeless population someplace else." It'd be more like, "I'm not sure what we can do here, but let's try to help them more than we are at this point."
You imagine more of a California approach.
Yeah.
Right? Where it's like, well, let's just give them everything and see what happens. And, well, that's not really working either. And I don't want to say that Tempe's not doing anything. They are trying to do some things. They are trying to create some shelters, and they are expanding some shelter space. They do have a budget to address the homeless issue, as long as it's not in the public eye. So the advocates then sued, and they said, you are violating our right to assemble. So what did the city council do? They went, uh-oh, they're suing us. We better change the law real quick. Am I reading this right, Steve? They immediately said, let's amend the charter. Let's change the way it's been done for the last 60 years so that when they sue us, we can say, that's the law. What are we going to do?
That's what's so, I'm going to say bizarre, Chris, to make it more dramatic, because, again, I'm going with the perception that Tempe and most members of the council are at least close to lockstep on this particular issue, not wanting to look like they're being brutal toward homeless population. So it surprises me that then they would come back so quickly on it when you'd think that they put a lot of thought into it when they were deciding whether to change the 1967 rules as they were. You'd think they'd say, okay, if we're going to do this, we're diving in head first. We're not going to say, oh, wait a second. We're
going to stick to our guns.
I would think so. I think if you take that step, you're going to stick to your guns. Yeah.
So what you're talking about here, Steve, is that they passed that city law unanimously after, I think it was 7 hours of opposition, people saying, we got to stop this. There were a few people that were supportive, and they said, I don't feel comfortable taking my kids to the parks, and there are needles, and there are other things that come with the unhoused population, which really didn't have to do with feeding people. The concern was, well, it's kind of like feeding a stray cat. If you put food out for the stray cat, it's going to keep coming back. So you had people that were like, if you keep feeding them in the parks, they're going to keep coming back to the parks, and then I've got my kids here. So, I mean, I understand that viewpoint, but we are talking about humans. We're not talking about stray cats either that can fend for themselves. So what happened is they passed it unanimously. So immediately the advocates, they went back and they said, okay, we're going to put together a petition. We're going to start a voter referendum to repeal this new ordinance. And so just prior to the ordinance taking effect, the city council went, oh, crap. We don't want to have to deal with this ordinance, because if the referendum passes and we have to repeal the law, then that lawsuit is still going to stick to us, and it's still going to get icky. So they basically went to the advocates and they went, okay, you know what? We are not going to pass this new law. We are going to go back to the way that it was before. You drop your lawsuit. We'll stop fighting for right now. Am I reading that the same way you are? The New Times has been reporting on it really well.
That's how I read it, because they're going to get into a situation where absolutely the population of Tempe is going to disagree with what the council did. So, yeah, the referendum would certainly be, the folks of Tempe are going to go with the referendum folks for sure.
I think so. I think it would pass. And I think the city council is then saying, well, if the referendum passes and we don't have this law, then we don't have any protection against the lawsuit. It gets a little bit complicated here. But in the end, I'm kind of wondering if the homeless advocates are celebrating this. Like, hey, we just outsmarted the smart politicians. Or are they worried now, perhaps, that the politicians are going back to the drawing board? Now, the city of Tempe says, now we want to work with the advocates. Tempe, you had plenty of opportunity to work with the advocates. It's been years that you could have been working with the advocates and said you were arresting them. So I don't know what the new tactic is going to be, and I don't know if the advocates trust this city council.
Well, I mean, they would have reason not to, but it's going to be interesting to really observe to see, because I think what you're saying about families is right on target. People would like to take their kids to a park and not have the unhoused folks or the homeless population there, not see needles, not see these things, not see people go to the bathroom, for example, somewhere in the park. I get that. But that's where I would think Tempe, based on what they did, based on that unanimous council vote you said, I'm going to be weirdly optimistic on this and say that they are going to be willing to work with advocates, because they're going to see it as, okay, maybe we did go too far on this. Maybe we do need to allow some of these groups to help homeless folks, at the very least feeding them. But maybe there are other rules that need to be put in as well to protect families who don't necessarily want to be in that situation that they might construe as dangerous.
It was a very diplomatic answer. This is why I wanted to turn to you, because you don't seem to have any sort of an agenda, which I have to tell you is very disappointing. So while we continue to wonder if the homeless advocates are going to see the latest twist in the homeless drama as a good thing, or if they're harboring some skepticism, our own Balin Overstoles is all over this story. He's the guy that's been talking with Austin Davis, who was the advocate that's been arrested numerous times. We've talked to him on our show before, too. But Balin has been just a wonderful reporter in this story. And you're going to find out what he's learned, not only from the people trying to help out, but from the city, who says, we have it all wrong. That's next on the Chris and Joe Show. Steve Goldstein in for Joe today, KTAR News. Here's Becky Lynn with the top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
At 3:14, I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. There's an investigation underway after a body was found on Camelback Mountain. Firefighters say they were called to the Echo Canyon Trail this afternoon and determined the individual who was found off the trail was deceased. Phoenix police are now looking into the circumstances surrounding the death. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Taking a look at those roads for us now. John Rollers in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, we're going to start south of the downtown area, right just past the Broadway curve. We've got a crash westbound I-10 right near 32nd Street, just south of Sky Harbor. And, of course, that's always a busy spot this time of day, right at the split. And then up ahead, northbound I-17 had an earlier crash right near Jefferson there. That looks to have been moved off to the right, but we still have slowing through the Durango curve. We've also got a crash 28th Street and Greenway. That's coming in 51st Avenue and Bell Road. And as you mentioned, Becky Lynn, we do have that police incident that has shut down 35th Avenue between Buckeye and Van Buren. Traffic is brought to you by Connecticut Water Systems. Get the world's most efficient water softener, the Connecticut Premier Q850 from Aquazona. Call 602-910-6570 or aquazona.com. John Roller, KTAR News.
85 overnight for our low, and then tomorrow and Wednesday, just about the same with a high around 104. We're at 104 currently in Queen Creek. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing.
It's Gatos. We've got Mondays with Megan at 5 o'clock. Make sure you're here for it. Plus, could Arizona follow Florida and do away with vaccine mandates? Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. We start at 4.
Tempe City Council a couple of months ago unanimously passing a new city parks ordinance, which was aimed at community groups, many of them religious groups, saying that they are not allowed to help unhoused people in the city parks. And so the city council was supposed to have this vote on this ballot measure. They already unanimously approved it, and then they had to just do basically a consent decree and say, yep, that is what we want to do. But instead, in what is a very rare occasion, the city council unanimously voted no on the ordinance that they had previously unanimously voted yes to pass. The reason is that they were being there was a referendum on this ordinance that looked like it was going to end up making the ordinance get overturned, which would have reinstated a First Amendment lawsuit that the advocates had brought against the city. It is a confusing topic with a lot of different twists and turns, and the guy that's been following this as closely as anyone in the Valley is Balin Overstolz, our KTAR reporter. Is there a sense from the homeless advocates, and again, many of them part of religious groups, is there a sense that they've got a victory here and that they can trust the city moving forward now?
I would say it is a mixed bag for these advocates in what they're telling me. On one hand, this ordinance that, clearly they were not fans of, not happy of, has been rescinded, and the city says they want to go back to the drawing board with everybody and come up with a solution that everybody likes. On the other hand, people like Austin Davis, who's been core to this issue, he holds events like picnics in city parks to help unhoused people, feed them and connect them with services. He says it's under the old rules that were put in place before all this happened that he was, in his words, persecuted for doing that anyways. So there's a lot of moving parts here. It gets a little complicated. His bottom line is he still isn't really confident the city will want to work with him and help unhoused people in the way that these community organizations believe needs to be done.
Bal, let me follow up on that, because Chris and I speculated, as talk show hosts are wont to do, to just kind of say, hey, what if they do this? So based on what you've seen and what you've heard, do the advocates have reason to have faith in the sense that maybe there is going to be some sort of negotiation? I'll put it this way, because as you both mentioned, unanimous one way, unanimous the other, whiplash to some extent. Is there reason to think that they may be able to find some kind of common ground? And I speculated that common ground is to say that Tempe has been known, I would think, as a place that is at least more respectful of unhoused folks. And yet at the same time, Chris made the point that there are families that they bring their kids and they don't want to see syringes. They don't want to see these kinds of things. Are you getting a vibe in any way that there could be kind of a common ground here?
I think we're getting closer, and I think it's possible. I listened to what Mayor Woods said about this when they unanimously went the other way than from where they had gone just weeks before, and he says there is a need to strike a balance between protecting parks for use of residents, but also of making sure that there is this constitutional right to gather, and parks are city public property. So there's also balancing that concern, because we're talking a lot about the concerns of advocates for the unhoused, but really what it came back to and a lawsuit against the city over this exact concern is actually looking at, is this restricting constitutional rights to gather? That's the bottom concern here underneath all of this.
I'm always fascinated by this notion that we have to make sure we keep the parks clean for the families and for the children. And so we want to restrict other people from using the parks with the assumption that every time they use the parks, they're going to do something wrong. At what point do we protect their access to those parks? And I guess that's kind of what you're saying that lawsuit was about. Is there anyone that we're seeing that's working toward good faith between the two groups right now? Because I don't know. If I'm Austin Davis and I've been arrested for setting foot on a sidewalk, I don't know that I am going to be able to enter into any conversation thinking that the other side is not out to get me again.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good question. So I asked the city of Tempe, I brought some of these concerns forward to them, right? I spoke with their Tim Birch, he's in charge of homeless services for the city, and I asked him, what do you say to these concerns that the city of Tempe is criminalizing homelessness? So, that's essentially the view that they are very misaligned with what these community organizations want. And he denied that. He says the city has done nothing to criminalize homelessness. And he says the city's level of investment show that we care about this issue and we are willing to work on it. And then I'll read what Austin Davis told me when I asked him what he thinks if they can all come together and work on this. Again, Austin Davis being a prominent advocate for the unhoused there. And he tells me, quote, if our goals are aligned, service providers and elected officials, when the goal is to provide dignity, respect, care, and basic human rights to the most vulnerable in our city, then yes, let's all take a seat at the table. So that people are saying on both sides they want to come to the table. I think in these next few weeks, we'll just have to see if they do.
Balin, how much pressure is the city of Tempe feeling on this? Because Chris and I again speculated that if this voter referendum had gotten, this grassroots referendum had gotten on the ballot, I'm speculating, I would think that folks of Tempe would say, what was that initial 7? What are you talking about? That was ridiculous. You're not speaking to the will of the people necessarily. Did the city of Tempe sort of see that in the tea leaves and think, we do have to change this because they're feeling this external pressure?
That's what it seems like. I mean, the referendum got enough signatures to get on the ballot. And, at the meeting where they initially passed this, where they initially put this new ordinance in effect, what they had told the advocates speaking in public comment period was, well, we know way more people who support what we're doing. And then I think maybe they were legitimately a little blindsided by the number of signatures on the petition. And so, I think there is an element of that, of maybe reconsidering what do people actually want.
Balin, I'm going to take just a moment. Balin Overstol is our KTAR reporter. I'm going to take a moment and talk past you to the talk show host because this is all pure speculation. Steve, you're a political guy who pays very close attention to the politicians. Does it strike you that, based on what Balin just said, we know way more people that say this about it, and we're very concerned about Mary and Bill and their kids at the park, and we're not so concerned about Stabby Stu. Is there a political element to this too? Like, how do I make sure that the people who voted for me are taken care of? How do I scratch their backs first?
Yeah, and that's why I keep bringing up the idea of the tradition, Chris, of what Tempe has been. I'm not saying Tempe has always been the progressive always, but it's always been center left. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
You've had some practical leaders there who were not, tree huggers or right wing people as well.
It's a college town.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
There's that pragmatism there. So I think that's. I think of Corey Woods as a pragmatist. I was surprised that he would have gotten in sort of the middle of this because I think it looks awkward for him as someone who I think has higher hopes, Chris, in the future. So I think
that's interesting.
I think it's a little uncomfortable because I think he is someone who could be a future member of Congress, a future governor or gubernatorial candidate.
Okay, back to Balin Overstol, our KTAR reporter.
The guy who actually knows stuff, yes, not the speculator.
Do we know anything about a timeline, Balin? We say we're going to get together, we're going to talk. Is there any anticipation of when that might start?
At this point, no. I'm not aware of any formal timeline to this. Okay. What's interesting is, for this original ordinance we're talking about, with the lawsuit I had mentioned being in place, the city had said, okay, we're being sued for how we've used our park ordinance to prevent people from using parks. So they really quickly drafted up this new ordinance, which is no longer in play. I know it's a lot of back and forth.
It is. It's a little confusing.
So that lawsuit was what the city says was the ticking clock. That's what they say had to rush them through this, get this new ordinance passed. The lawsuit's been dropped for now. Austin Davis told me they could refile, but for now there isn't a ticking clock on the city, so there is a potential to slow down and actually have more community conversations about this too. But for now, we'll see how long that takes.
All right. And then any word from the advocates? Are they going to continue trying to help the unhoused in the parks?
Whether it's been when he has been cited or jailed or, more recently with changing city policy, every time I ask Austin Davis that question, he says they will continue providing services at city parks.
All right. You're the best. Balin Overstol's KTAR reporter who does just an outstanding job. We're very fortunate to have him in the Valley.
Thank you.
Hey, imagine you win the lottery. Not that $1.8 billion that just got split between some hillbilly in Missouri and a redneck in Texas, but a more fathomable win, like a Andy Big-size $10 million Publishers Clearinghouse type deal. Where in the Valley would you buy your next home? Find out where one muckety-muck decided to plant themselves as part of our headline volley. It's next on the Chris and Joe Show with Steve Goldstein in for Joe today, KTAR News. The biggest purchase you're ever going to make, probably, is your home. And yet when it's time to make that big purchase, it's usually because something else is going on. Some new job, you got a new spouse, new kids going off to school, whatever the reason. When you're ready to upgrade, downsize, or relocate, you got to be ready to go, which is why I cannot stress enough how important it is to have Orchard on your team. And with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, you work with a local Orchard agent. They give you cash for your home up front, so you can act fast, get that place with the extra bedroom or that cute ranch home without so many stairs. You move on your timeline into your home you want, and you do it fast. Now, unlike other iBuyers, when Orchard then takes over and starts working their magic to get the most for your home, they sell your place for more than they fronted you, and then you get another check, just like you should. Don't let an iBuyer take all that profit from the home that you're in. You get the cash up front, the convenience of some of those iBuyers, but then you also get the most for your house because Orchard is working with you. Find out how much your home is worth with a free home valuation at Orchard.com. It's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together.
When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Hello, I'm Scott Pfeiffer, founder of Sonora West Development. For over 20 years, we've been turning dream homes into reality right here in the Valley. From timeless architecture to custom finishes, every detail is built around your vision. We don't just build homes, we craft spaces where life happens. It's more than construction. It's collaboration, creativity, and care. Let's bring your dream to life. Visit sonorawestdev.com to get started. Again, that's sonorawestdev.com.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/fax. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Hey, it's Pat. The other day at work, they brought in pizza for lunch, so I swooped in and I grabbed 3 slices. The coworker next to me said, "Geez, Pat, you can't have it all." Then I corrected him and said, "Yeah, I can, and you can too. With a new 2025 Toyota truck. Power and performance, capability and reliability." Well, I must have convinced him because he grabbed the plate out of my hand and he said, "Good point, Pat."
Right now, get low 1.75% financing for 72 months on a new 2025 Tundra. Or get 2.99% 48-month financing on a new Tacoma SR or SR5. To check out great deals on your favorite Toyota, visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota, let's go places. 1.75% with $14.64 per thousand VAR for 72 months. 2.99% with $22.13 per thousand VAR for 48 months. 0 down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro and Trail Hunter models and N93025. See dealer for details.
The San Francisco Giants travel to Chase Field on September 15th for a 3-game series to take on the D-backs. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. There was a grim discovery this afternoon on Camelback Mountain as Phoenix firefighters say they were called out to the Echo Canyon Trail and determined a person who had been found nearby was deceased. Police are now investigating the circumstances surrounding the person's death. Phoenix police also working an officer-involved shooting just west of downtown. Sergeant Lorraine Fernandez says it happened when officers responded to an armed robbery call.
Officers were able to locate that vehicle over in this area of 35th Avenue in Buckeye. A traffic stop was conducted at that time. That's when the officer-involved shooting occurred.
Police found a suspect just a short distance away, attempted this traffic stop, and no officers are injured. The suspect, however, was taken to the hospital with life-threatening injuries. 35th Avenue from Buckeye Road to Van Buren currently is closed as police process the scene.
KTAR Focus on Immigration.
Still no answers as to why a Mexican national died in ICE detention in Florence on August 31st. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live now in the news center with more details.
32-year-old Flagstaff resident Lorenzo Antonio Batres Vargas was arrested in early August for possession of drug paraphernalia and sent to an ICE detention facility in Florence. He also has 2 prior DUI convictions. The U.S. Department of Homeland Security has yet to release an official report about his death. In a news release, DHS says ICE remains committed to ensuring that all those in its custody reside in safe, secure, and humane environments. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
KTAR News. Focus on homelessness.
The city of Tempe's summer point-in-time count shows an 11% drop in homelessness from July last year. Tempe's Director of Human and Health Services, Tim Birch, also responds to claims the city has been criminalizing homelessness, saying investments into solutions show the city is not criminalizing it. Community advocates have said Tempe police harass unhoused people and service providers. Time to check on the roads again. Let's go to John Roller live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, Becky Lynn, a new crash and slowing northbound I-17. This crash is right at the Union Hills off-ramp, and we've got a little slowing to get around that. Lean to the left, stay on the main line, and you are good to go. Still have a crash off right. Southbound State Route 51 just prior to the mini-stack. That crash, too, is off right. Tow trucks are showing up on scene there. McDowell and Pebble Creek Parkway. We've got a crash in Goodyear this afternoon, as well as a crash at 28th Street and Greenway. 51st Avenue and Bell Road, and Happy Valley Road closed this afternoon right at 35th Avenue. Traffic is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. John Roller, KTAR News.
Overnight low, 85 degrees. Then tomorrow, pretty much like today with a high approaching 104, and that's going to be true for Wednesday as well. Should drop below 100, though, for the weekend. It's 102 in Mesa. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga, The Chris and Joe Show.
And every day right after Becky Lynn's 3:30 news and a look at traffic with a roundabout roller, we touch on the other big headlines and ask life's most important questions. Let's tickle your brain bone.
Chris and Joe, this is The Volley. Brought to you by Parker & Sons, AC Plumbing and Electrical. Celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker.
Steve Goldstein in for Joe today. Former Senator Kyrsten Sinema bought a new 4,000 square foot Cave Creek home for about $2 million. Sinema put $400,000 down in the house, according to public real estate records. Her new place has 5 bedrooms, 3.5 baths, a 4-car garage, and a gourmet kitchen with white cabinets and granite countertops. It also has a primary suite with a gas fireplace, a sitting area, and a standalone tub. Steve, you're a Brie and Chablis kind of guy. Where is the next hot elitist real estate market in the Valley?
Let me stick my nose in the air a little bit higher, Chris. Be a little snootier. I mean, why does it have to be a new one? Why can't it be the old standbys like Paradise Valley and Scottsdale?
That's fine.
I mean, I think what's happening is you've got Cave Creek. The one positive I would say about Cave Creek or Carefree, for example, that's better than the aforementioned snobby areas of Paradise Valley and North Scottsdale is that those are places that are a little bit higher elevation. As our temperatures get hotter, they're more comfortable. They get some more rainfall up there too. So
that's why I like Fountain Hills too. With, water.
Yeah, I was gonna say Wickenburg area.
You think so? You think Wickenburg?
I think so. I think there's already some good real estate going on up there in the past.
Is that one of those places, Pablo, that you think? Because when I think of Wickenburg, I think like, okay, that's never been an area of big money. But we've also seen this happen before, where you've got. It's not gentrification, but it's almost like you find an area that's actually pretty good. It's almost like undiscovered, right? Like nobody's really figured out that this is a cool place to live, and then all of a sudden everybody flocks there.
I think for a time there in the early 2000s, Wickenburg had the most millionaires per capita in Arizona.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Oh,
well, they got the Vegas folks, they got the Valley folks, right?
Doesn't Steven Spielberg's mom live out there?
I haven't talked to her in a while. I'm not sure.
Oh, get out of here.
Okay. If not, I'm gonna say Buckeye. Something like that. Something on the outskirts.
Oh yeah, Buckeye's popping too. Yeah, I like the point that you made though about finding some places a little bit cooler, and that's why I think Cave Creek is. I think Cave Creek has got the possibility.
Yeah, for sure. All right.
Yeah.
You ready for this, Chris?
Yeah, hit me.
So unfortunately, over the weekend, at a Florida location of Chuck E. Cheese, Chuck E. Cheese himself was arrested and taken out of the restaurant in handcuffs. Which animated and or fictional character would most freak you out to see that person in handcuffs?
Would most freak me out to see them in handcuffs?
Yeah, so it wasn't intentional. It wasn't something you were it wasn't an adult, thing. It was something you actually would have been freaked out by.
I always liked Scrooge McDuck for some reason, but I always felt like he should be arrested.
So you should be arrested. Well, that's different.
Right. Because I always felt like Scrooge McDuck was always like he was teetering on something corrupt, but then by the end of the show, Huey, Dewey, and Louie always brought him around. So I was down with that. Let's see. I don't know about freaked me out. Do you know what I do love, though, is that we're seeing, it's not the copyright, the trademark, is that what it is, on, like, the Disney characters? So we have, like,
Public
Winnie
domain
the
now?
Pooh horror movies. Yeah. I love those. That's great. Can't wait to see Popeye go berserk and start killing people at Christmas.
Oh, Popeye be a UFC fighter because of
that'd be great. Just get it handed to him in the first half of the movie, and then he has some spinach and turns into Rocky.
Oh,
that would be amazing.
Well, I don't know if the Athletic Game Commission will allow that spinach, but for me, if I saw Officer McGruff get arrested.
Oh, that's
nice. He takes
good
a bite out of crime.
Yes.
But if he got busted,
Someone's
that means
taking a bite out of him. Yeah.
Do you guys remember
bars.
Officer McGruff? We're probably too old to dating myself, but
No.
it was a guy who helped fight crime, a campaign back in the 80s and 90s of a Great Dane or a Rottweiler, and he had on this investigative jacket,
trench
right?
coat,
Yeah, trench coat, yeah.
Well, it was like a flasher jacket.
Hey!
Right?
So that's probably what he'd get arrested for.
Right. If McGruff got arrested, it would be for opening that coat. I always remember Smokey the Bear. Like that would be a fun one to see in cuffs too.
Yeah.
Only you could.
Like it
prevent
turns out
wars.
he's an actual secret firebug.
That's
Yeah,
right.
he's- yeah.
Yeah. Backdraft.
Yes.
But
kind
speaking of
situation.
Chuck E. Cheese, can you believe in our childhood we sat around eating pizza while these animated
Those things freak me out.
They
freak
singing
me
to
out.
us and
Yeah.
Oh, those things scared me. Big news in the world of Star Wars. Darth Vader's lightsaber saw a record-breaking $3.6 million at auction. It is the most expensive piece of Star Wars memorabilia ever sold. And Lego's new Death Star is the company's most expensive set ever, running nearly $1,000. Now, this is a 9,000-piece build. It shows a cross-section of the most feared weapon in the Star Wars universe, the Death Star, with iconic scenes like the trash compactor, the hangar bay, and the Emperor's throne room. Grandpa Steve, what is the most anybody should spend on a toy?
So, Chris, get me on this one. Get the specifics for me ready on this one. So what was it when President Trump was talking about tariffs and said that, kids are going to have to, instead of having $20, they'll only get 2 or something like that?
Yeah, I think it was Barbies or something.
Okay, yeah. Well, you know, that's too bad. They'll still have some. They just won't have as many. So I'm, if it's something really nice that's going to make the kid, the person, super excited and actually will play with for more than a week and will not just play it with the box as opposed to what's in the box, I don't know. I could go couple $100,
but not $1,000 for.
I think that sounds insane. I mean, now that to me sounds like something maybe you'd try to, get on the market later. Like maybe you buy 2 of them and you try to sell one for a profit. I don't know.
Okay, Joe Huzenga.
Yeah, I don't know if you know.
Thank you. I was going to say that is the most Joe Huzenga thing he's ever said.
I don't know if you have a co-host who does that kind of thing, but yes, in Joe's absence, I wanted to help out. Yeah,
Joe would be like, "I bought it from a single mom who was losing her apartment and needed the cash. I got it for a good deal, and then I flipped it."
And then he asked her out afterwards.
Oh yeah, definitely.
As a single man who elderly and dates, I may date women who have grandchildren. So when we go to the store and buy them gifts, usually I look for the clearance section, and you can get like from $3 to $8. You get those like $12 to $25 toys.
Yeah.
Boom, worth it. Any toy that's like educational, I'll spend over $25 for. Like if it's a game, a Rubik's Cube or something like that for the kid.
Yeah.
And the most I've ever spent was $300, and we bought them an instrument. They would probably last a future, like an electric guitar, the lower end one. But but
that's not it. I don't think of that as a toy.
No, so toys, Chris, I would say if the kid's good, $12 to $18.
Now, Pablo's being reasonable, though. See, I was saying if it were something like really special. I agree with Pablo.
Trying to spoil it.
Like no more than I'd go maybe $35, $40 on something like that. But I was thinking something special. Like it's you better love this thing because it's your best gift for a long time.
What do you?
Yeah.
They're not poor. That's something poor kids do. That's something my parents just taught me. You better love this. This is
all you're getting.
How special is it? You had it on layaway all year.
All right, now can I bring us back to my question, Chris? What if there were an animatronic, like the equivalent of a Teddy Ruxpin, but it was Chuck E. Cheese, and it also came with an easy bake oven where you could make pizza. How much would you pay for that?
Okay, no, none. This is you're blowing my mind at this point. I can't do it.
Okay.
I can't do it.
Okay.
You may have heard the news at the time of his death in 2006. 15-year-old computer and social media whiz Carlo Acutis, who succumbed to leukemia, was known as God's influencer. Pope Leo canonized him yesterday as the first millennial saint after the church verified the requirement of 2 miracles as required for sainthood. In his case, a boy in Brazil was said to be healed of an annular pancreas, after his mother prayed to Acutis. And a daughter of a Costa Rica woman was said to have recovered from a traumatic brain injury after she prayed at Acutis' tomb at Assisi's. Call me a skeptic, but are these really miracles, Steve? And what miracle would really wow you?
Boy, we know we're supposed to believe in miracles, are we not? Like when Al Michaels made the announcement for the Olympic hockey team.
Do you believe?
Yeah.
See, that's not a miracle. That was a sports game. That was an underdog winning. Like a miracle would be like, oh my goodness, I lost my arm to an IED and I prayed for a miracle and it grew back. Like, to me, that would be a miracle.
Well, I think in terms of things in nature, Chris, as well, health or nature, and so let me throw out a weird one. What if after the, horrible Dragon Bravo fire in northern Arizona, they were able to actually find like a family that had been out hiking and they amazingly survived it with all the fire around them or something. They were that would be a miracle to me. That's sort of.
See, okay.
No? Okay.
I would use the word miracle when describing it on the air.
Okay.
But if I'm offering sainthood, I go, that is just a really cool thing that happened. It's not miraculous. You didn't turn water into wine. You didn't do something that was physically impossible.
What if you were in the Circle K and someone came up to you and said, okay, you know what? Powerball's $1.8 billion. Here are the numbers you should use, and you use them and you win.
Well, that's some Back to the Future stuff. I'll tell you what would be a miracle is if I went into Circle K and I came out and nobody harassed me for any spare change.
And if the clerk actually got the order right.
That's right. Then I would be like, wow,
Chris,
that clerk is a saint.
I said 20 on number 7. Come on.
You know what the miracle of all miracles would be, Chris?
Go on.
If I actually worked a full week.
That would be a miracle. Oh, wow.
Sainthood
4 days for you? 4 days?
I don't know. Last time I've worked 5 days in a row, Steve. You have to ask my boss.
Pre-pandemic.
When I'm here all week, I'm like, I worked a whole week? Wow.
A whole week. I'm exhausted.
Yes.
All right. If you've ever had to take the car keys away from an aging parent or grandparent, you know it's not fun. It's not a decision that you take lightly either. And you know it's for their own good, but they are sure that everything is fine. What if there were a way for the car to tell them it's time to put it in park for the last time? Big Brother rolls on 4 wheels next on the Chris and Joe Show with Steve Goldstein in for Joe today, KTAR News.
Hey, it's Joe. Let's talk about the Good Feet store and my Good Feet story. For years, I wore custom orthotics from a podiatrist due to plantar fasciitis and foot pain. I got tired of waiting weeks for new inserts, though, and paying hundreds of dollars year after year after year. I recently walked into the Good Feet store in Scottsdale, sat down for my personalized arch support fitting, and based on the way I walk, it turns out I was putting too much pressure on my toes in the front part of my feet. They took all my measurements, got me fitted with my personalized arch supports, and armed me with a way to make sure I was spreading out the weight on my feet in less than 45 minutes. Good Feet are clinically proven to improve your balance and stability. I can already feel the difference. Go to goodfeet.com to make your appointment for your personalized arch supports right now, or simply walk into the Good Feet store nearest you. There's 5 convenient Valley locations in Goodyear, Glendale, Gilbert, Scottsdale, and Ahwatukee. Goodfeet.com. It's the Good Feet store.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:47. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Phoenix police working an officer-involved shooting just west of downtown. Sergeant Lorraine Fernandez says it happened when officers responded to an armed robbery call near Carl Hayden High School. And she says police found a suspect just a short distance away and attempted a traffic stop. That's when the shooting occurred. No officers were hurt. The suspect was taken to the hospital with life-threatening injuries. 35th Avenue from Buckeye Road to Van Buren still closed as police process that scene. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's take a look at the other traffic issues around town now. John Rollers in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, Becky Lynn. Now let's take a look at the crash we reported on last report, northbound I-17 right near Union Hills. This was right at the off-ramp, but it looks like troopers have this crash in the Gore Point, so the ramp is fully open. Just cleared that crash southbound State Route 51, just part of the mini stack. That is out of there. And same thing with the crash on the westbound Loop 101 Agua Fria Freeway. Had an earlier crash at 51st Avenue. That's always busy as folks come off the 17 to the westbound 101 Agua Fria Freeway. 73rd Avenue, Indian School Road, a crash there, and a crash at 28th Street and Greenway. Traffic is brought to you by AZ Trimlight. Make your home sparkle this season. Smart LED, app-controlled, stunning colors, and unbeatable quality. Schedule your free quote now before the holiday rush. aztrimlight.com. John Roller, KTAR News.
If you could rewind 10 years, what would you do differently? Buy Apple stock at $20? Skip the Ghost Pepper Challenge? Maybe even rethink the skinny jeans. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Some regrets are harmless, termite damage isn't. You can't go back in time, but you can keep termites from eating your future. Call 602 Blue Sky today for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pest.
I'm Bree.
I'm Sean.
And we are the Berquist family. We are repeat Fulton customers, and we've lived in a Fulton community for 6 years. We had been looking for a home, and so we walked into the Fulton community, and we were just absolutely blown away. When we walked into the model home, we noticed the high ceilings, the beautiful kitchen, the flooring, and the floor plan. We knew it was a place where we were going to raise our family.
And on top of that, we have a swimming pool and a good location here.
When you say the word community, you have to be able to see it and feel it. And so when you have your neighbors, you feel that community because you become friends, and it even feels like family, like a family community. And that is something that is priceless and can last a lifetime. We absolutely would recommend a Fulton home to our friends and family.
Fulton Homes. You're proud to own, we're proud to build.
Hi, Spencer Doucet for H&I Automotive. H is for honesty and I is for integrity. It's the only option. We've built our business on those two principles since 2009. We're thankful to our customers and our employees for helping us grow to 3 locations serving our customers in the East Valley. Check us out on Main Street in Mesa, Higley Road in Gilbert, and on Ocotillo in Queen Creek. 3 locations, same principle. For more information, go to hndiautomotive.com.
If you're a parent in the West Valley, you gotta work, but can you get childcare? And can you afford it? We'll explain everything tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News with Jim Sharp and me, LaDonna Harvey, on KTAR.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, on air online on the KTAR News app. Steve Goldstein in for Joe today. Been a pleasure having Steve today, which means, Steve, I'd like to offer you an invitation to join us again tomorrow.
Well, thank you very much, Chris. I will take you up on that.
All right, I'm looking forward to it. So,
but even more importantly, we have a guest in the studio who's actually an important person here, not a guest.
Here we go.
You may have heard of him before.
Here we
Bruce
go.
the Great.
Yes.
Indeed.
BSJ,
Indeed, I
as
have.
it's called.
In fact, I'm glad
early?
Bruce is here.
Oh, good.
Yeah, and I say that because one of the things I admire about Bruce is that he never lets his day job get in the way of his hobby. Which, of course, is racing.
Yeah.
And I happen to see this story about the GM engineers that are looking to patent technology that would create a driver retirement score that would watch driver reaction time, squinting, and signs of fatigue, for instance, and detect how often motorists honk, whether drivers use their turn signals appropriately, and whether they comply with traffic signs, like speed limits. I don't know about you. I know you've spoken very candidly about your mom and her struggles with memory loss. I had the same thing going on with a grandfather as well, and one of the hardest things for us to do is to take his keys away.
Oh, yeah. Mom was not a big fan of that, I can assure you.
No, does not like it.
Although all four corners of her car had dents and scratches on them, and we were like, at this point, Mom, we're running out of corners.
That's it. There's not enough Bondo for you, Mom. Yeah. Hey, now, you're as a professional driver.
Yes, sir.
Will you know when it's time to park the car, or are you going to go full Charlton Heston and make somebody take the keys from your cold dead hands?
I think you do know at some point. I've gotten hurt before and I had a head injury and knew like I wasn't right to drive. Do you know what I'm saying? Like I was at least reasonably self-aware enough, and I think for a lot of people, at least when it comes to racing. When you're not competitive anymore, then it's time. You don't do it just to go drive around in circles.
But that's a different question because you're a competitive driver.
Yeah, you want to do well.
Yeah.
But
how
driving on the street,
Yeah.
I don't know. Cold dead hands. I'm thinking.
Yeah, that's what worries. That's one of the things that worries me when I'm on the 60 and I see Bruce go by, and then I see Mike Broomhead chasing him, and I just want.
That's because you're doing 40.
I go the speed limit.
Nobody drives the speed limit on the 60. Nobody. How about this? You ready for this, Christopher?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm going to throw somebody under the bus. Okay. I don't know their name. Mesa PD, marked vehicle. Okay?
Yeah.
Not in Mesa on the 60. Obviously driving home, 80.
Nice.
I followed him, right behind him.
I cannot
80
stand
the entire way
till
till he finally pulled off somewhere to go to his house.
Oh, yeah. And the cops are always like, well, I was on the way to something.
No, he wasn't.
And then put on your lights and sirens.
He wasn't on his way to anything. He was going home.
Chris, briefly, are we going to ask if Bruce and Gatos are going to ask Megan McCain how she drives? Just ask.
Yeah, will you ask Megan if it's okay to go too fast?
He could never be going too fast.
All right, what time is Megan on? I know this
5 o'clock. Megan McCain. It's Mondays with Megan coming up at 5.
We love Mondays with Megan. I'm looking forward to it. All right. Outspoken with Bruce St. James, the voice you just heard, and the great Gatos, right up at 4. Steve Goldstein, anything to add?
No.
Thank God. Back again tomorrow. Chris and Joe Show with Steve Goldstein, KTAR News. Outstanding. Thanks for that.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you tried online gaming. Who knew 12-year-old boys could be so mean? And where did they learn to swear like that? 2 hours of losing to these underage trash talkers, and you're starting to question if maybe you really should stick to pickleball and other boomer stuff. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Right now is a great time to start making smarter money decisions. Dave Ramsey here. Give the outside of your home some greatly needed curb appeal with Rhino Shield permanent ceramic coating. Painting your home with traditional paint means you'll have to repaint every 4 to 5 years, costing you more and more money. But with Rhino Shield permanent ceramic coating, you won't have to touch the exterior again for years. In fact, Rhino Shield comes with a 25-year warranty. Your home will always look like it's been freshly painted, guaranteed. No chipping, no flaking, no peeling, no kidding. If you're thinking about painting your exterior with traditional paint, please call Rhino Shield first for a free estimate and ask about their ceramic technology and its ability to reduce your cooling costs. Rhino Shield is perfect for the Arizona climate. Tell them Dave Ramsey sent you, then you receive 10% off the regular price. Call 855-487-4466 or visit rhinoshieldaz.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Low T, start for free. For a limited time, get prescription testosterone with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, you'll sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. For a limited time, redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your smartphone. Keyword, Red Mountain.
Are you ready to score big with your finances? Right now, get $350 for opening a new MidFirst checking account. Just visit a branch near you or go online. Plus, register your MidFirst debit or credit card and enter to win a $1,500 shopping spree. No purchase necessary. The clock's ticking, so don't wait. Win big this season with MidFirst Bank. Visit midfirst.com for details. MidFirst Bank. True to you. Member FDIC.
It's Gatos, and you have bad windows. Those bad windows are letting the heat come into your house. Call my friends at Advanced Window Products. 39 years of business. That's right. They've been open since 1986. I did the math myself. Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company, and they're selling directly to you, the public. Sales and installation, all in-house. No middleman markups. They build it, they install it, and they guarantee it for life. And a fantastic summer special. You must mention Gatos. I'll tell you about it. You buy 10 windows or more and get $2,500 off. Limited time, so get in on this. 480-764-2002. Summer special. Buy 10 windows or more, get $2,500 off. From their factory to your front door in 8 weeks or less, you've got new windows. AdvancedWindows.com. That's AdvancedWindows.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
It is 4 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. The Phoenix Police Department is working an officer-involved shooting that happened earlier today just west of downtown Phoenix. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live now in the news center to tell us more about it.
The shooting occurred today after Phoenix police responded to a call near Carl Hayden High School regarding a robbery, says Sergeant Lorraine Fernandez.
Officers responded to the area of 35th Avenue and Fillmore regarding an armed robbery. Officers arrived. They contacted the victim. The victim provided details as far as the vehicle that the suspect had taken his cell phone from.
And she explains police found a suspect a short distance away and attempted a traffic stop. That's when shots were fired. No officers are injured, and that suspect was taken to the hospital with life-threatening injuries. 35th Avenue from Buckeye Road to Van Buren is currently closed as police process that scene. Live in the news center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
A grim discovery this afternoon on Camelback Mountain. Phoenix firefighters say they were called to the Echo Canyon Trail and determined a person found nearby was deceased. Police are investigating the circumstances surrounding the person's death. A lot of good signs in their Week 1 win. The word from Ron Wolfley with Arizona Sports 98.7 FM on the Cardinals' 20-13 win over the New Orleans Saints.
The defense gave up 13 points. That's all they gave up.
Right.
You're going to win a ton of games if that's all they give up. The problem is, of course, they were going against a team that is trying to find its way.
Wolfley also tells the Mike Broomhead Show he's looking to see improvement from the Cardinals' run defense, which gave up more than 4 yards per carry in the win.
KTAR News Health Update.
What would you do to give your kid a competitive edge? Well, some parents are having their kids undergo surgery in hopes it'll make them a better baseball player.
No, it won't help your budding athlete be able to throw like the kid from the Rookie of the Year.
Somebody just threw a frozen rope from the bleachers to home plate. That's got to be 435 feet. Durkin! Bring me that arm!
You've probably heard of Tommy John surgery, the normally season-ending procedure to repair a pitcher's elbow. So why are more and more kids going under the knife before an injury even happens?
There's this myth out there that Tommy John allows you to throw harder and faster.
Dr. Brady Heaps, chief of operative sports medicine at Dignity Health, says while some pitchers do come back better than they were before, nothing suggests surgery is responsible for that. In fact, Heaps says there's about a 10% chance they never throw as hard as they did before. That's not to mention the other serious risks that come with surgery.
You can get an infection, you can get a stiff elbow, you can injure the ulnar nerve. So there's a bunch of risks that you're taking on for this mythical benefit that hasn't borne out and isn't factual.
Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
So you think you're Romeo, playing a part in a big...
Rick Davies, the singer and co-founder of British band Supertramp, has died at 81 after a long battle with blood cancer, multiple myeloma. Davies co-wrote the band's music with Roger Hodgson. The group said he was the voice and pianist behind Supertramp's most iconic songs, leaving an indelible mark on rock music history. The band's 79 album Breakfast in America topped the charts in the U.S. and in Canada, won 2 Grammys, and sold more than 18 million copies. Let's check on traffic. Here's John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thank you very much, Becky Lynn. We did clear away that crash northbound I-17 right near Union Hills. The ramp is fully open, and same thing with the main line there. Also, Deer Valley east of 35th Avenue, we are working a new crash coming in. Arizona Avenue and Ocotillo, crash in Chandler, just now showing up. 24th Street and Indian School Road, you've got a crash there. And now we're seeing another crash northbound I-17 right at the Thomas Underpass. We'll take a closer look at that. Traffic is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. Save $2,000 on refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision when you schedule your free consultation by the end of the month. K2 Vision RLE, no readers, glasses, or cataracts. John Roller, KTAR News.
85 overnight and 104 for a high tomorrow and on Wednesday. And we'll start to back off a little bit. Should be below 100 by Friday and Saturday at least, but no rain in our forecast. Right now it's 102 in Chandler. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing with a replace or repair called Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Don't even try that with me.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Oh, you don't like what I'm saying? Yeah, that means I'm doing my job right.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. First hour of the entire week.
A lot of people tell you it's the best of the hours.
Well, we're not going to be as fresh as we are right now. I mean, this is good. We are fresh and...
It starts here. It's all downhill from here.
I get tired as the week goes.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
And I've got to deal with you. It's not the easiest thing. Hey, by the way, Meghan McCain, 5 o'clock Mondays with Meghan.
Mondays with Meghan. Deal. Coming up. It's like our newest form of entertainment. and it's ruining people's lives left and right.
When you watch TV like The Bachelor or something like it's called
reality TV.
Yeah, but it's called, what is it called? It's called this. You're like when you watch it,
voyeurism.
I don't know. I can't. Anyway,
I'm trying to figure out where you're going with this.
Like when you watch
living vicariously through someone else.
No, it's like I don't remember, but I'll get it. Don't worry.
Okay.
I'll bring it up.
It'll come to you.
It'll come to me.
The latest version of that, we have to go to a baseball game. All right. Now, first off, we're in Miami.
Mm-hmm.
It's Phillies versus Marlins.
Right.
Now, there are only like 6 Marlins fans on the planet. So it may not come as a surprise that a home run was hit by one of the Phillies. And the only people anywhere near it were Phillies fans.
Right.
And 2 of them basically got into a kerfuffle about whose home run ball it is. It was all caught on video, and the repercussions continue.
You said something really interesting.
Oh.
This is our new form of entertainment.
Yeah.
Like when you look at the last few months, the Coldplay video.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah.
That everybody saw.
Sure.
Like, that was one. We talked about something a couple weeks ago, that what happened at the U.S. Open, where a U.S. Open tennis player was signing autographs, and he signed a hat, and he was handing it to the kid.
The guy yanked the hat away.
And some adult took the hat and ran.
Snatched it and ran away with it, yeah.
And now what we're seeing is this Philly Karen, which is what they're calling her.
How funny is it? These are 2 Philly. This is Philly on Philly fan crime.
But I know that everybody's seen it. It's out there. We've kind of explained what happened. There are Halloween costumes coming out for this Philly Karen.
Oh, Philly Karen's going to be a hot Halloween costume.
Yes. And so part of me is like...
And all you're going to do is go around and snatch baseballs from other people.
But I must say, like, the Coldplay, the U.S. Open, the Phillies, it is entertainment. But at the same time, it really is ruining people's lives.
Yeah. Well, and sometimes deservedly so.
Okay, but when you go to a baseball game...
Don't act like a...
I get it, but when you go to a concert, are you going to change your behavior? Because you're on camera everywhere you go.
I just know how to behave appropriately.
No, you don't. If you went to a football game and somebody got into it with you, I know you. You're going to get into it with them.
Yeah, but I won't deny the video, and I'll go, I did it, I wanted to do it, and I'd do it again tomorrow.
Okay.
I go, there's a difference. Hold on a second.
So this guy hits a home run from the Phillies, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then it lands in Philly, Karen's area.
No, man, but it lands on the ground. It's like by the seats.
And obviously, we've all been to a baseball game. Well, you go and you dive for the ball. It's anybody's ball.
Well, here's what you left out. It's a Marlin game.
Right.
There's a total like 50 people in the stadium. It's completely empty. Any ball hit into the crowd is going to land in an empty spot.
So the dad comes like 2 sections over.
Oh, yeah, he runs over and grabs
gets the ball.
Yoo-hoo!
Yeah, and then goes back to his seat, gives it to his kid whose birthday it was.
Happy birthday. I got a home run ball from a Philly player for you.
She comes over. And so I'll play a little audio. You'll hear her whine and complain.
Right. Then she marches over.
Oh, she marches over. like she owns the place.
She even has the Karen haircut, by the way.
She does.
She's total got the look.
I thought it was, who did I think it was? It was Senator Elizabeth Warren.
You thought it was Senator Warren.
I mean, she looks exactly like her. That is probably something Warren would do.
You took it from me.
Okay, you heard that? You took it. No,
yes,
he did not take it.
Hang on. You took it from me. Okay, so here's what happens. The guy reaches into his kid's glove on his birthday.
Yeah.
Takes the ball and hands it to Karen.
Something I would not have done.
I'm sorry, was she entitled to the ball because it was closer to her seat? That's not how it works.
No, it's not. It landed in a 3 square foot thing around me, so therefore it's my ball. That's not how it works. It's not how any of this
I don't care if there was a guy in the upper deck that jumped all the way down and got the ball. It's
finders, keepers, losers, weepers.
It's a free-for-all.
But she was leaning over and had her hands down there on it, and he swooped in and took it out from under.
Who cares?
Whoever gets it.
That doesn't matter.
No, listen. If he had not given it to the kid, I think this might be a slightly different story.
Why?
It's because there's always a kid involved. He took it and gave it to his kid. If he had just swiped it from her and taken it over and went, yeah, I found the ball, they'd have said, hey, she had it. You shouldn't have taken it away.
If your hand is not on the ball, you don't get the ball.
The ball was on the ground.
Doesn't matter.
Ball's on the ground. Whoever gets to pick it up first.
How do you know?
How do I know she didn't get the ball?
Well,
whoever gets the ball, it's
finders, keepers, losers, weepers.
Let me give everybody an example. I'll give everybody an example.
I'm ready.
Okay.
It was football weekend. We all watched football. Bruce lost brutally in fantasy football, which is hilarious.
Anyway, I've given up for the year. Done.
Let's say that the Cardinals are playing and Kyler Murray fumbles the ball, which he did not do yesterday.
Right.
He fumbles the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't care who touches the ball. Whoever is on the bottom of the pile.
Scrapping and digging for it.
Like a Cardinal could have gotten it first, and then a New Orleans Saints could have taken it away at the bottom.
That's the rule.
End of the day, who has the ball? That's all that matters.
But
and
you have
everybody
to see
knows that.
You have to see that.
No, I saw it, Becky Lynn. I saw him take the ball and walk back.
You saw him reach down behind the seats and take the ball.
She didn't have the ball.
She was leaned over. You don't know for a fact.
I do know for a fact because if she had the ball, she would have gotten the ball and she would have put her hand up.
Well, I think had he not been giving it to the kid, I just think it'd be a different story.
I don't think so.
I believe
she also grabbed him. He should have knocked her out.
That'd
have taught her. She
Now,
assaulted him first. She touched him. That's
I don't think
simple
she
assault.
should have gone over there and taken it.
He could have taken her down if he wanted.
I think there. And you know what? I thought when I looked, I went, she had the ball.
No, she didn't.
And I thought I was the only one that thought that. And I've been reading a lot of comments. A lot of people are saying, no, she had the ball.
She didn't have the ball. If she had the ball, she'd have the ball.
We agree to disagree on this.
No, there's no agree to disagree. You either have the ball or you do not have the ball.
Well,
Bruce, what do I have in
Bruce,
what do I have in my hand right now?
It's a pen. It's your pen.
Do you want the pen?
No, I want the pen. I got to come and take the pen.
Watch. Take my pen. What is it again? Bruce is taking the pen.
So if I get your wallet, it's mine.
What is it again? Possession is 9/10 of the law.
Nobody owned that ball when it was hit. I own my wallet and everything in it. So if you take it, that's a crime. This is the most simple thing in the world. I don't know. Maybe you've never been to a baseball game.
I have, but I saw it. I just know what I saw, and I
think you saw everything that we saw.
I just interpreted it differently, and apparently I'm not the only one.
I think you're the only one.
No, I can show you.
Who ended with the ball?
The kid ended with the ball, and then she got it back.
Who took the ball? Who took the ball from the ground? He did.
I think he took it out of her hand.
You don't know that.
But just like with the U.S. Open thing, the kid wins in the end.
Right. And the kid should have won, honestly.
He got to go back in the locker room, and he got an autographed bat from the player who hit the ball. And he got a ball. Yeah. It wasn't that
and
ball.
And he got to meet somebody.
Yeah.
So that's great.
Yeah, but it had to do it only because of Philly Karen.
Yeah, she shouldn't have gone over there. No, she should just left it be.
Yeah,
I've never seen anybody
do that. You see her flip
that.
off the whole section afterwards?
I did. I've never seen anybody
booing
do
her. Everybody knew she was wrong.
Some people are so entitled. I mean, really. Put it this way. If the ball lands in your seat and you don't grab it first, guess what?
Yeah.
It's not your ball. You got to be quicker, lady. You got to be quicker.
Again, it's whoever comes up with the thing. I have zero issue with that.
Yeah. I've never seen anything like it.
I've seen people dive, on top of each other for it. So whoever comes up with the ball at the end, boom, got it.
Yeah.
Winner.
What makes her worse is she knew the kid had it in his glove.
Yeah.
Afterwards, and she still took it.
Again, she assaulted the guy. She pushed him. She grabbed him. Yeah. I understand the law enough to know she could have gotten knocked out for that.
I think I saw her. I think I saw her husband there, and
everyone around it was booing her. They were booing her.
You have to boo.
Yeah,
you have to boo.
Apparently, I think she left at some point because they were giving her so much grief.
Left.
Oh, I'd have given her grief the whole time.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'd have called everybody a white female.
Isn't somebody offering her money?
No. Okay, so there is a company out there. Never, ever let an opportunity go to waste. Right? There is a company out there. They do auctions and things. They're offering $5,000 for the ball.
Okay.
They're saying if
they're going to pay her.
She hands it over. She needs to sign it and write, "I'm sorry," and they'll give her $5,000 for it.
Oh, she should totally do that.
I'd heard she lost her job.
No, that wasn't her.
Was that not true?
Nah, not her.
Thank goodness.
Yeah.
She should lose her job. Let's cancel her.
No,
she
should
tease.
not.
All right.
She looks a little too old to be working at this point, probably. She
wow,
might be retired. She's down in Florida. She's a Philadelphia fan living in Florida. She's retired. I hate to break this to you. That's how that works.
I don't like her.
Oh, I don't like her at all.
No.
Yeah. Checking the headlines are on the way. We'll get up to speed on that. And then coming up next, Americans are increasingly turning to one thing to make ends meet. What is it? We'll tell you about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
I was opening my pet supply store in 2 days and needed a grand opening banner.
Hold on to your hat. Here come the rush charges.
So I went to Staples. Staples Print Pros were able to print it same day, and I saved big.
Same day, save big? Give that dog a bone.
I'll take it.
For the expert printing your business needs, Staples.
That was easy.
Now at Staples, save up to $125 on custom print orders. Valid in-store and online. It's 9/13. Order by noon for same-day banners. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you bought that TV in the parking lot. It just happened to not come in a box, or include a remote. And when you finally managed to turn it on, all it displayed was the menu of Grumpy's Tacos. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
KTAR News Flash.
We're coming up on 417. I'm Becky Lynn, and this is what you need to know right now. Jury selection is underway in the trial of the man accused of trying to kill Donald Trump on his golf course last year.
It was a rocky start to jury selection, with Ryan Ruth opting to defend himself in court, despite lacking any legal experience or education. The judge overseeing the case barred Ruth from asking the jury many of his proposed questions, including their stance on Palestine, Trump's proposed acquisition of Greenland, and what they would do if they were driving and saw a turtle in the middle of the road, a question he suggested could speak to their character and mindset. Judge Eileen Cannon lost patience with the tactics at times, and Monday concluded with no jurors being seated for the trial. From Fort Pierce, Florida, Peter Haralambous, ABC News.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Time for traffic check now. John Roller is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thanks, Becky Lynn. Surface Street's getting busy. A couple of new crashes coming in just now. Arizona Avenue and Indian School Road, and we've also got a crash at 19th Avenue and Indian School Road. Deer Valley east of 35th Avenue, look for a crash there. And still working a crash in the North Valley, 28th Street and Greenway. 35th Avenue and Happy Valley Road, that roadway is still closed due to a police investigation. Traffic is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. John Roller, KTAR News. Back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Appreciate it, Roller. And this portion of the show brought to you by Parker & Sons AC Plumbing and Electrical, celebrating 50 years of helping their customers and community. Call Parker. Hope you guys had an awesome weekend out there. Again, except for fantasy football, which was just miserable.
Well, first week's always tough.
God, it was hard.
We're going to talk a little pigskin with Paulie.
Yeah, and there's some stories circulating around the Cardinals and Kyler Murray, right?
I cannot wait to ask him the first question.
Coming up at 4:30.
About something that no one else is... Okay, I'll keep it to myself for now.
It's going to get a little touchy. New information out there says that you are increasingly turning towards something to make ends meet. That thing, Gatos? Credit cards.
Yep.
Credit card usage and credit card debt rose to its highest rate here in a couple of months. So it's been on the uphill swing 3 months in a row.
Yeah. Here's the problem. What are you buying and what are you charging? Because if you're, here's the thing. I'll split it into two.
Go right ahead.
If you're buying groceries
on a credit card,
times are tough.
Right.
If you're buying a big screen TV because it's football season and I get it, and you're putting it on your credit card because you can't afford it right now, that's a bad move.
Yeah.
But if you have to feed your family or get gas and you don't have the cash and you're putting it off, what else can you do?
So what would you take with this piece of information? The percentage of consumers that are in debt delinquency, they're behind on their credit card payments.
It's not good.
Highest level since 2020.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me.
So that leads me to believe, and again, we have to make an inference here,
right?
That it's not big screen TVs. It might be the necessities, or it might be gas, or whatever the normal things that people are using to get through the day, get through the week, get through the month. They're putting on their credit cards. That's why we're seeing credit card balances go up, and we're seeing delinquency on payments go up.
All right. And if that's the case, because I put it in two different, spots. It's either you're buying a big screen and you're wasting your money, or you're buying groceries and all that.
Big screens are
Well,
not
I get it. Means things aren't good.
Mm-hmm. That there's some challenges.
It means that things are not very good out there. That's what it means.
But there's so many mixed messages. Is that fair to say?
Well, there were a lot of mixed messages during Biden's years, too. Remember the old message? Well, I don't feel that it's a decent economy. Well, I'm not feeling it. Well,
even though the stock market was up. But but the same people who said they didn't like the economy under Biden, but the stock market's up, are saying that the economy's great right now because the stock market's up. They're not consistent, at least.
Yeah, and the economy and the stock market are two different things.
Not the same thing.
No, but things that happen in the economy can make the stock market go up or down.
Yeah.
So, if we're talking about people who have credit card debt,
living off the credit
they're
cards.
not worried about their 401k or if they have any money in the stock market.
No,
they're not worried about it.
They're not in that
there. No.
tax bracket might be a nice way to put it.
Maybe. I mean, maybe they have some sort of a plan, but like a 401k plan and a Roth IRA or something like that. But if you're charging groceries, things are bad. I think inflation has gone up. I think the grocery store prices have gone up.
Gas is back up again.
Gas has been pretty good.
Yeah, but
gas prices have been good.
It's like 40 cents in the last month.
Because I thought it was down.
It was
on Labor Day. It was actually pretty good. So it could. But if you're a consumer out there and you're looking around and you're trying to purchase things, and remember, it's like back to school. Back to school is tough.
Well,
you've got to buy clothes.
A lot of things, right?
You got to buy a backpack.
A lot of bills start coming in September.
Right.
Well, and one of the other things that I still find, I think we haven't fully understood and or seen the effects of it, are these, what do you call them, like short-term loans, micro loans? There's these places that go now that a lot of times if you buy something online, it'll say, do you want to split this into 4 payments? Do you want to split, Klarna, there's a couple other ones out there where you can finance your groceries. You can finance your, whatever it is out there, you can split it into multiple payments. And we're seeing a rise in that. And that seems to me, if you're financing the necessities, I'll call them, you're just kind of kicking the can down the road. This debt ball is going to get bigger and bigger.
Yeah, there was a big New York Times article about consumers financing their groceries and what it says about the economy.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're financing your groceries, it's a serious issue.
I think that strikes me as that would be a concerning thing when I would see things like that.
It's very concerning.
Yeah.
Right. Because some people out there have to figure out, have to say, okay, I'm going to keep the lights on and I'm going to eat. But how do you fill up your gas tank? Well, maybe you put $20 in it and you don't fill it up all the way. And so I do think people are struggling out there. We've talked about the two economies out there. It's the haves and the have-nots. I mean, this has been what it's been like for a while.
What is it? The top 10%
just pouring money into the economy.
But the top 10% buy 50% of the stuff.
Yeah, just pouring money into the economy.
You know what I'm saying? Like they're kind of propping it up. And the argument is if they start cutting back, that's a real issue.
Right.
Checking the headlines are on the way. We're going to do that for you. And then coming up next, what was the key to the Cardinals' win in Nolens? Was it Imodium AD? Paul Calvisi, Arizona Cardinals host, reporter. He was there. We're talking about it next. Talking a little pigskin with Paulie. Coming up on KTAR.
Rosie on the house. Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
Boy, we're talking about it, right? Things like inflation, changing economic policies, new laws, interest rates, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All of them can affect financial markets in the short term. But that doesn't make sense to keep changing the way you invest in response to daily news. It's just not a smart strategy. The fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth can help you navigate what might be rocky waters for some folks, right? Trajan Wealth will help you review your strategy and make sure that it meets your goals, your risk tolerance, and your time horizon, all right? Don't let the headline of the day derail you from your long-term plans. Call call Trajan Wealth right now. There's no obligation. It's completely complimentary to have a conversation with them and find out what they can do for you. The number is 480-990-3300. It's 480-990-3300. And online, you'll find them at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
If you're a homeowner, you know things break. Dang. No, hang on. Day and night air conditioning, heating, and plumbing to the rescue with their summer blowout sale. Yes, $100 off any AC or plumbing repair. $100 off during the summer blowout sale, whether it's busted AC or a plumbing headache. Look, we've had the day and night certified techs fix all the above at Costa Gal BC. Now is the time during the summer blowout sale. Book at dayandnightair.com. Conditions apply. dayandnightair.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and as many of you know, about 15 years ago, I had LASIK surgery done by Dr. Jay Schwartz, and I swear to this day, one of the best things that I've ever done for myself. Dr. Schwartz is the most experienced eye surgeon in the Valley, performing over 60,000 LASIK procedures. He has locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa, and he's a team eye doctor for your Arizona Diamondbacks and Phoenix Suns. If you want a free LASIK evaluation, call 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
Start smart with Arizona's Morning News, Arizona's only all-news morning show.
First, the bad news, you didn't win the lottery. Now the good news, neither did anybody else. Powerball's jumped to about $1.7 billion. There have been 41 straight draws without a winner. The next drawing is Saturday night. The prize expected to be the third largest in lottery history.
Arizona's Morning News, weekday mornings 5 to 8 on Arizona's news station, KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler, a local family business started by my dad, Oliver Smith, right here in the Valley. Dad, you've been importing diamonds and cutting out the middleman for decades. How did that change things?
Well, we dropped the price, but not the quality. By importing diamonds and manufacturing jewelry ourselves, we cut out the middleman and passed about a 35% savings directly to our clients. We sell almost all of our diamonds with GIA certifications because that's how you create value. And value and trust are the cornerstones of our business.
Shopping for jewelry can be intimidating, but it doesn't have to be. Whether it's an engagement ring, anniversary gift, tennis bracelet, or diamond studs, we make the process easy and personal. Trust Oliver Smith Jeweler.
We have some of the best diamond prices in the country, and we are right here in your backyard.
Come experience why Oliver Smith Jeweler does diamonds differently. Visit us in Scottsdale at the Shops at Gainey Village and in Fashion Square Mall.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they helped me. They calmed me down. They made me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 4:30. I'm Becky Lynn. Phoenix police working an officer-involved shooting just west of downtown today. Sergeant Lorraine Fernandez says it happened when officers responded to an armed robbery call.
Officers were able to locate that vehicle over in this area of 35th Avenue in Buckeye. A traffic stop was conducted at that time. That's when the officer-involved shooting occurred.
No officers are injured, and the suspect was taken to the hospital with life-threatening injuries. 35th Avenue from Buckeye Road to Van Buren currently is closed as police continue to process the scene.
KTAR Focus on Immigration.
An immigration coalition is sharing stories of what conditions are like inside ICE detention facilities in Arizona. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live now in the news center with the details.
Executive Director of Vets Forward, Ricardo Reyes, says he spoke with a woman who was detained in Eloy for about a month and has since been released. Reyes explains she told him there was a lot of psychological warfare to get detainees to agree to self-deport.
One of the biggest things that she said was that nobody could get medical attention. They hardly ever allow them to shower, and whenever anybody gets sick or anything, like they just kind of ignore it.
Flagstaff resident and Mexican national Lorenzo Antonio Batres Vargas died at an ICE detention facility in Florence on August 31st. ICE has confirmed his death but has not provided any detail on what happened. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
ICE says comprehensive medical care is provided from the moment individuals arrive and throughout the entirety of their stay. The U.S. Supreme Court has lifted restrictions that a lower court judge placed on ICE stops in Southern California.
The justices have for now set aside a ruling in June that blocked ICE officers in and around L.A. from profiling based on where a person works, whether they speak Spanish, or based on their race or ethnicity. Some U.S. citizens say they were caught up in the stops. Concurring in the move, conservative Justice Brett Kavanaugh writes that citizens would be, quote, free to go after the brief encounter. But dissenting liberal Sonia Sotomayor says, quote, we should not have to live in a country where the government can seize anyone who looks Latino, speaks Spanish, and appears to work a low-wage job.
ABC's Stephen Portnoy in Washington. Time for traffic checks, so let's go to John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, as far as the main lines are concerned, pretty normal conditions. We have our afternoon slowing on the westbound 202 Red Mountain Freeway right through the mini stack into the downtown area. And we also have a new crash coming in eastbound I-10 right at the 43rd Avenue off-ramp. Heads up for DPS troopers on the scene there. 103rd Avenue in Northern. New crash coming in Peoria, and working a crash in Chandler this afternoon. Arizona Avenue and Ocotillo. Traffic is brought to you by America Roofing. It's been rainy and windy lately, and if you need your roof checked, save 12% and get a free evaluation with Arizona's largest roofer. Call 602-960-ROOF or AmericaRoofingCo.com. John Roller, KTAR News.
85 for an overnight low, and then a high temp for tomorrow and Wednesday, about 104 degrees. We'll start to back off after that, and by Friday and Saturday, we should be below 100. It's 103 right now in Surprise. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Talking pigskin with Polly.
Brought to you by Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. The difference is day and night.
Oh, look at that. It is time. Football is back. So excited. So excited. It was an outstanding weekend, a way to kick things off. All is well in the world. And, well, every Monday at 4:30, we welcome to the show Arizona Cardinals host and reporter. That is Paul Calvisi. We're talking a little pigskin with Paulie.
Paulie!
You know what they say, guys, about week one in the NFL? It's time to get measured. Okay.
Okay.
So I'm just saying because, are you guys truly regular season ready? I'd say based on today, it's a hard no.
That's fair to that. Is that the argument?
Well, here's what I heard. Part of the broadcast team, Dave Pash, Ron Wolfley has stepped aside. But Calvisi is still there. How are you still there?
Well, it took me 20 years to get rid of Wolfley.
Oh, man,
but
really?
I finally made it happen behind the scenes, and so now I can get more sideline reports. I mean, it was obviously, way too much cowbell and way too much the radio analysts. I mean, everyone wants more sideline reports in their broadcasts. So,
oh, gosh.
No, AQ Shipley was excellent with Dave Pash, despite the fact that AQ went on this morning and said, I had to work with this other guy before I got to work with Dave Pash. And he was talking about me.
Yes, he was.
I'll try not to take that personal.
Yeah, a little late for that.
All right, so the Cardinals win in the Big Easy. Let me play you a clip, Paulie, from Kyler Murray, the quarterback.
So you woke up about 4:30 and we're just all morning?
I woke up at 4:30, bro. I was like, I knew wasn't right. Immediately to the toilet.
All right, you're a
4:30 Sunday morning.
You're a sideline reporter. You know all. Which end are we talking about,
Paul?
Oh,
come
all right, I take it back. Gatos is regular season ready. Already stirring it up. We've got a win to talk about. We've got football to talk about. He's talking about Kyler's intestines at 4:30 in the morning, which nobody wants to talk about.
Nobody.
And no, I did not do an investigative report into more details as to how exactly Kyler was feeling. He was on the field. He played. Okay.
Here's part 2 of my take on this. We've all had that happen, and he must have gotten some bad jambalaya. Okay,
possibly. Okay,
we've all had that happen. But you know what? There's no way I'm going to play a football game, and he went and played a football game, and he played pretty well. It was the first game, okay, but I give him a lot of credit. I knew he'd be out there, but that's not going to feel good. I mean, it's
got to take something out of you as an athlete.
Yeah, I mean, there was nothing in his body. He was taking Imodium AD, right?
That and the nutritionist was near his side the entirety of the game, making sure he was properly hydrated and whatever else he might need. The Cardinals team colors are red, white, and black, and he looked a little green. He did look a little green.
So you did notice it.
So I'm with you, Gatos. I think this might be the first time in 3 years we've agreed on anything. I was impressed by Kyler gutting it out, literally.
Agree.
We're talking again to Paul Calvisi, Arizona Cardinals host and reporter, talking a little pigskin on a Monday after the game. So I don't know if you'll agree with it or not. I thought the Cardinals looked a little flat. And again, you could chalk it up to week 1 in the NFL.
Road win.
It's a road win against what some people think might be the worst team in the NFL. And it went down to the last seconds. A lot of folks thought they should have handled the Spencer Rattler led
Wolf.
Local boy a lot easier. What do you chalk that up to, Paulie?
So they had a pretty good game plan, and it goes something like this. They got the ball out of his hands in less than 2 seconds. So it negated the pass rush, and because they went up tempo, the Cardinals could not sub. And so it kept all the same 11 guys out there, especially the 300-pounders out there, and started to wear them down a little bit. And you couldn't get fresh legs out there. And you know what? The other team, the Saints, realized it's week 1. Is everybody really in game shape? Because most of your starters don't play in the preseason. So it was a pretty shrewd game plan.
Okay.
Because, Cardinals are known for some pretty advanced and exotic defensive schemes. Your young quarterback's not going to read those, so it's just going to be one quick throw after another, and then, but the Cardinals allowed only 13 points, guys, and that's the fewest points they've allowed in a season opener in 30 years.
It also might be the most points that the New Orleans scores this year, so just going to throw it out there,
So here was the consensus, and I was with you because going in, the sports books, they have them as the longest odds.
Yeah.
The Browns and the Saints, 300-1 to win the Super Bowl. I get it. But really, they're just a quarterback away. The rest of the team isn't that bad.
Fair enough.
They do have weapons. It's just the young quarterback, and Kellen Moore's a hell of a play caller, and I think he proved that. But the Cardinals didn't turn the ball over. They got enough explosives. Big 45-yarder Marvin Harrison Jr., 52-yard run by Trey Benson, and then the big bang-bang play in the end zone at the very end. And guys, hit zoom out. Good teams find a way to win. Most games are decided by 1 score or less. You got to find a way.
Paul Calvisi, he'll join us. Is he contractually obligated to do it every week?
Honestly,
okay, 4:30. My bad.
Through the football season only.
Talking pigskin with Paulie. So I called my good friend Marvin Harrison. I said, "Listen, I think
junior or senior."
Junior.
Okay, just checking. I want to know who we're calling.
You need to bulk up a little bit. And now he's bulked up. He's got some serious muscle. He put on like 12 pounds,
hit the weights.
And now I'm looking. All right, is it going to be better between Kyler Murray and Marvin? So far, so good. Not terrible, pretty good.
So last year, they only completed 53% of their targets.
Yikes.
Okay, and yesterday they went out 5 of 6. Now, the one that was missed deep middle could have gone for a 97-yard touchdown. So is there room for improvement? Sure. But, guys, there were third down conversions, 3rd and long. There was the 45-yarder. There's definitely more chemistry and connection between the two of them. There's definitely more confidence in Marvin Harrison Jr. We talked to him in his locker last week. Not only did he confirm he's still at 220, he didn't lose any of the muscle. He's playing at that weight. But he's like, you know what? I'm playing more free this year because there were so many expectations as a rookie. And he's just like, you know what? The heck with it. My dad's a Hall of Famer. I was the number 4 pick overall. Everyone targets me with the best cornerback on the field. I don't care. I'm just going to go ball this year. And you could see it. You could see him play with a little more abandon yesterday.
Yeah. Like it. That's what I want to see.
Hey, can we go to real quickly to last night's game, which, by the way, pretty cool to have the game of the year happen the first week of the season.
Oh, the Bills and the Ravens?
Sunday night Bills-Ravens game, absolutely fantastic. But there was an incident that happened in there, and you're on the sidelines. You have seen a lot, shall I say. It looked like there was a fan who shoved D-Hop, former Cardinal, and then maybe took a swipe at Lamar Jackson, maybe hit him on the helmet. And Lamar Jackson, I thought he kind of took a swipe back.
I think they were on their way to the bench after a touchdown.
They went to celebrate, in the end zone.
But remember,
afterwards.
they're in enemy territory.
Oh, without
in
a doubt, they're in Buffalo. What do you make of things like that? And is that more common than we think?
It's not that common to see anyone put their hands on a player. And guys, you put your hands on a player, it's fair game. Yeah. And you're taking your life into your own hands.
Literally.
I mean, you got the 99.9% of alpha males out on that field. You don't want to mess with those guys, especially when they're in game mode, when they have a mindset of like seek and destroy. You don't want to put your hands on anyone.
They're wearing a helmet.
Because you are fair game.
Yeah.
Now, and let me tell you, what I have seen over the years is somebody who's had too much to drink and they decide they're going to come over the rail. They just want to come over, and then you get 1 inch over that rail, and you get yanked down by security, you get cuffed, and you get taken out. That is definitely the line of demarcation. You do not even approach going onto the field or come across at a player. They have a security in place. You won't last long.
Yeah, the word is that the fan that made contact with D-Hop and possibly Jackson has been banned from every NFL stadium.
Wow.
So
I think his hand slipped. I think it was an innocent thing.
Well, and unfortunately for that dude, he took D-Hop by surprise, but Lamar Jackson saw it.
Lamar was coming.
So there was no taking Lamar by surprise. He was ready to retaliate, and he did.
He was there. He was there.
You ever get swiped by a fan? Somebody whacks you in the head, Paul? They didn't like it.
Not a day goes by.
Eagles fans have hurt my feelings.
Okay.
They've yelled at me.
Fair enough.
Paulie Pencilneck, and
said
even worse.
Mean things.
Fair. So, but it's amazing how I talk trash when I got the Cardinals defensive line behind me.
Yeah.
It's amazing how tough I am.
You get a lot taller.
Right.
Hey, if that happens again, like somebody starts heckling you, just do what Eagles fans or Eagles players do. Just spit at them. Just spat right at them. Just go ahead.
Way back in the day, in the sidelines of the Oakland Coliseum, one of the cops in the sideline said, "Don't go past the 30-yard line." I'm like, "Why?" They said, "That's their range with a D battery."
That's how far they can throw a battery.
That's how far they can throw the battery from the black hole at a Raiders game.
Wow!
And by the way, it was the only stadium I've ever seen where the cops on the sideline were bigger than the Cardinals' offensive linemen.
It needed to be.
I don't know where they found these Oakland police officers, but they were dudes.
Paulie, appreciate your time. Thank you so much. We'll catch you again next Monday.
Paulie.
All right, guys. Talk to you.
That's Paul Calvisi, Arizona Cardinals host and reporter. This segment brought to you by Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. The difference is day and night. Hey, coming up next, you're going to start getting an extra bill in the mail that many of you never saw coming. And I already got my first one, Gatos. I'm outraged. We're talking about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, let's talk about you getting a home. That's right, buy a house. Mortgage rates are looking a lot better recently. I was talking to the One Mortgage team, and they say, rates are down, and it's September. And what we're probably going to see from the Fed is a rate cut. So here's the deal. If you want to purchase a home, if you've always wanted to purchase a home, if this is your first home, even if this is your fifth home, right? Your fifth time doing this, call the One Mortgage team. They've been around here for 30 years, well over 30 years, family owned and operated. They will treat you like family. Use this company because I have several times, and they're going to get you the best mortgage. They're going to get you one that fits you. And they'll tell you, hey, listen, right now it's a buyer's market in the Valley. There are a lot of homes, and the prices have gone down. If you're ever going to buy, now is the time, but you got to get your paperwork and get pre-approved through the Lund Mortgage team. 623-875-9940, lundmortgage.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with the Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even bad hair day?
Yep.
And tree branch fell on my car day?
Especially that day. Progressive has you covered 24/7 for your home and auto.
How about thought it was chicken, but it was tuna day? Or overnight construction outside my bedroom day?
Those days too.
Great, because that was each day this week.
Been there. Well, at least your home and auto are covered every day with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Trying to make sense of the markets? Looking to diversify out of all the craziness? Thinking about tangible assets like precious metals? Listen to The Gold Show with Kenny Michaels, right here on KTAR every Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. Stay up to date on retirement trends, how the IRA rollover process works, and why investors are turning to physical gold. Kenny is a national talk show host with decades of experience in the markets. Tune in this Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. for Kenny's insights and The Gold Show on KTAR.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:47. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Do your homework before you book that dream vacation.
The Secret Service, in coordination with Italian police, now say they've busted a group of cyber criminals they say are responsible for scamming tourists out of about $700,000. Scammers would set up advertisements on booking websites for five-star hotels, complete with confirmation numbers. But the hotels were fake, with the scammers only using them to collect deposits and credit card information from unsuspecting tourists. A trial is set for this month. Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. With a check on the roads for you once again, John Roller is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thank you very much, Becky Lynn. New crash coming in Avondale this afternoon, 107th Avenue in Van Buren. Also working a crash on the west side in Peoria, 103rd Avenue in Northern. Arizona Avenue in Ocotillo, a crash working in Chandler. And also a crash at 19th Avenue and Indian School closer in to downtown. John Roller, KTAR News.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Severe from Vicks.
Sinex Severe Nasal Spray.
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Severe instantly relieves nasal congestion and works 6 times faster than nasal decongestant tablets. The 12 hours of relief allow you to get back to the moments that matter without congestion.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it. Try Sinex Severe from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
If your child has a great imagination and a way with words, I've got a fun writing contest that could win them $529 towards an AZ 529 education savings plan. Have them write about their dream job and send it in. It's easy. I'm Arizona State Treasurer Kimberly Yee, announcing the 6th annual AZ 529 essay contest for all Arizona 5th and 6th graders. Go to az529.gov for rules and to submit your child's essay. Hurry! Contest ends October 5th.
Hey, summer's almost over, but the heat definitely is not. So keep your AC running strong with day and night air conditioning, heating, and plumbing's end of summer blowout. Just $39 for a complete tune-up. Yep, just $39. Paul Calvisi here. We get it every year, especially when it's backed by the no breakdown guarantee. And with over 40 years of service and a 4.9 Google rating, you know day and night delivers. Don't miss the limited time offer. Conditions apply. Book at dayandnightair.com.
1, 2, 3.
Chairman of the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors joins the Mike Broomhead Show in studio tomorrow at 8:30.
I'm still, I got to tell you, a little bit upset. You know, I'm not on my game today because it was such a miserable fantasy football weekend for me.
Yeah, Bruce texts me.
We're on a group text
at 10:10. This is 10 minutes after kickoff.
Sunday morning.
And I'm just going to, this is true. I'm furious. I've got no points.
Done.
I've turned the television off.
Yep.
I'm going shopping.
I went to the mall.
Quote, because it's going to make me feel better.
I couldn't handle it.
I mean, 10 minutes in.
I couldn't handle it.
Come on, man.
I know. I'm sorry. I was like, I want to redraft.
Were you peeking on your phone while you were at the mall, though, to see what was going on?
Oh, no. I was just like, I don't want to see
Really?
This is
Wow.
miserable.
Then he had Josh Allen, who in fantasy scored 40 points.
I'm still losing.
And he still lost.
Yeah, doesn't make a difference. I don't have enough. Are you
talk to Lamar Jackson about that. He knows everything about it.
Ouch. Yeah. Playing well and not winning.
15 points down. You're 15 points down with 4 minutes to go.
And you lose.
Hey,
you might be getting a bill in the mail pretty soon that you never saw coming. And I got my first one. And it involves something that I was like yesterday years old.
Speeding ticket?
Not a speeding ticket. I ignore those.
Oh.
I learned about the de minimis exemption.
Yeah, I don't know.
Do you know what the...
Okay. You think I know what a de minimis exemption is?
I didn't either. So I admit to it. Like, what is it? The de minimis exemption.
This isn't boring, is it? I don't want people turning their radios off.
It allowed shipments valued at under $800 to enter the United States duty-free.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes.
Anything under $800.
Right.
So in this day and age, you're ordering things online all the time. Half the time, you may not even know where it's coming from. Might be coming from China, Japan, Mexico, the Netherlands, whatever. But as long as it was under $800, it came into the country, UPS, FedEx, DHL, whatever. They swiped it and sent it to your house.
I know where this is going. And it's not good. I don't want to steal your thunder. Go ahead.
I got an envelope from FedEx the other day.
I bet you did.
I opened it up. It was a bill.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, why am I getting a bill from FedEx? I was like, when you No. It was the tariff bill.
Amazing.
For something I bought 3 months ago.
How much was the tariff bill?
$129.
That's ridiculous.
Really?
30-something% tariff.
So before Trump, you didn't pay that.
No.
You didn't have any bill.
No.
How much was it? 100 and what?
120 something.
What'd you do?
Do you pay it to FedEx? Is that
Yes,
who you're
because
supposed to pay it
apparently
to?
FedEx
paid it for you.
Paid to get it off the boat. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't know how this works, or the plane, or whatever.
Don't they have to warn you about something like that, or?
Well, I think their argument is we didn't know what it was. Like, imagine this. Let's say you bought something on Temu or AliExpress, Alibaba, whatever, some of these foreign websites, right? And you're like, okay, I'm going to buy blank. And they're like, no problemo. And here's your address. And they send it. And then it goes on like a boat. And it takes like 3 weeks to get here.
Right.
Well, from the time they put it on the boat to the time it gets to the harbor in L.A., who knows what the number is?
Yeah, but when you're reading your bill and it doesn't have that on it.
Didn't have it on it.
You're not paying that.
I've been
I'm not
debating
paying
that.
it. No way.
The de minimis exemption went away on Friday.
Yeah, I don't care.
Wait, it just went away on Friday. You got this delivered 3 months ago, and now they're trying to charge you for it?
They're basically back charging you for things. So, yes. So, anything under $800 was allowed to enter the country duty-free and without oversight.
They can't expect you to pay that.
No.
Now, you could be ordering from Lululemon, whatever. It doesn't matter.
You better know. You better look and see
These
where it's
will be
coming from.
tariffed and processed in the same way a huge delivery from a major manufacturer would be.
You can't add to my bill after I pay for it.
Not after the fact.
So a lot of them have like a little thing, just going to tell you, and it says, we are not responsible for tariffs. Tariffs will be calculated at, when...
Well, then they warned you.
And I'm
but
like,
how are you supposed to know?
You don't. And you don't know what the number is necessarily because it could change all the time.
Boy, Christmas shopping is going to be so much fun.
People are going to freak out when you get a bill from UPS, FedEx, whoever.
They're going to think it's fake.
I thought it was. I did, honestly. It's not. Checking the headlines are on the way. And then coming up next, a little Mondays with Megan. A new poll shows that younger women don't see nearly the importance in getting married and having kids.
Democratic women.
Yeah, well, which is most of them. So we're going to find out what's going on. Coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, let's talk about Connecticut because you need to protect your home and your family with water you can trust. And the water you can trust, yes, Connecticut. The benefits of a Connecticut water system. Let me run them down for you because you're really missing out. Better tasting food and drinks. Think of the coffee that you drink in the morning. Or if you're from Jersey, they call it, what do they call it, Bruce? Coffee.
Coffee.
I can't stand that. Coffee. Anyway, coffee. You're making your coffee with subpar water, and it doesn't taste as good. You have a Connecticut system, your coffee tastes a lot better. Laundry that stays soft and bright. They've got everything, by the way. No salt options. There's so many different ways you can go with a Connecticut system. A Connecticut system will cut your water heating bills up to 30%. It'll lengthen the life of any water appliance you have in your house because it's clean, pure water. So I want you to call 602-910-6570. You can check them out at aquazona.com.
Tune in every Friday during Arizona's Morning News from 5 to 8 a.m. for KTAR's Consumer Voice, proudly sponsored by Arizona Central Credit Union. Tune in as we delve into fraud prevention and consumer protection issues affecting Arizona. Stay informed with the KTAR News team. We've got you covered. Make life simple with Arizona Central Credit Union. Local, trusted, and secure loans for mortgage, vehicles, business, and personal. Arizona Central Credit Union. You belong here. Federally insured by NCUA. Restrictions apply.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hello, I'm Joe Hendel from Hendel's Air Conditioning Showroom. The other day, a lady visited our showroom and asked for a price on a new air conditioning unit. Upon presenting her proposal, she inquired as to why our price was drastically lower than a price she received from a home improvement store subcontractor. We explained that at Hendel's Air Conditioning, there is no middleman to jack up the price. At Hendel's Air Conditioning, all work is performed by Hendel's top-notch employees. A little common sense goes a long way in this situation. Whether it's air conditioning or floor covering, you're always better off dealing with specialty contractors. It doesn't make any sense to deal with subcontractors who align themselves with middlemen in order to get work. Stop by Hendel's Air Conditioning Showroom 7 days a week. We're a half-mile south of Guadalupe Road on Arizona Avenue. Or you can call us at 480-813-1700. That's 813-1700.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Want to remind you why I love Bulldog security screens. Here's why they're my top choice in home security. Bulldog security screens are custom made to fit your home. Not only do they help block out the sun, they keep out the heat, they also are tough as nails. Trust me, I personally went to their factory right here in Arizona. I tried to break through all of their security screens, and I couldn't. The screens are the real deal. Handmade with military-grade steel, keeping intruders outside and withstanding Phoenix's harshest weather. Plus, they look amazing. They fit your home's design without eyesore ugly bars or giant rolling shades on your windows. Take the vacation worry-free, knowing Bulldog security screens are guaranteed to keep your home safe. And isn't that what this is all about? Real home protection. Get all the details and schedule online at BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
When it comes to your electric bill, saving energy means saving money. That's why SRP offers many ways to help you cut costs and boost comfort. From rebates and discounts that can save you thousands of dollars, to expert insights that can help make your home more energy efficient. SRP has tools and programs that give you many ways to save. Explore your options today at srp.net/savings. That's srp.net/savings.
It's fall, and back-to-school activities keep everyone busy. Remember, emergencies can occur anytime. That's why having naloxone in your home first aid kit matters. Naloxone can reverse an opioid overdose fast. It's safe, easy to use, and it could save a life while you wait for help to arrive. Be ready. Be safe. Add naloxone to your home first aid kit. Remember, seconds matter, and so do the people you love. Learn more at naloxoneaz.org. That's naloxoneaz.org.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
It's 5 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Phoenix police still working an officer-involved shooting just west of downtown Phoenix. KTAR's Balin Overstoles is live this afternoon in the news center to tell us more.
The shooting occurred today after Phoenix police responded to a call near Carl Hayden High School regarding a robbery. Now our news partners at ABC 15 report the suspect related to that call has passed away following today's shooting. Sergeant Lorraine Fernandez adds,
officers responded to the area of 35th Avenue and Fillmore regarding an armed robbery. Officers arrived. They contacted the victim. The victim provided details as far as the vehicle that the suspect had taken his cell phone from.
And she explains police found that suspect a short distance away and attempted a traffic stop. That's when shots were fired. No officers are injured, and the suspect was taken to a hospital, but later passed away. 35th Avenue from Buckeye Road to Van Buren is currently closed as police continue processing the scene. Live in the news center, Balin Overstoles, KTAR News.
An investigation's underway after a body was found on Camelback Mountain. Firefighters say they were called to the Echo Canyon Trail this afternoon and determined the individual who was found off the trail was deceased. Phoenix police now looking into the circumstances surrounding the death.
KTAR Focus on Immigration.
Conflicting reports about conditions inside Arizona ICE detention facilities. Executive Director of Vets Forward, Ricardo Reyes, tells KTAR a legal permanent resident named Arabella Rodriguez Marquez has leukemia and is not getting the treatment because she's currently detained in Eloy.
This girl is going to die if she doesn't get her treatment. And as far as we know, as of today, she still hasn't been able to get any of her treatment.
ICE says comprehensive medical care is provided from the moment individuals arrive and throughout the entirety of their stay. A good start to the season. That's the word from Ron Wolfley with Arizona Sports 98.7 FM after the Cardinals' 20-13 Week 1 win over the New Orleans Saints. Still, Wolfley tells the Mike Broomhead Show there's room for improvement, especially with the run defense.
I'm talking about handing it off to a running back. Every time they did that, the Saints averaged 4.3 yards per carry. 18 times they carried the ball for 78 yards, 4.3 yards per carry. That was too much for me.
All in all, Wolfley says it's still very early, and he'll have a better idea of what the Cards are by Week 4. This month's Community Spotlight is highlighting Bright Wealth Management and its support of the Travis Mills Foundation, which is an organization focused on improving the lives of veterans. Founder of the organization, Travis Mills, is one of only 5 veterans from Iraq and Afghanistan to survive a quadruple amputation. He joined Arizona's Morning News to share how his story led him to create this charity.
I could have lost my life that day, and I didn't, so I might as well make the most out of it.
If you would like to make a donation and help veterans across the country, you can visit travismillsfoundation.org. The second patient to get a transplanted pig kidney says he's doing well.
Bill Stewart received a new kidney June 14th. It was not a human kidney, but a genetically engineered pig kidney.
I've always been a little bit of a science nerd.
The New Hampshire man's no longer on dialysis and says a recent ultrasound showed positive results.
Dr. Riella said my kidney's doing absolutely wonderfully. It looks great.
Dr. Leonardo Riella at Mass General says this can save lives.
We know the best treatment for these patients, but we are stuck because of the organ shortage.
Clinical trials are beginning. Brian Clark, ABC News.
Time to check your ride this afternoon. Here's John Roller in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you very much, Becky Lynn. Let's go to the East Valley. Couple of spots of slowing on the 101, the Price Freeway. As you come off the 202 Red Mountain transition, you've got some slowing as you approach Broadway. Gets a little heavier there as you transition to the eastbound US 60 heading into Mesa. Then further south, we've got some slowing on the Price Freeway 101 as you transition to the eastbound 202 Santan Freeway, and that slowing will stay with you through the construction zone to Gilbert Road. 107th Avenue in Van Buren. Look for a crash there, a crash in Peoria this afternoon. 103rd Avenue and Northern, and back to Chandler again, where we've got a crash south of the 202 Arizona Avenue and Ocotillo. Traffic is brought to you by AZ Trimlight. Make your home sparkle this season. Smart LED, app-controlled, stunning colors, and unbeatable quality. Schedule your free quote now before the holiday rush. aztrimlight.com. John Roller, KTAR News.
Clear skies and 85 degrees tonight. Then tomorrow and Wednesday will be up around 104. By Friday and Saturday, though, below 100 degrees. No rain in our forecast for the next week or so anyway. 103 right now in Phoenix. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken. Nobody wants this, and nobody supports this.
Speaking up for Arizona.
That's a dangerous comment. You better be able to back it up.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Second hour of the show.
Yes, hour number 2 is the best of the hours.
Oh, well, why wouldn't it be? Because joining us now, Megan McCain. It is Mondays with Megan, host of Citizen McCain, a podcast. Fantastic. Of course, daughter of the late, great Senator John McCain. Hi, Megan. How are you?
Hi, you say that to every second hour guest.
No,
favorite.
No, you are absolutely at the top of the list.
No.
There isn't even a list. It's just you.
It's you. That's fine.
I have to tell you, I had a meeting very exciting with my tax accountant like last week, and he was like, at the end of our meeting, he was like, I love Mondays with Megan. I just want to tell you that. And I was like,
fantastic.
I was like, thank you so much. They're the loveliest people.
I was waiting for you to tell me that you got some sort of a tax break for being on this show. I was going to say, can I have the name of your accountant?
So far.
Okay, fair enough.
No.
Hey, Megan, I know something that you saw and have been paying attention to, and it's kind of interesting. There was a new study that came out that showed the gender divide, the younger people, the Gen Zers, is not just political. It really is almost, what do you want to call it, philosophical? Basically, the long and short of it is younger women who voted for Harris and younger men who voted for Trump don't agree on much, even including whether children is a definition of success.
Yeah, that's a Steve Kornacki poll that he tweeted out this morning that's getting a lot of attention. And to say that like there's a gender divide in the country among young people in particular is putting it very mildly. And only
nice. Yeah.
I want to know the ages though. It wasn't that specific. Like I was like, are we talking up to like age 20? Like, are we talking? Because if you would have asked me how important to have kids is it to you when I was 21, I would have said not important at all either. So, I wanted to know like the ages and I wanted to know like more of the breakdowns, but it came out that only 6% of young women who voted for Vice President Harris think that getting married and having children is important. And the more I read into it, I was like, I think this is trickier and maybe more nuanced than it sounds. I don't love commentary about people's choices to or to not have children because it's such a deeply personal thing. And then obviously there's people who have fertility issues who cannot have children. And one of the things that I still think is going to haunt Vice President Vance for a long time is when he talked about childless cat ladies, because there were a lot of women that listen to my podcast. I'm sure there's women that listen to your show who really want to become mothers and just weren't physically able to for whatever one reason or another. And I think we need to be very careful with how we judge this. And I say this as someone who's pregnant with her third child.
Congratulations again. And is it fair to say, I just look at it, it seems to be more than just politics, because we've heard plenty of stories of younger people saying, well, we don't feel like we're in steady enough place financially to have children, and
Yeah.
we're concerned about the economy, and kids are expensive. Like, I think there's a lot of factors that go into it. But boy, when we talk about like what men are from Mars, women are from Venus, this polling certainly seems to show that.
I was actually thinking, like, how hard must it be to date right now?
Exactly.
Too, if you're that young, because there's such a difference again in like just world perspective. I also think that it, like you said, there's also data points that talk about how like the average 30-year-old is like nowhere near buying a house, where like in 1995 by age 30 it was like, I'm botching these numbers, but it's around the right data point, like around like 75% of people at 30 had been married and had kids, and now it's like the average home buyer is like 40.
Yeah.
It's like much older. So it's like, if you feel like you're not even in a place to maybe not just buy a house, but the economy is unstable, you feel insecure about the job market, I can understand why people would be more hesitant, to take on a financial burden, and having kids is expensive and blah blah blah. But I don't know, it really made me really sad and depressed when I read it, because I love babies and I love families, but I also feel like we really should not. I really, really, really have a very strong aversion to passing judgment on people's choices in their personal lives, as long as it's legal and consensual. I do not like policing how people live their lives, and that was traditionally a conservative, point of view, which I think has sort of faded away in the past 5 years.
Meghan McCain's joining us Mondays with Meghan. Just to continue along with that conversation, you mentioned something about dating in this world, and I know a lot of people who are 20 somethings, and when they date and they go on a date, I'm telling you, from many people that I know, first question's about Trump.
Oh, really? Politics is like the first question.
Yeah, because some of them that I know are women in their 20s, and they want to know if the guy likes Donald Trump because they don't like him.
Well, wouldn't they want to know that before they showed up at dinner? Or they just hope to get a dinner out of this
because
deal?
how do you bring that up?
Okay.
You bring it up in the app. You probably never talked. Maybe you chatted over text. But that's like one of the. There's one person, Meghan, who went out on a date, and it was one of the first things. And she got up and said, "Listen, I don't date people like Donald Trump."
People are going to be alone, aren't they, and lonely, or do they not care?
Also, I just feel like people, not to get too much into my personal life, but when I turned 30, I was like, I'm sick of being single. I'm sick of dating. I'm going to say yes to anyone who asks me out who is financially and emotionally stable.
Excluding Gatos, but keep going.
I tried, Meghan. You didn't want to go on with me. I tried.
I was like 22. You have a beautiful, lovely wife, by the way, Gatos, who I've met many times, just so we're clear. It turned out very well for you.
Yeah, it turned out. Both of you won. Yes, keep going.
Yes.
But I just feel like if you come from a place of no, where you're automatically like everyone who voted for Harris is a jerk and everyone who voted for Trump is a jerk, I feel like you're just excluding your life and you're really. I would, any young person who came to me, I'd be like, you're making the wrong decision, and let's not stereotype people. People vote. It's very personal. They vote for very different reasons. You never know why people vote one way or another. I remember interviewing Jack Osborne when he voted for Mitt Romney, and he said he literally voted for Mitt Romney just because his wife has MS and Jack Osborne has MS. And he thought maybe he would care more about MS just because that happened. You never know why people vote, and I don't like to pass judgment on that either, unless you're voting for Mamdani, and then I'm going to pass a little bit of judgment. But I think people should remove politics from your personal life as much as you can. And I understand there are certain things that are like non-negotiables for people, but I think in general, try and go into it with an open mind. My husband's much more conservative than I am, and had I made that a point, I probably never would have even gone on a date with him.
There was a story that capitalism is not as popular as it used to be. The younger generation is frowning upon capitalism.
Isn't that like a I want to call it like cyclical? Like you have to go a ways without learning the evils of like socialism before you go, oh, that's right, that's why it sucked.
That's why it doesn't work.
And then a new group comes along and this sounds like a hell of an idea.
Is
that not a hell of an idea?
Is that true, or is it like there are certain politicians out there, maybe on both sides, that try and put people in a box? Oh, well, if you're a young Democrat, you don't like capitalism, and you're a fan of the Palestinians, right? I mean, that's kind of what we see in front of us.
Yeah, I mean, I have been shocked and surprised about how popular socialist talking points are and communist talking points are. But again, I saw another data point recently that said that the minimum wage hasn't been raised in the past 20 years. And obviously, inflation keeps going up and up and up. And not to abuse an old saying, but when people are so thirsty and they get nothing, they'll drink sand. And I think Republicans are not doing a good enough job explaining why. I mean, look, the economy is terrible right now, and the tariffs are screwing everybody. And I remember having a conversation with you guys months ago saying this was not a good idea and it was going to happen. And there's a candidate in Michigan named Mallory Morrow who's supposed to be like a rising star in the Democrat Party. And she just did a whole ad going through a grocery store talking about how chips cost $5 and a beer costs $3 and how are people paying for this. And I think if the economy is stupid, it's always going to be the baseline for whether or not a party is successful or not. And I think obviously socialism is insane, but I think populism is rising like a beast on both sides, on the left and the right. And I think that, I don't agree with it, and I think it's insane. But I think when Republicans are giving nothing and no explanation and just expecting people, my favorite thing Republicans said was like, you're going to be in a lot of pain, but it's going to be worth it in the long run. Anyone that knows anyone who lives on minimum wage and can't live from paycheck to paycheck is not going to agree to being in pain for 6 months.
Yeah. Well, in the famous words of Joni Ernst, we're all going to die eventually.
No,
oh my gosh. Who said that, by the way?
Even if you believe it, you don't say it out loud, right?
Yeah, and she was like, I don't really care. Wasn't it about Medicaid or something?
Yeah,
and she was like,
it's a
we're all going to
Medicaid
die.
thing. We're all going to die.
Oh,
really
gosh.
bad.
Hey, Megan.
Well, we're going to die. Re-election now.
Yeah. If RFK Jr. continues being the health and whatever it is, we might die earlier.
Yeah, at least speed it up a little. Hey, Megan, appreciate your time
Thanks,
today.
Megan.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you, guys. Have a wonderful day. Thank you.
You as well. That is Megan McCain, our Mondays with Megan. She's live in D.C., live in the swamp, and gives us the insight from there, all right?
Hey, Bruce.
Yes?
What is coming up at 5:30? Give me a little bit here.
Do I need to hum a few bars?
This is interesting.
Do you remember the story of the gentleman who bangs the drum?
Plays the flute.
And flute, excuse me.
Yes.
On top of Camelback Mountain.
Yes.
Every morning at sunrise.
For years.
He's here.
He's sitting over there.
He's right outside the window.
I think we're going to have...
we're going to get a concert?
I think so.
We're going to talk to him.
This is going to be interesting.
Coming up at 5:30, and up next, one of us completely, 100% chickened out over the weekend. Oh, we'll tell you who. It's coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
All right. Hey, Aria Dental Implant Center, I want you to call them. I want you to go and see their business. I want you to meet Dr. Joe and talk about solutions for your teeth, okay? Very personal thing. It really is. You have broken teeth. You have missing teeth. And it's very personal, and you think about it all the time. You're in front of the mirror, and you're like, gosh, I just wish I looked better. I wish my appearance was better. I'm so tired of hiding my mouth, my teeth from people. I have to, somebody says something funny, and I put my hand up in front of my mouth, and I try and just, as I laugh, I don't want them to see my teeth when I smile. Dr. Joe's going to give you a whole new life. And they have transparent pricing at Aria Dental Implant Center. They're going to save you thousands of dollars compared to corporate dental implant centers. Believe me. Same procedure at Aria, $21,000 less. Ask Dr. Joe why. Ask the folks at Aria why. They're local. They pass their savings along to you. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:17. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. A person has died after being shot by Phoenix police officers, and that is according to our news partners at ABC 15. Sergeant Lorraine Fernandez says the shooting happened when officers responded to an armed robbery call earlier today.
Officers were able to locate that vehicle over in this area of 35th Avenue in Buckeye. A traffic stop was conducted at that time. That's when the officer-involved shooting occurred.
No officers are injured, and as I mentioned, the suspect has since passed away. It is still under investigation. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking traffic for us, John Roller is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, thank you very much, Becky Lynn. Yeah, last report we started to see some slowing down along the Santan Freeway, and yeah, we've got a crash, right shoulder. This is the eastbound Loop 202, Santan Freeway, right near Alma School Road. Heads up for a collision there. Have a disabled vehicle on the right shoulder on I-17 northbound. That is right near milepost 204 near the Black Canyon Highway, and also some debris. Heads up in Guadalupe. Blocking the left lane. This is the eastbound I-10 right near Elliott Road. John Roller, KTAR News, back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Really? And you're going to play U2? I see how you are. Anyway, welcome back. Here we are. Gatos, did you have a fun weekend, yes or no?
Of course I did. I always have a great weekend.
How did softball go?
I'm a softball champion.
Champion! I was expecting like a trophy in here or something.
Oh, it's in the other room.
It's in the other room. I missed it.
When I win things like that, I purchase my own trophies.
As well you should.
Because it's not a big enough win to have a real trophy handed to you.
Yeah.
So I purchase my own trophies.
my own trophy.
Off of Amazon.
Fair enough.
That's what I do.
And just sprinkle them
around. Of course I do.
Surrounded by winning.
Yes.
Well, Bruce Tour 25 continued. I was in L.A. this weekend, Pasadena specifically. I went to the Rose Bowl. Contained no football, but it did contain Oasis live in concert.
I thought they broke up.
They did.
Like 1,000 times.
Literally.
What's one of
sometimes
their
on
songs?
Stage. Wonderwall, Champagne Supernova.
Oh, they do the Wonderwall thing.
Yeah.
Okay, I got that.
They're
all right.
Biggest rock band in the world in the 90s. Yeah,
I don't think that's the case, but that's okay.
So we had 2 sold-out nights at Rose Bowl. I went Saturday night. And it was a celebrity-filled event.
Is that right?
Paul McCartney was there.
Oh, wow.
Which is kind of cool. I mean, if you're a band and Paul McCartney shows up to your show, that's almost like a good housekeeping seal of approval.
Yeah.
Did you remind Paul McCartney that you bumped into him?
I did not.
In the middle of the night.
In a grocery store.
In Tucson.
Yeah,
you didn't do that?
I
Okay.
didn't mention that to Paul.
Okay.
Sir Paul. Pardon me.
Sir Paul.
Leonardo DiCaprio was there. I did not see him. But I was told.
You were, the grapevine. He was there.
The lead singer of Metallica, James Hetfield, was there. A lot of, it's LA crowd.
Wow.
LA crowd. But
are these people sitting around you?
They're in the area. Yeah, we were in.
So you
like
actually saw them.
VIP section. Paul McCartney was up in the suite.
Okay.
So I'm in the. I got decent seats. I know people still. And I'm minding my own business, and I look over, and I'm like, oh my God.
Oh, an even bigger celebrity.
Who
A
is
bigger
it?
celebrity for me.
Who?
So I am was a huge fan of the Comedy Central mockumentary Reno 911.
I've never heard of it.
Absolutely hilarious show. So think of Cops, and it was filmed like Cops, but it was a comedy. And a lot of it was ad-libbed. A lot of it wasn't real. None of it was real, but they played Reno police officers.
Okay.
And the star of the show, I had to Google his name because I only know him as his character.
Oh, really?
His name is Thomas Lennon, and he is Lieutenant Jim Dangle.
Lieutenant Jim
Dangle
okay.
Of the Reno PD was standing next to me.
Oh, right
and
next to
I was like, okay, because this is an LA thing. So I lived in LA, and one of the things in LA is you never kind of acknowledge that somebody's a bigger star than you. Oh. No matter who you are, you're like, that's whatever. Like you don't make a big deal out of it. But
wait, you're not allowed to go and talk to a celebrity in LA?
You're not supposed. It's kind of you're supposed to be cooler than that. You're like, okay. So I was trying to be cool, but I was really excited. Trying to get a picture of him with my phone, but it would have been a little bit obvious, right?
Oh gosh.
So I didn't do that, but I was super excited. But I did not say hi.
You chickened out.
I totally chickened out.
How do you feel now?
I did not say hi to Lieutenant Jim Dangle from Reno 911.
Why couldn't you have been, hey, I'm a big fan, don't want to bother you. You brought a lot of energy.
It never felt right.
Because you're not living in LA, so that rule
So
didn't
I was
really
going to say,
apply to
I don't
you.
live here, so it's okay. I can
say
approach
this,
you and come up and say
There's
something.
no possibility I'll ever run into you again.
Yeah, but you have met everybody who's anybody.
Yeah, but that was
Michael
like
Jackson,
you were introduced to
Elton
them.
John.
That was a situation where you're introduced to them.
Okay.
When you run into people, I can just tell you in LA, it's like you don't make a big deal out of like bumping into people. You're not. Well, I always thought like you weren't supposed to. So Lieutenant Dangle and I really enjoyed the Oasis concert.
Man.
And he looks fantastic. Good for him.
Is this him?
Genuine ostrich.
Oh.
3 payments.
Great talk.
Oh. Wait, what? I'm just goofing.
New boot goofing. New boot goofing. That's
okay,
him.
I don't get it, but
oh my God, hilarious show.
Why didn't
So
you
anyway.
say something? Don't you think that he would have appreciated it?
Trying to be cool.
If you weren't in LA, would you have said something?
Maybe more.
If you're in Vegas, you would have said something?
Maybe, but not. I couldn't do it. Not at the concert.
Couldn't do it.
I just felt like it was inappropriate.
And you stood next to that guy listening
For
to the
2.5 hours.
Wonderwall song over and over again because they only have one
They only
hit.
did it once, yeah.
Okay.
So it was fantastic.
What's the final song that they play at the, what is it, band
Champagne
again?
Supernova, they did.
And did they
did
do
it
the Champagne Supernova? I
to,
thought that was...
fireworks. And they had a fireworks show over top of the stage as they sang Champagne Supernova.
I thought Wonderwall and Champagne Supernova
Same
were
band.
the same song.
They are most certainly not the same song.
I thought they were the same song.
Well, this is why we don't trust Gatos' taste in music, by
yeah,
the way. You do realize that, right?
Questionable
It is
sometimes.
questionable.
Yeah.
I do like Harry Styles.
Well, everybody likes Harry Styles.
Well, there's no question about it.
Yeah, that goes without saying. So, yeah, anyway, I chickened out. And
Do you regret it?
No. Now,
You still have a good story.
Yeah.
That's your story.
Like if I
that you
ever ran
chickened
into him and
out.
got introduced to him, I go,
Then you
dude,
would- yeah.
I stood next to you at the Oasis show, but I was too afraid to say
And he'll
something.
say, I know. I remember you were trying to take a picture of me with your phone.
Was that you? You know how when you try to do that picture and you're standing there, but you have the camera up and it's
Awful.
like over your shoulder, and I'm like, this is it's too obvious. It's too obvious.
That was you.
Moving on. Outstanding. All right. Hey, we've got a check of the headlines on the way. Coming up next, love him or hate him. He'll play the flute and drums for us live in studio. Coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
When a 10,000-foot tall wall of dust overtakes the valley during rush hour.
We haven't seen a wall of dust this big in a couple years. That's how big this thing is. It is a monstrosity.
Trust Arizona's news station to get you home safe.
Around that wall of dust, visibility down to about a quarter of a mile or less, and some winds in excess of 50 miles per hour.
KTAR News, 92.3, the KTAR News app, KTAR.com.
Hey, I want to tell you about my friends at Southwest Blinds and Shutters. Go to southwestblinds.com. Listen, I went over to their showroom. They've got 3 of them. My wife and I wanted to know about motorized shutters. We wanted to know about the new technology that's out there. Our shutters are terrible. They're absolutely a joke. And I'll tell you how bad they are. Our shutters have been chewed on by a dog. That's right, I said it. Not my dog. Not our daughter's dog, Butters. No. The dog that was in the house well before we bought it. So some dog chewed on the blinds and the shutters, and we just kind of left it there. And we're like, why are we doing that? There's all this new technology, motorized shades, motorized shutters, and the best in the business, the best in the valley, Southwest Blinds and Shutters. So we went to their showroom. We checked out all this new stuff. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. We are totally in. And so I want you to go check these guys out too. And I'm going to tell you about, what we decided on buying, and we've got an appointment, and, they'll come to your house for free and you talk to them. I can't wait. Southwestblinds.com.
We clean our homes, but what about the air we breathe? Paul Calvisi here for Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing, because right now at Day and Night, you get a free whole home air purifier when you install a new high-efficiency AC unit. A free whole home air purifier, a $1,500 value at no extra cost when you install a new high-efficiency AC unit. Go to dayandnightair.com and schedule a free estimate at dayandnightair.com. Limited time offer and conditions apply. Financing available for qualified customers.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
You know what? We get it. In today's real estate market, it really feels impossible to know when to finally get off the fence. And the pressure of making the right decision at the wrong time could cost you some real money. Well, here's the deal. Lund Mortgage makes it very easy with their free mortgage rate tracking tool that tracks real interest rates to fit your specific situation. Then when the right rate hits, you're going to get the heads up so you can move forward with confidence. You owe it to yourself to visit lundmortgage.com today.
Trying to make sense of the markets? Looking to diversify out of all the craziness? Thinking about tangible assets like precious metals? Listen to The Gold Show with Kenny Michaels right here on KTAR every Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. Stay up to date on retirement trends, how the IRA rollover process works, and why investors are turning to physical gold. Kenny is a national talk show host with decades of experience in the markets. Tune in this Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. for Kenny's insights and The Gold Show on KTAR.
Have you noticed lingering cognitive changes after a COVID-19 infection? Or have you been diagnosed with mild Alzheimer's disease? You could help researchers learn more about the impact of COVID on the brain. Barrow Neurological Institute in Phoenix is seeking participants between the ages of 55 and 90 for a research study. To learn more about the study and how you can join, text STUDY to 620620.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-838-6767. That's 800-838-6767.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
I was opening my pet supply store in 2 days and needed a grand opening banner.
Hold on to your hat. Here come the rush charges.
So I went to Staples. Staples Print Pros were able to print it same day, and I saved big.
Same day, save big? Give that dog a bone.
I'll take it.
For the expert printing your business needs, Staples.
That was easy.
Now at Staples, save up to $125 on custom print orders. Valid in-store and online. It's 9/13. Order by noon for same-day banners. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 5:30. I'm Becky Lynn.
KTAR Focus on Immigration.
Still no answers as to why a Mexican national died in ICE detention in Florence August 31st. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live now in the news center to explain.
32-year-old Flagstaff resident Lorenzo Antonio Batres Vargas was arrested in early August for possession of drug paraphernalia and sent to an ICE detention facility in Florence. He also has 2 prior DUI convictions. The U.S. Department of Homeland Security has yet to release an official report about his death. In a news release, DHS says ICE remains committed to ensuring that all those in its custody reside in safe, secure, and humane environments. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
Your dreams of fabulous riches are over. Powerball players in Missouri and Texas won the nearly $1.8 billion jackpot, overcoming astronomical odds to end the lottery game's 3-month drought without a big winner. If you're curious, the winning numbers were 11, 23, 44, 61, and 62, and the Powerball was 17. That prize was the second largest U.S. lottery jackpot in history. If you're a baseball fan, the mere thought of Tommy John surgery makes you cringe.
Something's wrong with J. Martin. Oh, no. Something's wrong with him. He's calling him in from the dugout right away as soon as he threw that pitch.
The procedure typically is used to repair a torn ulnar collateral ligament in the elbow, an injury often seen in baseball pitchers. But Dr. Brady Heaps, chief of operative sports medicine at Dignity Health, says there's a growing belief young athletes who undergo the surgery will have a competitive advantage.
There's this misconception, so we will have some parents come in with their child saying we want to talk about Tommy John surgery to make my child a better pitcher.
Heaps says not only are there serious surgical risks, there's about a 10% chance players never reach the level they were before the surgery. Checking on traffic now. Let's go to John Roller. He is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right. Thank you very much, Becky Lynn. We've got a crash in the North Valley. Southbound lanes heavily restricted right at 27th Avenue in Beardsley. That's always a busy spot as folks come southbound off the 17 and make the transition to the westbound 101 Agua freeway. Also have a new crash coming in involving a motorcycle Van Buren just east of 75th Avenue. A crash in Tempe, Baseline and Mill Avenue, and also a crash at 35th Avenue and Deer Valley Road. That is closed due to a serious collision. Traffic is brought to you by the Beatitudes campus. Our summer of super savings is on. Your parents can save big and enjoy a senior community like no other. Schedule your tour at beatitudescampus.org. John Roller, KTAR News.
We're going to be around 104 degrees most of the week for a high temp, but by Friday and Saturday dropping off below 100. No rain in the forecast, though. In Glendale right now, it is 104. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Of Supervisors joins the Mike Broomhead Show in studio tomorrow at 8:30.
Oh, it's about to go down, Gatos.
It is. Can I just play this really quick?
Please.
Soon as we heard that,
the dulcet tones.
Soon as we heard, we had to investigate, Bruce.
And we have. We've gotten to the bottom of it. Joining us in studio right now is one Ken Koshio, who is the flautist, I believe is the term, if I got that right, and drummer,
yes,
who has been on Piestewa Peak every morning for almost the last 5 years, Gatos. 4 years.
And he's
6 years.
6 years.
6 years on Piestewa. I'm sorry, yes.
So we were. So it's
I'm
good
no good with math.
It's good to have you here. We were reading a story last week from the New Times.
Yes,
and they had quoted you in it. And I don't hike. Bruce hikes. I don't hike. I'm in softball shape. I'm not hiking. And so, from what we understood, you've been doing this with drums, flutes. You carry the instruments on your back. You go up the mountain,
hike it,
and you are there in the morning, and you are playing. And that's what you've done for almost 2,000 mornings.
Yes, it's coming in September 12th. It's going to be a 2000th morning.
Okay.
This Friday
Yes,
is morning 2000 in a row. And this is rain, sleet, snow. It doesn't matter. And are you there exactly at sunrise?
Right. So then sometimes it's raining, whatever. So I'm going to and I don't go to the top. But
Okay.
Still go to the park.
Go to the park. Okay.
And then also still doing, but.
You didn't see RFK Jr. up there in his jeans when he.
I think he did Camelback instead of Piestewa.
Sorry, my bad. I got it. Okay.
Different peaks, if you will.
All right.
So we want to understand a little bit more. So you go up there, and basically what you do is, I'm going to use a term, it's a ceremony. It's a prayer, if you will.
Basically, yes, it is.
Explain to me the origin.
So very beginning, they started this at the Piestewa Peak, March 23rd of 2020, because, pandemic hits us about the whole our business, performances, teaching, everything was stopped.
Right.
So then I decided, okay, I used to, climb up the Camelback since 2011 every single morning also, but just restarted. So then keep on coming this far.
Right.
But also, it was a really nice thing is also Lori Piestewa, the name's coming from this mountain. So her Memorial Day is March 23rd of 2003. So that day is a kind of my starting point.
Oh, okay.
So every single morning I've been doing for the prayer, basically for peace.
What time do you start?
Well, it depends.
Well, I was going to say when the sun comes up.
No,
exactly.
I'm not up at that time.
When does the sun come up, Ken?
Right now, today, actually, 6:07
Wow.
a.m.
Okay.
So then usually I hike it up, maybe 20, 30 minutes before.
Sure.
So I started around maybe 4:30ish from the bottom to the top with my drum and my
all right,
instruments.
that's my question.
Yes.
Okay. Are you ticking people off by playing the drums or the flute at,
what is the
6 in the
reaction?
morning? Yes, I'd like to know the reaction.
So be honest, from my perspectives, I thought they've been appreciated.
Yeah. Oh, good.
Yeah. Well, it's beautiful music, no doubt.
No complaints or anything?
Well, I mean, of course, some people maybe, I don't know. But the point is facing to east in the middle of the park.
Okay.
So then especially, if you've been on top of the Paestua, so my position to do to the east, also behind, still have the peak a little bit. So it means wind doesn't bring too much to the resident area.
So you don't think the people are hearing you as much, but they're...
Yeah.
Some are hearing you a little bit, sir. Is that fair?
I bet, yeah.
I was just saying, a little bit.
Yeah, but the point is, again, still it's in a big park.
Sure.
So, and then maybe it's early morning, but I never, ever had that big trouble with that sound.
Okay.
Some, people commit it, but, again, so it means point is, so since I got this news, I started to play a little quieter.
Really?
Joining us in studio, he is the slightly quieter Ken Koshio, Japanese folk artist, drummer, instructor.
I want to hear some stuff. What do you got?
What did you bring with us today?
So, of course, today's a radio, so I just want to share with you some sound. So this is the very beginning when I started the prayer.
That's
so it
nice.
means basically, at the top of the Paestua Peak, basically sometimes ringtail cat coming, some owls, singing.
Really?
So it's so natural nature music orchestration.
Yeah, see, that wouldn't tick me off in the morning.
Right.
The bell's fine. It's like a call to prayer. Okay.
Yeah, I hope no one's going to complain about that.
You would hope not.
Right, so then
They got bigger problems.
Native American flute.
Here we go.
There's the flute. Bravissimo. What kind of flute is that, sir?
So this was a Native American.
Native American flute. It's very different. I haven't seen a flute like
so
that.
So then also I played, this is a Japanese bamboo flute.
Japanese bamboo flute.
So
this is going to be a little higher pitch, right?
That's right.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
I played that song in 4th grade on the recorder.
You got a C though in music class.
I got
is
a
the problem.
D, but
so I mean, it means at the top.
Yeah.
This country of the United States of America. So I have a lot of different variety of people, but at the same time, those kind of one of the really strongest believing. So this song coming from
Wow,
that's awesome. Can you play the drums now? Because I play the drums.
Okay,
I love the drums. Let's hear
so
some
this
drums.
is okay. And if you live anywhere around Paestua Peak, you already know these songs.
6:07 a.m.
You already know some of these. These are like greatest hits.
6:07 a.m.
6:07 this morning.
That's apparently when
Ken Koshio. There we go. There he is. Time to get up.
My God! I love you. Something like that.
Ken,
you're awesome.
Fantastic.
You make me want to hike, and
Yeah,
I don't
please,
know.
Well, again, I'm going to point out this Friday morning, the 12th,
Right.
Yeah.
2,000 mornings straight. You'll be up on Paestua.
Yes. And then also, actually, if you want to see me more, my performance at the Botanical Garden.
Okay.
It's coming Saturday, 13th.
So not every one of your concerts involves climbing a mountain.
Right, exactly.
Well, that's a lot easier for some folks.
And then also it's a free also.
Free, yeah, and doesn't involve being up at 6:07.
Right.
It's a lot of positives, Ken.
I hope so. Yeah, but the Botanical Garden is not free. But, if you want to enjoy those music, but also I believe, especially the COVID hit, a lot of people, kind of divided and have the different kind of vibe.
Yeah.
But the top of the Paestua, I felt that's one of the most, cool and a calm, sacred place. So that's also, I believed, what I was doing was good.
Yes. No, I think it's more good, yes.
We are excited. We're so glad that you came in and shared.
Thank you very much for your time.
Domo arigato.
Arigato gozaimashita. Thank you very much. Have a good one.
Thank you so much.
Ken Koshio.
Thanks a lot.
If you've climbed Piestewa in the last 1,996 days.
I tried to keep him going at 3,000.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, there you go. You've heard him. You've seen him.
Bruce, we're going hiking tomorrow.
Okay, let's go.
You bring the donuts and the coffee, and
Yeah,
maybe
that's
I'll
right,
join
that's
you.
It's going to take a lot of coffee to get to the top of this, all right? Checking the headlines are on the way, and coming up next, apparently Kyler Murray had some bad jambalaya Saturday night. We'll tell you about that story. It's coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right. Red Mountain Weight Loss. I want you to call my friends at Red Mountain. Maybe, let's talk to you guys, all right? Maybe you got the dad bod going a little bit. You want to gain some muscle. You want to burn some fat. You want to lose the dad bod. Here's what happens. You go to Red Mountain Weight Loss. You talk to the doctors, and you get your testosterone checked, okay? Guys today have 20% less testosterone than their dads did. And the solution, it's really simple. It's testosterone therapy. And you find out if this is something that you need. You find out if this is something that's going to make you feel better. Most people who have the testosterone therapy, what happens? Build some muscle, you burn some fat, you're feeling pretty good, you've got more energy. Just go to redmountainweightloss.com, tell them Gato sent you.
Phoenix summers can be brutal, and if you're tired of painting year after year, do what your neighbor Mike did. He called Rhino Shield.
Our home is basically a contemporary with stucco finish, and we just started noticing that the paint was just fading and the stucco would just look like garbage. We had received a postcard from Rhino Shield, and we decided to take a look at it.
Rhino Shield's formulated for our specific climate.
The process with Rhino Shield and their crew, they were just very conscientious. We had problems in the past with painters. They leave debris and everything. Well, we didn't have that with Rhino Shield.
Way better than paint, backed by a 25-year warranty. Right now, get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 10% off the regular price.
The thing about Rhino Shield, the heat gain has been reduced, and we save $70 a month. You don't hear that about any type of paint.
Rhino Shield owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4-U-RHINO.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Since we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see and hear lots of lawyer ads. It seems that most are bragging on what they got their clients. But be careful. If you heard that someone sold their car for $500,000, you would be impressed. But if you later learned that it was a rare $10 million Ferrari, would you say that person got screwed? And that's before you even know if it's true. Who is fact-checking? And how much went to medical bills and lawyers' fees? If you want to get an idea what your case may be really worth, visit forthepeople.com and go to Settlements and Verdicts. You will see what a law firm like ours is capable of, and fact check for yourself. All that glitters is not gold. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. We won big, a lot. At Morgan & Morgan, we represent consumers. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
This just into the KTAR News Center. We've gotten word of the death of a firefighter who'd been battling the Dragon Bravo fire at the Grand Canyon. We're told the firefighter went into cardiac arrest earlier today near the North Rim entrance station. An investigation into the death will be conducted by the National Park Service in coordination with the Coconino County Medical Examiner. Again, a firefighter battling the Dragon Bravo fire at the Grand Canyon has died after going into cardiac arrest. You can get breaking news notifications right to your phone. Download the KTAR News app. And for more, go to KTAR.com. With a look at the road home this afternoon now, John Roller is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
All right, slowing in the downtown area. It looks like we've got a crash right in the transition ramp off the southbound 51 to the westbound I-10. You've got slowing all the way back to 32nd Street as you come in from Tempe. Also south of downtown, seeing some slowing on the northbound side of I-17 just prior to the stack. Had an earlier crash near Washington. Look for slowing starting back in 19th Avenue as you come northbound through the Durango curve. 27th Avenue in Beardsley, look for a collision there and a crash involving a motorcycle Van Buren just east of 75th Avenue. John Roller, KTAR News.
All right, let's talk about your windows. Because, Bruce, do you need windows? I can get you some windows. I can get you a good deal. We're talking advanced window products. So, what was it? A couple of weeks ago, I was almost late to the show because I was out at one of their, their massive showroom. And Advanced Window Products right here in the Valley, 39 years in business, A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Go to advancedwindows.com. When I went out there and I really looked at the UV blocking glass and the airtight seals that they have, I certainly noticed my windows are garbage. They're bad. And so I have builder grade windows, and I think a lot of you do as well. And if you have builder grade windows, your air conditioner bill is going to go up. Why? Well, because all the heat from the outside comes in. We've had some dust storms. Are you tasting a little of the dust inside your house? That's because you've got bad seals. So right now, you mentioned Gatos, buy 10 windows or more and get $2,500 off. All you have to do is go to advancedwindows.com and you tell them Gatos sent you.
From the shadows of your bathroom comes a villain with 2 pinchers, 1 stinger, and 0 respect for your home.
Scorpions can make your home feel like a scary movie. At Blue Sky Pest Control, we rewrite the script. We keep scorpions out of your home so your story stays drama-free. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
LaDonna here. Are you tired of juggling multiple contractors or projects just to keep your home in shape? I have the solution. It's One Home Solution. From general repairs to plumbing to renovations, painting, flooring, drywall, and more. Hang a TV, wash your windows, fix the sink, done with One Home Solution. Turn that honey-do list into done. Get your weekends back. Download the app or visit onehomesolution.com.
There could be tens of thousands of people living in the Valley who are eligible to have their juvenile records cleared. This is Jim Sharp. LaDonna Harvey and I will have details on how to get a fresh start on the next Arizona's Morning News.
That's good for Jim Sharp.
That's it. Can we just thank Ken Koshio for coming in?
Ken was terrific.
And doing a concert for us that didn't involve us getting up, being on the top of Piestewa Peak at 6:07 a.m.
It's amazing. Sun comes up. He is playing the flute, the drums. He's welcoming people up there.
It's a prayer, he says.
Yeah, it's terrific.
And this Friday, a reminder, this Friday, September 12th, will be the 2,000th day in a row.
Goodness gracious.
That he's done this.
Can you imagine starting the day the same over 2,000 times?
I barely like getting up. Are you kidding me?
I like asking Bruce this question because I think it's his funny answer. Hey, Bruce, when do you get up in the morning?
When I'm done sleeping.
Everybody has an alarm, not Bruce.
I don't have an alarm.
What?
No.
Alexa, set an alarm for 8:30 or 7 a.m. Bruce, when do you get up in the morning?
When I'm done sleeping.
When he's done sleeping.
That's when I get up, okay?
Wake up, yeah.
So,
Kyler Murray was done sleeping at 4:30 a.m. Sunday before the game.
So, big first week of foosball. Kyler Murray and the Cardinals traveled to New Orleans. He's in his hotel room the night before the game, probably that hotel attached to the stadium there. That's, I think, where most of you say. And then we all probably had this feeling.
The rumble.
4:30 in the morning, right?
The rumble.
Oh, God. Oh, that must have been something I ate.
Jambalaya.
Oh, boy.
Kyler Murray getting ready to play the first game of the season. He talked about it.
And he had a, quote, illness.
So you woke up about 4:30 and we're just all morning?
I woke up at 4:30, bro. I was like, I knew wasn't right. Immediately to the toilet.
It was like that?
Tough. Bad. I had to take like some Imodium to keep my stomach from,
Imodium AD.
It was all good though. You know what I'm saying? We got the dub. It was a little sloppy though.
I don't want to know what was sloppy about it. I don't want to know. I don't want to go into any more detail. But yeah, so he was suffering from intestinal distress.
Let's just say yes.
And I got to tell you, I thought he looked he was okay. But knowing this now, you could say
that's warrior status right there.
Hey, he showed up.
It's pretty good
because a lot of us would still be in bed,
or
at least on the toilet.
Listen, he's not Cattell Marte. He's not just going to take a day off for no reason.
Ouch! Just take a day off
or several.
Are you kidding me? I stubbed my toe. I take 3 days.
Hey.
I'm like, I'm going to need some time to recover.
So I think it's pretty interesting because right before the game, like we'll pull the curtain back a little bit. So Bruce and I like to play fantasy football. And so we're on our app. We're fake managers for a team, right? We draft literal, you could draft Kyler Murray, Marvin
You
Harrison.
say fake manager. I feel like I'm a real manager.
And so on the app, it says Kyler Murray was added to the injury list.
Right.
And I'm like, wait a second, he's fine.
He's perfectly okay.
And so I don't know what was going on. I don't even remember if they said it during the game. But
it's
today,
like, did he fall off the bus or something?
When we get the news today, he either had it coming out from the.
I don't want to know.
From one or two places.
If you're taking Imodium, I know which way. So,
yeah, man, and then you got to go and play an NFL game,
right? Yeah, you don't just show up for work. You have to go be an elite athlete.
I've missed work because of that.
You're not exaggerating.
I'm not exaggerating. We've all missed work because of that. Why? Because
where do you? But you're
on the can.
But here's the other thing. I almost think this is worse in this sense.
Okay.
His job is on national television.
And it's to run.
Has to run around.
Yeah.
There is no bathroom. There's nowhere to go.
No.
There's nowhere to hide.
Maybe the blue tent.
And he was wearing white. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
It was terrible.
I'm saying it's like the worst of everything compiled into one.
Yeah.
So Liz, credit where credit's due. He gets some credit for showing up, battling whatever he ate Saturday night in Nollins as it was causing him distress.
Some sort of food poisoning. By the way, you've said you've never had food poisoning?
No, food is my friend.
That is insane.
Yeah, I've actually been at dinner. I was at a dinner once when everybody got sick.
And
it was one of those things where they call and go, how are you feeling? I go, I'm all right. Everybody got food poisoning. And I'm like, I burped once.
Why do you think that is?
Food's my friend.
Well, food is everybody's friend, but everybody gets sick once in a while.
Yeah.
You know what? Let's test this out. Let me bring in a bad burger for you to eat. Let's see if you can get food
bad
poisoning.
burger.
Sure.
I've eaten every good and bad burger out there, I want to assure you. Hey, checking the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn has got that for us. And then coming up next, it's America's newest form of entertainment. Dare I say, a guilty pleasure, Gatos.
Thank you.
And it's ruining people's lives.
No. It's ruining people's lives.
I don't speak that language, but we're going to talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right. Hey, the Arizona Painting Company finished painting my house. Oh, my goodness. It's so awesome. It really is. I took some before and afters, and I want to show you guys when I get them up online and all that kind of stuff. But, my wife and I were sitting around the house a couple months ago, and we're like, why don't we get the inside of the home painted? Let's get the inside of our house painted. We didn't like the color. We haven't really liked the color for the last few years. It's a little bit dark, too beige. We want to go bright. We want to brighten the house up. And so that's exactly what we did. We hired the Arizona Painting Company, and they came over, and they are so meticulous about, taping things up and moving things, to the center of the room and really respecting your furniture and making sure that everything goes well. And so at the end, you get the little blue tape and you rip off a little piece and you tape it to something that may have been, this needs work and this needs work. And we didn't tape anything because they went through the house after they were done and they saw a few spots. They fixed them. Then they went through the house again and they're like, this is good to go. And I'm like, wow, they're really, really good. And that's why I've used them for 20 years. If you want to call the Arizona Painting Company, text the word paint to 620-620 and I'll send you their number. The Arizona Painting Company.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. Available as a tablet or delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think. Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report. Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Hey, summer's almost over, but the heat definitely is not. So keep your AC running strong with day and night air conditioning, heating, and plumbing's end of summer blowout. Just $39 for a complete tune-up. Yep, just $39. Paul Calvisi here. We get it every year, especially when it's backed by the no breakdown guarantee. And with over 40 years of service and a 4.9 Google rating, you know Day and Night delivers. Don't miss the limited time offer. Conditions apply. Book at dayandnightair.com.
Hi, KTAR listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. So the hot summer is still upon us and school has started. The last thing anyone needs is to start the school year with car troubles. You know, moms and dads will be running all over town, dropping off and picking up their kids, which can be hard on any car. And what if that dang check engine light comes on? Man, talk about frustrating. Well, don't worry. What to do when your car needs repairs can be frustrating, but where to go when it does isn't. That's us at AMCO. With plenty of locations, AMCO's used to taking care of our Valley's heroes. We serve teachers, paramedics, firefighters, policemen, and our most important heroes of all, moms and dads. Now, you all know that AMCO specializes in transmissions and powertrain repairs, which includes clutches, transfer cases, differentials, even engine replacements. All the big repairs that most shops don't do. We do small repairs too, like air conditioning and brakes. So just pop into your nearest AMCO or book online at amcoarizona.com. Now that's pretty awesome. Well, that's because we're AMCO. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, double A. MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Your mortgage is killing you financially. In fact, most Americans are paying on mortgages well into their 70s and beyond. The Life Changer loan breaks this vicious cycle and allows you to do your banking inside your mortgage, where you can pay your home off in just a matter of years without changing your spending habit and keeping 24/7 access to your equity. Pay down, pay off, borrow back at your leisure. It's not magic. It's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
Hi, I'm Faye Fredericks. When you want to know what's really happening in Arizona, join Javier Soto and me. We bring the stories that truly impact your life, getting you the answers you deserve. Weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR News now.
Good evening. It's 6 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. New this afternoon, a firefighter has died after going into cardiac arrest while battling the Dragon Bravo fire at the Grand Canyon. We're told it happened at the North Rim entrance station. Fellow firefighters attempted to provide aid, but those efforts were ultimately unsuccessful. The National Park Service and the Coconino County Medical Examiner will investigate the firefighter's death. Also, a person has died after a Phoenix police officer-involved shooting earlier today. KTAR's Balin Overstolz is live in the news center to tell us more.
Yeah, Becky, the shooting occurred today after Phoenix police responded to a call near Carl Hayden High School regarding a robbery, says Sergeant Lorraine Fernandez.
Officers responded to the area of 35th Avenue and Fillmore regarding an armed robbery. Officers arrived. They contacted the victim. The victim provided details as far as the vehicle that the suspect had taken his cell phone from.
And she explains police found a suspect a short distance away and attempted a traffic stop. That's when shots were fired. No officers are injured, and that suspect was taken to the hospital but later passed away. Live in the news center, Balin Overstolz, KTAR News.
Also today, an investigation underway after a body was found on Camelback Mountain. Firefighters say they were called to the Echo Canyon Trail this afternoon and determined the individual who was found off the trail was deceased. Phoenix police are now looking into the circumstances surrounding the death. Police in Washington state say they found 23 firearms plus handguns and incriminating messages in the home of a 13-year-old boy who they believe was planning a school massacre. ABC's Trevor Alt has more.
The young suspect appearing in court pleading not guilty to multiple felonies. In charging documents, prosecutors say the teen had written multiple threats on social media, sharing photographs holding semi-automatic rifles dressed in the attire of past school shooters. One post saying in part, "My time is almost here. I hope I kill you all." Authorities claim in his room they found a gas mask and a backpack full of ammunition, including several AR-style magazines which had writing on them referencing mass shootings.
KTAR Focus on Immigration.
We're hearing conflicting reports about the conditions inside Arizona ICE detention facilities. Executive Director of Vets Forward, Ricardo Reyes, tells KTAR a legal permanent resident named Arbella Rodriguez Marquez has leukemia and is not getting treatment because she's currently detained in Eloy.
This girl is going to die if she doesn't get her treatment. And as far as we know, as of today, she still hasn't been able to get any of her treatment.
ICE says comprehensive medical care is provided from the moment individuals arrive and throughout the entirety of their stay. Turning to Wall Street, the Dow today rose 114 points, closing out at 45,515. The S&P also up 13 and the NASDAQ rose 98. If you need more money news, just go to the Business Center at KTAR.com. Time for a look at traffic now. Let's go to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center and Enrique Garcia.
Thank you so much, Becky. This report brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers heading towards Surface Streets. Phoenix with a crash, 27th Ave at Beersley Road. Phoenix again with a crash involving a motorcycle on Van Buren Street and 75th Ave. Tempe with a crash, Baseline and Mill Ave. Heading to our highways, Chandler with a crash, right shoulder on Loop 202 eastbound near Alma School Road. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle, right-hand shoulder, I-17 northbound near Black Canyon Highway. Toyotas are a great value. Choose from the best-selling models like Camry, RAV4, Tundra, and Tacoma. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer today. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Well, overnight we should see a low temp around 85, and then for tomorrow and Wednesday, right around 104 degrees where we were today. Dropping below 100, though, by Friday and Saturday. It's 103 right now in Gilbert. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You're acting strange today.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Well, first of all, I'm not acting.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour number 3.
Oh, a lot of people will tell you hour number 3 is the best of the hours.
Hear this awful Karen in Philadelphia, what she did to that kid on his birthday? Oh, it's made me so mad.
Well, here's the thing.
Oh.
Let's be honest.
Oh, so
We're
awful.
talking about Philadelphia fans, and it almost doesn't matter the sport.
Oh, gosh.
But Philadelphia fans are amongst the worst on the planet. I will remind you, it was in Philadelphia.
Yes.
That they booed and pelted Santa with snowballs.
So, what happened?
It's the grab now seen around the globe. Phillies fans scrambling after Harrison Bader sent a home run ball.
By the way, that was an awesome name. Harrison Vader.
Bader with a B.
Oh, sorry. Continue along. I liked Vader better.
Still good name, but not
flying
Vader.
into the stands during Friday's game against the Marlins. One man emerging victorious, gifting the ball to his son who was celebrating a birthday. But watch as a woman storms over to them.
His dad gets the ball for his kid. Nice family moment. What? Until she decided to ruin it. She said, I saw it first. The ball wasn't even in the row.
I saw the ball first. It was in front of me at my section.
Mine.
And you don't deserve the ball.
Ouch.
And so she takes her sorry self over to the dad and son. And here's the dad.
When she screamed in my ear, that's when everybody saw how shocked I was.
He did look very shocked.
Did you see when he was
He looked like he got hit by lightning. He was
It was like someone shocked him. They zapped
shocked him. That's what.
Like hit with a, okay.
Cattle prod.
And when I turned, I had to lean back because she was really close. She had many inappropriate words to say around my kids.
Oh.
And all I could think was make her go away.
Okay. And so he did make her go away by taking the ball out of his son's glove and giving her the ball. And I'm watching this and I go, Okay, she's horrible. Fine. Dad, what are you doing?
Stand up for your kid.
Are you crazy?
What lesson are you sending your kid?
There's no way I'm giving her the ball. There's no way. She'll have to take it from my dead hands.
Cold, dead hands.
Yeah, weren't nice about it. You got in my face. You're a close talker. I don't like close talkers.
You're a close talker.
You're cursing.
Bringing it back to Seinfeld.
You're cursing. My kid is right there.
Yeah.
I don't appreciate you.
Any of it.
Get away from me. How about that? Because that's what I'd say. Get away from me. And he just gave her the ball. And I'm just like, you let a bully win. You let that lady beat you. I don't get it.
She even had the Karen haircut. You know that.
Oh, yeah.
Like, literally.
Oh, yeah.
Like, when we talk about Karens, she was a Karen out of Central Casting Karen.
Yeah. And, like, it's...
Now, can I point this out? The game was in Miami.
Yeah, it's not even Philly.
And it was Philly on Philly crime.
Right.
They both were wearing Philly's gear.
Right.
And I chalk that up to the fact there's only, like, a handful of Marlins fans on the planet, and they don't actually go to the games.
Yeah.
Only the away team shows up.
Here's the thing.
Here's the thing.
She got the ball.
She did.
Okay.
She ended up with the ball that she didn't deserve.
Right. She went home with the ball.
Okay.
The next day she woke up.
Yeah.
Everybody knows who she is.
She is an with the kids today, they call it going viral.
Can you even imagine?
She went viral.
Going to an Arizona Diamondbacks game.
Okay.
Doing what this lady did.
All right.
And you go home and you think that you're all that. Yeah, I got a ball.
You're all that.
Right, exactly.
Like how you
I can
say
talk
that.
like that.
You can.
It's the 6 o'clock hour. You can start talking like that.
Watch out.
And then you wake up the next day and you go to social media and
you're the lead story.
Your face is there.
You're the lead story.
Yeah, that's got to be the strangest.
Well, it's not unlike
feeling.
the Coldplay couple, right?
Or the U.S. Open.
Or the
incident.
guy at the U.S. Open. Like, right. you don't know. Well, here's the thing.
Yeah.
You probably don't know the rest of the world knows.
Right.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
You know the people around you know, but you don't know what got caught on camera or what's already been transmitted or tweeted or insta'd out. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're going to learn really quickly exactly the reach.
Yeah. And so my thought is if you are in public. Let's say you're on an airplane and there's an incident. Somebody gets in your face. Or you go to the Diamondbacks game or you're at the Cardinals game and something is happening.
Okay.
And you're in the, maybe it's not your fault. You didn't invite any of this stuff.
Sure.
Are you going to change the way that you act now, knowing that everybody has a camera? Everybody is taking out their phone and videoing you. Because, man, like,
do you think it would make people okay? I hear where you're going with this, but let me push back for a second.
Change the way that you act in public, knowing there are cameras everywhere?
Because people don't change the way they act, and they have to know at this point there are cameras everywhere.
Right.
How would you not know there's cameras everywhere?
No.
You're at a baseball game or the U.S. Open or a concert, and you're up on the big screen, or you're on. I mean. You're at a baseball game. They hit a home run into the crowd. Guess what? The camera's going to go there.
Right. I think that this is. I think we have part of the Marlins broadcast.
Okay, so they're calling the game.
Okay, so I think they must have seen this.
They did see there's a kerfuffle out in right field.
Hey guys, well I'm out here in the outfield and you hear all those cheers. That's all the fans are very excited because the Marlins, what we caught on our, television screens on our cameras, guys, was a kid his home run ball being taken away from him. So the Marlins wanted to make sure that he had a little prize pack and some baseballs to make up for the incident that we caught.
So the Marlins reacted to this.
The home team.
Yeah. And here's the other thing.
Yeah.
If you're the Marlins, I'm not giving that kid in a Phillies jersey anything. You're in my building in a different team's jersey. I'm giving you nothing.
You get nothing.
It's like
that's what happens when you come into our house.
If this happened in an Arizona Diamondbacks game and against the Dodgers,
and they're wearing a Dodgers,
guess what I'm doing for you?
Nada.
Nothing.
Zip.
Zilch. I'm doing nothing for
That'll
you.
Teach you.
A little bit earlier on our game. So you see the young man's very excited. He's got a baseball there for both himself and his sister, as well as a goodie bag full of other goodies here.
Well, why don't you just give him a gift card and let him go and buy Philadelphia Phillies crap.
Now, he did, I would say, at least for the little kid, okay?
Yeah.
Who got the home run ball taken away from him.
He'd be dead to me if he's wearing a different jersey in my building.
The Phillies got word of this.
Okay.
And they brought him back into the locker room.
Well, let them do that then.
And the young man ended up getting assigned everything from the guy not named Vader. Bader. Yeah, got a bunch of stuff from him. So he kind of, in the end, he got it. But I think the lesson, and it's not to be lost, and you make the point. Your next acting, however, even if you don't think you're in the wrong, perception is reality, and you could be broadcast around the world in moments.
And it could be misconstrued just like that.
It could be.
They could get it in. Like this happens to police all the time, right? You're videotaping them.
Or you only see one piece of something.
You see the last 20 seconds of something, and you don't know what happened before. But in this situation, this lady, the gall of this lady, the unmitigated temerity of this lady, let me tell you, to think that ball that she probably never touched is hers because it's in front of her seat, and she needs to go over and take it away from a little boy.
The smugness.
Oh, the smugness, Bruce. Oh, gosh. I could
She
smell
seemed
it.
very, very, very smug.
I think this is the boy.
This is the little boy.
Lincoln.
It was really, really exciting. I would have still liked that home run ball to put in my room, but everything else, it's all just as good in the end.
Boy, did he win big.
He got a signed bat.
He got to meet
I
Vader.
think he got the bat that he hit the home run with, not the ball.
Did he get the bat?
Yeah.
Wow.
He got a signed bat from
I'd rather have the bat than the ball.
not named Vader. Bader.
Yeah. All right, so should she give the ball back?
Okay, so here's something interesting. She could make some money if she did.
Oh, really?
There is a company out there. What are they? Betting company? You know, one of these online what do you call it? They sell stuff.
Right.
Blowout cards. They said if she comes forward, they will pay her $5,000 if she gives them the baseball.
Okay.
But
yeah,
she needs to autograph it and write "I'm sorry" on it.
She won't do it.
She does that, you get $5,000.
She's a terrible human being.
You get $5,000. No. They say if she does that, they'll give the ball to the kid.
You know what I would do? I'll change the story.
Oh.
If I'm the company, I offer her the same deal, right? I have her come in, have her bring the ball. I'll take the ball, and I'll say, get out of my store. We're not giving you anything. We're taking the ball now. That's what I would do.
But I just, there's so many things I love about this, besides the fact that it was Philly on Philly crime.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying?
A Philadelphia Karen.
In Florida.
Yeah.
They're at a Marlins game, and Philly fans are basically fighting over the ball out in right field.
I have never seen anything like that. I've seen people take a ball from a kid. We saw that the U.S. Open with the hat and the signing.
Yeah, I've seen that.
I've never seen someone go 2 full sections.
Go over the next section.
And ask for the foul ball.
Give them the what for.
Back.
You remember when, at D-backs games, it goes in the pool and you see people just people coming from everywhere trying to get balls.
Whoever gets it, gets it.
Absolute free-for-all is the way to put it. Yes.
Can't believe it.
Checking the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn's going to get us up to speed on that. And coming up next, how would you like to be delivered on the side of the road on I-10 right here in the West Valley? Some baby was.
Oh, gosh.
Coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
I was opening my pet supply store in 2 days and needed a grand opening banner.
Hold on to your hat. Here come the rush charges.
So I went to Staples. Staples Print Pros were able to print it same day, and I saved big.
Same day, save big? Give that dog a bone.
I'll take it.
For the expert printing your business needs, Staples.
That was easy.
Now at Staples, save up to $125 on custom print orders. Valid in-store and online. It's 9/13. Order by noon for same-day banners. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KTAR News Flash.
6:17, I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. President Trump is ramping up his immigration crackdown.
DHS says ICE raids have now launched in Boston, just days after authorities detained more than 300 South Korean nationals during a raid at a Hyundai plant in Georgia. That operation rattling America's close ally, which had promised to invest $350 billion in the U.S.
ICE was doing right because they were here illegally.
Trump looking to reassure South Korea, now proposing the country and foreign companies doing business in the U.S. help train Americans for jobs.
That's ABC News senior White House correspondent Selena Wang. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Checking on traffic for us now. Let's go to Enrique Garcia, live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky. This report brought to you by AZ Trim Light. We have a crash in Chandler on the right shoulder on Loop 202 eastbound near Alma School Road. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder, I-17 northbound near Black Canyon Road. Make your home sparkle this season. Smart LED, app-controlled, stunning colors, and an unbeatable quality. Schedule your free quote now before the holiday rush. aztrimlight.com. I'm Enrique Garcia. Now back with Outspoken.
All right. Appreciate it. Hey, we got a lot coming. By the way, we had a talk with Megan McCain earlier. 5 o'clock, Mondays with Megan.
It's really interesting.
We're going to have replay you some of that. Highlights, if you will. Mondays with Megan. The remix coming up at 5:30.
Yeah, what young voters are thinking these days.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was interesting.
So, little known fact, I was almost born in a taxi cab.
Of course you were. Were you almost hit by lightning as a baby as well?
No, I was hit by lightning as a 12-year-old.
All right.
But my mother tells a story that my dad was out of town, and she had to take a cab to the hospital.
Oh, goodness.
And I was almost born in the cab. So that'd have been a good story, right? You know,
yeah, that would have been good. I wonder if the cab driver would have charged your mom.
Oh, God, probably extra.
Maybe.
But we have a story right over here on I-10. Okay?
This is not
Buckeye.
This is not good.
We're in the West Valle.
All right.
Monday morning. Somebody calls 911 from the side of the road. Is there an accident? No. You're not feeling well? No. What's happening? Lady having a baby on the side of I-10.
So, a couple of things go through my mind.
Couple of things.
Because I always like to put myself in that situation.
Which, of
course I couldn't.
The baby or the mom or the firewood? Which? I want to know which one you're putting yourself in. Mom, got it. Okay.
So, I'm guessing mom is driving.
Yeah, at least was in the guess.
Okay. So you're driving, and obviously you know you're delivering a child.
What do you mean? You're pregnant.
You know. Well, you know you're pregnant. And you know that there's a baby. That's you're in the. I'm guessing you're going to the hospital or something like that.
I don't know.
Or you just break into labor, and that's what happens.
Again, I don't think you should have put yourself in the part of the woman having not have had a baby.
Do you pull over to the side?
Okay.
And dial 911 for help.
I'm having a baby.
Or do you kind of like hold the kid in a little bit and try and get to the hospital on time?
Like when you have to go to the restroom?
Right.
And you're like, we got to get to the next truck stop?
That's what I'm thinking. Do you try and hold it in a little bit?
I would like to apologize to all the women who are listening.
No, there's nothing apology. I'm just... you don't have to start pushing right away.
Oh, my God.
But the baby could have come flying out of there. I don't know. Because the worst thing that you want is the baby, out and then, in between the gas brake and then the all that.
Do you know how babies are born? I'm just curious. This sounds like we might have to have a bigger discussion.
No, I know how babies are.
Because you don't seem like you're describing the birthing process.
Well, I'm just thinking that she's sitting in the driver's seat. She's in labor, and the child is starting to come out.
Where's the stork in all of this?
Yeah, exactly. the child is starting to come out. And my question is, do you speed even faster to get to the hospital?
You would
or
think, right?
do you do what she did, which is probably the smart thing? I will pull over because maybe it's just me. You're not going to drive real well with a kid coming out of you.
It would be scary.
A bit erratic, if you ask me.
So, good news.
Okay.
Shout out to, again, Buckeye firefighters who delivered a healthy baby girl.
Wow. On the side of the road?
I-10 and Verado Way this morning.
Like on the side?
On the side of
the road.
I-10.
Why do you get out of the car?
That's got to be one of those things like, I'm having a baby. Okay, we'll take you to the hospital. No, I'm having a baby right now.
And then it's like, okay, we're going to get you out of the car. We're going to
maybe
we're going to lay you down, and we're going to take care of all this.
Or backseat of the car.
I would think
lie you
backseat of the
down
car
or
would be
something. I don't know.
That's your car. Big mess.
Oh, God.
I'm just saying, I'd probably get out of the car.
Can I
get out of the car?
Can we do this in an ambulance?
Can we do this not in my backseat?
Oh, my goodness. I don't know if this sounds, I don't know why it made me think of this, but, you know, there was this lunacy they go do, the Burning Man thing, where everybody goes out in the middle of the desert and lights stuff on fire, and then it rains and it's mud.
Yeah.
There was a story, I don't know if you saw this, where somebody gave birth at Burning Man.
They didn't know they were pregnant.
How is that a thing? How is that even the woman said she didn't know she was pregnant.
Happens all the time, man.
Really?
Oh, sure.
What do you mean? You're just fat, or just what? Like,
no,
oh boy, you're
don't
really
even
putting
know.
on the lbs.
I think you know what?
Stay away from the donuts.
I think you don't realize you're pregnant because you're not showing, and some women don't show
They
as
just
much
don't
as
show it as much.
right, and they get on the toilet.
Oh God!
And it's
seriously
happened a million times.
Really?
I don't get it. Like you think you had some bad food the night before,
You're
and
like,
all of
oh,
a sudden you're like,
stomach's
wow,
starting to bother me a little bit.
You're in labor.
That's crazy.
It's crazy.
That is a little
But it
crazy,
happens.
right?
Yeah, it definitely.
That's somebody who missed health class also.
I don't know.
Okay? That's somebody that thinks storks are involved as well.
I don't think storks are involved.
They're probably not storks.
But hey, the baby's healthy.
Congratulations. Bouncing baby girl.
That's all that matters. And
Buckeye Fire. Great job, guys.
Great job, guys.
And
guys and
girls.
gals. Terrific.
Yeah.
Terrific.
Checking the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn is going to do that.
Do you name the baby after one of the Buckeye Fire
No, you name it
fighters?
Verado because you gave birth at the Verado exit.
Okay.
Although girl named Verado,
it's not bad. It's kind of interesting.
You'll probably be the only one in class with that name.
That's why it's good.
Yeah.
Be
Don't go
unique.
with Mia. You'll be one of the 8 Mias.
Everybody's Mia.
Everybody's a Mia. Coming up next, a new poll says Democratic women aren't as interested in getting married and having kids. How is that impacting the dudes? Meghan McCain joined us to talk about it. It's coming up next. Mondays with Meghan, the remix. Coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Start smart with Arizona's Morning News, Arizona's only all-news morning show.
Peoria police have reopened the investigation into the Liberty High School wrestling team over allegations of sexualized hazing. 19-year-old Ryder Fortenberry tells the Chris and Joe show he first spoke up about this in 2023, and now police finally want to interview him.
Arizona's Morning News, weekday mornings 5 to 8 on Arizona's news station, KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
All right, who knows? Maybe we'll get some more monsoon weather, but, it hit pretty hard over the last few weeks. And what I'm telling you is get a post-storm inspection of your roof immediately by America Roofing. They'll do it for free if you mention Gatos. It's a free evaluation of your roof. You don't know what happened up there over the last few weeks. I mean, we had a gust of wind. I think it was 60 miles per hour. You don't know if there's shingles missing. You don't know if there was already a leak and your attic is wet. You don't know. America Roofing can tell you. AmericaRoofingCo.com. Go and check them out. Family owned and operated, licensed, bonded, and insured. They will evaluate your roof for free. Get a post-storm, a post-monsoon, if you will, evaluation of your roof to make sure that everything's okay. 602-960-ROOF. 602-960-ROOF. America Roofing, we've got you covered.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One, bringing you more inventory, better prices, and 14 Arizona locations. From hardscape to irrigation, we've got it covered. Visit pioneerco.com and order today. Again, that's pioneerco.com.
Everything's a little better when it's super. Heroes, markets, sized, and of course, checks. A super check gives you an in-depth review of your current insurance coverage with a Farm Bureau financial services agent, no matter who your insurance provider is. That's super cool. Talk to a Farm Bureau agent to make sure you're properly covered at fbfs.com/protect. It's your future. Let's protect it. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
So your dream of buying a home has been on the back burner for way too long, right? Let's be honest, it's tough to know when to jump in. And making the right decision at the wrong time could really cost you. But not when you work with Lund Mortgage. They are so good at making that decision easy with their free rate tracking tool that tracks real interest rates tailored to your specific situation. When your ideal rate hits, you're going to get the heads up. So if you're serious about buying and you want to do it right and on your timeline, you owe it to yourself to visit lundmortgage.com today.
Hello, I'm Scott Pfeiffer, founder of Sonora West Development. For over 20 years, we've been turning dream homes into reality right here in the Valley. From timeless architecture to custom finishes, every detail is built around your vision. We don't just build homes, we craft spaces where life happens. It's more than construction. It's collaboration, creativity, and care. Let's bring your dream to life. Visit SonoraWestDev.com to get started. Again, that's SonoraWestDev.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-838-6767. That's 800-838-6767.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
I was opening my pet supply store in 2 days and needed a grand opening banner.
Hold on to your hat. Here come the rush charges.
So I went to Staples. Staples Print Pros were able to print it same day, and I saved big.
Same day, save big? Give that dog a bone.
I'll take it.
For the expert printing your business needs, Staples.
That was easy.
Now at Staples, save up to $125 on custom print orders. Valid in-store and online. It's 9/13. Order by noon for same-day banners. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
KTAR News now.
It's 6:30. Good evening. I'm Becky Lynn. The National Park Service and the Coconino Medical Examiner will investigate after a firefighter who was battling the Dragon Bravo fire at the Grand Canyon died in the line of duty. It happened earlier today. We were told the firefighter went into cardiac arrest at the North Rim entrance. Fellow firefighters immediately tried to provide assistance, but were ultimately unsuccessful.
KTAR Focus on Immigration.
An immigration coalition is sharing stories of what the conditions are like inside ICE detention facilities here in Arizona.
Executive Director of Vets Forward, Ricardo Reyes, says he spoke with a woman who was detained in Eloy for about a month and has since been released. Reyes explains she told him there is a lot of psychological warfare to get detainees to agree to self-deport.
One of the biggest things that she said was that nobody could get medical attention. They hardly ever allow them to shower, and whenever anybody gets sick or anything, like they just kind of ignore it.
Flagstaff resident and Mexican national Lorenzo Antonio Batres Vargas died in an ICE detention facility in Florence on August 31st. ICE has confirmed his death, but has not provided any detail on what happened. Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
ICE also says comprehensive medical care is provided from the moment individuals arrive and throughout the entirety of their stay. Jury selection underway in the trial of the man accused of trying to kill Donald Trump on his golf course last year.
It was a rocky start to jury selection, with Ryan Ruth opting to defend himself in court, despite lacking any legal experience or education.
The judge overseeing the case barred Ruth from asking the jury many of his proposed questions, including their stance on Palestine, Trump's proposed acquisition of Greenland, and what they would do if they were driving and saw a turtle in the middle of the road, a question he suggested could speak to their character and mindset. Judge Eileen Cannon lost patience with the tactics at times, and Monday concluded with no jurors being seated for the trial. From Fort Pierce, Florida, Peter Haralambous, ABC News.
Turning to sports, after taking 2 out of 3 from the Boston Red Sox, the Arizona Diamondbacks are set to open a series in the Bay Area with the San Francisco Giants. First pitch, just moments away, and you can catch it all on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. And it's a day off for the Phoenix Mercury. They're going to host the LA Sparks tomorrow night. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Checking on traffic once again for us, Enrique Garcia is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky. This report is brought to you by K2 Visions, heading towards Surface Streets, Phoenix with a crash, 7th Ave at Thomas Road. Looking at our highways, Tempe with a disabled vehicle on the left shoulder on Loop 202 westbound near Sky Harbor Airport. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the right shoulder, I-17 southbound near 16th Street. Save $2,000 on reactive lens exchange from K2 Vision when you schedule your free consultation by the end of the month. K2 Vision RLE, no readers, glasses, or cataracts. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight's low 85 will be around 104 again tomorrow and on Wednesday. And then no rain in our forecast for the next week anyway. We should be below 100, though, by Friday and Saturday. In Maricopa right now, it's 104 degrees. Weather is brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chairman of the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors joins the Mike Broomhead Show in studio tomorrow at 8:30.
All right. So every Monday at 5 o'clock, we check in with Megan McCain. She's smack dab in the middle of the swamp Gatos. She's in Washington, D.C. But something that she had...
No crime there anymore.
No crime anymore. But we get a chance to talk to her. And you know what? We also pay attention to some of the things that are interesting to her. And you know what? This is how our conversation started.
Tweeted about the NBC News poll.
Yes, Steve Kornacki.
Right. Gen Z adults, 18 to 29, what they consider important in life. And it was pretty interesting. Let's take a listen. As you call it, the remix. Okay. All right.
Younger women who voted for Harris and younger men who voted for Trump don't agree on much, even including whether children is a definition of success.
To say that, like, there's a gender divide in the country among young people in particular is putting it very mildly.
That
and
was
only
nice. Yeah.
I want to know the ages, though. It wasn't that specific. Like, I was like, are we talking up to, like, age 20? Like, are we talking because if you would have asked me how important to have kids is it to you when I was 21, I would have said not important at all either. So, you know, I wanted to know, like, the ages, and I wanted to know, like, more of the breakdowns. But it came out that only 6% of young women who voted for Vice President Harris think that getting married and having children is important. And the more I read into it, I was like, I think this is trickier and maybe more nuanced than it sounds. I don't love commentary about people's choices to or to not have children because it's such a deeply personal thing. And then obviously there's people who have fertility issues who cannot have children. And one of the things that I still think is going to haunt Vice President Vance for a long time is when he talked about childless cat ladies, because there were a lot of women that listen to my podcast. I'm sure there's women that listen to your show who really want to become mothers and just weren't physically able to for whatever one reason or another. And I think we need to be very careful with how we judge this. And I say this as someone who's pregnant with her third child.
Congratulations again. And is it fair to say, I just look at it, it seems to be more than just politics, because we've heard plenty of stories of younger people saying, well, we don't feel like we're in a steady enough place financially to have children, and we're concerned about the economy, and kids are expensive. Like, I think there's a lot of factors that go into it, but boy, when we talk about men are from Mars, women are from Venus, this polling certainly seems to show that.
I was actually thinking, how hard must it be to date right now?
Exactly.
If you're that young, because there's such a difference again in just world perspective. I also think that like you said, there's also data points that talk about how the average 30-year-old is nowhere near buying a house, where in 1995 by age 30 it was I'm botching these numbers, but it's around the right data point, like around like 75% of people at 30 had been married and had kids. And now it's like the average home buyer is like 40.
Yeah.
It's like much, much older. So it's like, you know, if you feel like you're not even in a place to maybe not just buy a house, but the economy is unstable, you feel insecure about the job market, I can understand why people would be more hesitant, you know, to take on a financial burden, and having kids is expensive and blah, blah, blah. But I don't know. It really made me really sad and depressed when I read it, because I love babies and I love families, but I also feel like we really should not. I really, really, really have a very strong aversion to passing judgment on people's choices in their personal lives as long as it's legal and consensual. I do not like policing how people live their lives. And that was traditionally a conservative, you know, point of view, which I think has sort of faded away in the past 5 years.
Meghan McCain's joining us Mondays with Meghan. Just to continue along with that conversation, you mentioned something about dating in this world, and I know a lot of people who are, you know, 20-somethings, and when they date and they go on a date, I'm telling you, from many people that I know, first question's about Trump.
Oh, really? Politics is like the first question.
Yeah, because some of them that I know are women in their 20s, and they want to know if the guy likes Donald Trump because they don't like him.
Well, wouldn't they want to know that before they showed up at dinner? Or they just hope to get a dinner out
No,
of this
because
deal?
how do you bring that up?
Okay.
You bring it up in the app. You probably never talked. Maybe you chatted over text. There's one person, Meghan, who went out on a date, and it was one of the first things, and she got up and said, listen, I don't date people like Donald Trump.
People are going to be alone, aren't they, and lonely, or do they not care?
Also, like, I mean, I just feel like people, not to like get too much into my personal life, but when I turned 30, I was like, I'm sick of being single. I'm sick of dating. I'm going to say yes to anyone who asks me out who is financially and emotionally stable.
Excluding Gatos, but keep going.
I tried, Meghan. You didn't want to go on with me. I tried.
I was like 22. You have a beautiful, lovely wife, by the way, Gatos, who I've met many times, just so we're clear. It turned out very well for you.
Yeah, it turned out both of you won. Yes, keep going.
Yes.
But I just feel like if you come from a place of no, where you're automatically like everyone who voted for Harris is a jerk and everyone who voted for Trump is a jerk, I feel like you're just excluding your life and you're really. I would, any young person who came to me, I'd be like, you're making the wrong decision, and let's not stereotype people. People vote very personal. They vote for very different reasons. You never know why people vote one way or another. I remember interviewing Jack Osborne when he voted for Mitt Romney, and he said he literally voted for Mitt Romney just because his wife has MS and Jack Osborne has MS. And he thought maybe he would care more about MS just because that happened. You never know why people vote, and I don't like to pass judgment on that either, unless you're voting for Mom Donnie, and then I'm going to talk a little bit about
All right. There's Meghan McCain. Mondays with Meghan, 5 o'clock every Monday. And here at 6:30, we play a little bit of the remix.
Remix.
Exactly. But it is interesting. It's like, did it used to be this way? Like if you were a George Bush Republican back in 2000 and you voted for Al Gore, you know, you're a gal, you voted for Al Gore. Okay, then you're going out with a guy who voted for George Bush.
I don't think that was as big a thing, was it?
You guys really, that wouldn't happen.
Well, I say this, and you know, I may or may not have gone on a couple of dates. I don't remember having to argue, discuss, or worry about politics even kind of as part of the process.
Well, it's because Trump is so polarizing. People love him or hate him. And if you put a love and a hate at a table and in Scottsdale and you're having a drink, you're not ever going to have a drink again. You're not going to get along.
Drink again.
No, you're not going to get along because people are so vehemently ticked off at him. And then there are other people where he's perfect and can do no wrong. And
Christ-like.
You're not. I don't like that. If that's the case, you're not a Christian, by the way. If that's the case,
you should run away from those people just in general.
You are not a Christian, by the way.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
But you're never going to get along.
Yeah.
And it didn't used to be like that. It really didn't. So, okay. Coming up next, love him or hate him. Earlier today, a flute was played in our studio. Now, why would something like that happen? And what does it have to do with, I don't know, a certain hiking trip? It's all coming up next.
Hey, do you have good credit? Well, then my question to you is, why do you finance your home the same way that people that don't have as good credit do? Well, that's basically what a 30-year mortgage is, right? The entire product was created for people that the bank doesn't trust. It's why they stretch payments out over 30 years. It's why you pay all the interest. It's all front-loaded. Yeah, you know that. And regardless, you don't have any access to your equity. Well, if you think that your mortgage should match your credit and how well you handle your finances, then a Life Changer loan is perfect for you. That's right, a Life Changer loan created for people with good credit, who are good with their money, who want access to their equity, and where you've earned the trust. Go to lifechangerloan.com. All right. You could find out how you could pay off, pay down, or even borrow back. Do it all on your timeline because you've earned it. And you don't have to make radical changes to your spending habits. In fact, you don't have to change anything. It's pretty darn amazing. Lifechangerloan.com. Lifechangerloan.com. Remember, it's not magic. It's just math.
Jamie West here with Walt, one of the amazing Life Plan residents at Beatitudes campus in North Central Phoenix. What does being a Life Plan resident at Beatitudes campus mean to you?
Health opportunities, social opportunities, and then opportunities to manage your life without interruptions. And you can choose to take whatever you want out of it. Games, as well as musical opportunities. So it's just a great place to be.
Learn more about the Life Plan community by visiting beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
That nagging joint pain, you know the one. Sometimes it's from years of hard work or an old injury. It's been calling the shots in your life for too long. But that stops right now. QC Kinetics is here to flip the script. They use regenerative medicine, advanced cellular treatments that help your body heal and restore the damage in your joints. Not cover it up, not cut it out. Actually helping heal and restore. And the results, long-term, lasting relief. Don't plan your day around pain. Plan it around life. You're walking the dog without stopping. You're playing ball with the kid until they get tired. You're waking up without that first step being the worst step. QC Kinetics. No surgery, no drugs, no long recovery. Bring your MRI, your x-rays. They'll make sure you're a good candidate. Your first consultation is free, so don't wait. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 6:44. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. A West Point alumni group has canceled an awards ceremony honoring Oscar-winning actor and well-known veterans advocate Tom Hanks, who was set to receive the Sylvanus Thayer Award that recognizes American citizens who live by the school's motto, Duty, Honor, Country. President Trump applauding the snub, according to ABC's Matt Gutman.
The West Point Association of Graduates telling the Washington Post the decision to cancel the ceremony allows it to focus on its core mission of preparing cadets to lead, fight, and win. But Hanks has been a critic of President Trump, whose administration ordered West Point to throw out books on topics including diversity and racism and to disband cultural and professional student clubs. President Trump praising the move on social media, saying West Point smartly canceled the ceremony, adding, "We don't need destructive, woke recipients getting our cherished American awards."
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. One more check on traffic now. Enrique Garcia is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle, left shoulder on State Route 51 southbound near Southern Ave. Phoenix with a crash on 7th Ave at Thomas Road. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T. Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
You see it every year. A massive dust storm followed by a monsoon rolls across the valley. You hear that wind whipping by and your cheap contractor-grade windows start rattling like a diamondback in a petting zoo. It's time to do something about it. Hi, Chris Merrill. Advanced Window Products uses Arizona-built Cardinal glass, the best in the industry. Local install crews make sure it's done right. Made in the valley, for the valley. And because those windows are made right here and installed by the manufacturer, you save. You're getting factory direct pricing and the absolute best guarantee in the business. That means if one of those storms throws a branch through one of your beautiful new custom windows, they come out and fix it for free. Absolutely free. Call Advanced Window Products and get brand new, high-efficiency windows before the next storm hits. Call 480-764-2002. Take advantage of $2,500 in savings when you buy 10 windows or more. Call them at 480-764-2002. Remember, made in the Valley for your Valley home. One more time, 480-764-2002 for Advanced Window Products.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
All right, go to KTAR.com. On the right side of the page, you see today's Big Q.
I see it.
Which doctor do you trust more than RFK Jr.? So RFK Jr. last week was at like a hearing, and he got roasted pretty good because, well, he's anti-vaccine.
He's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
The guy's a nut. And, you know, many of my Republican friends say the exact same thing. No. This guy should not be.
I don't think he has anything to do with Republican or Democrat.
Services.
You're either nuts or you're not.
Right. He should be a spokesperson for tanning beds. Anyway, which doctor do you trust more than RFK Jr.? A, Dr. Seuss. B, Dr. Scholl. C, Dr. Doogie Howser. Great show, remember?
Yeah.
A, B, C. D, Dr. Dre.
What comes after D?
And E, Dr. Pepper.
This is a tough one.
It's very tough. I voted Dr. Pepper.
I mean, I would tell you all of them over RFK. Don't get me wrong. I mean, you had pretty low.
Voted for Dr. Dre this morning.
Dr. Dre is a solid one. I mean, I know Andre, and he is a solid person.
You know Dr. Dre.
I know Dr. Dre.
Can you get him on the show? I'd like to.
No, he is not coming on the show. I'll go with. You know, Dr. Scholl actually works in the medical world because that's your feet, isn't it?
Yeah.
Isn't that like inserts?
It's the foot guy.
I'm going Dr. Scholl, but I think people are going to be all over on this. 31%.
Dr. Scholl, last place, 5%.
Come on!
It goes.
He's a real doctor.
Dr.
Yeah, but
Seuss.
those sandals were horrible.
Okay.
Dr. Seuss. Dr. Pepper. Doogie Howser.
Doogie.
Dr. Dre.
Wow.
And Scholl.
I do not have my finger on the pulse of America today.
You were last.
Yeah, I missed that one. Sorry.
So go ahead.
You can vote.
Vote KTAR.com.
Right. So earlier today, we had a gentleman come in studio, Ken Koshio.
Hey, we talked about him last week.
Last week we had an interesting conversation about a guy. There's a guy who climbs Piestewa Peak every morning before sunrise, and then when the sun starts coming up, he beats on a drum and plays a flute.
Yes, he does.
Some people have been complaining in the neighborhood. He has been doing this.
Yeah.
And we've counted.
Yes.
He told us. He's been doing this, climbing Piestewa Peak, for 1,995 days.
Amazing. In a row.
This Friday, the 12th, will be day 2,000 in a row. Hasn't missed one.
It's unbelievable.
6:07, he told us, is when the sun comes up. At least came up today. So we had him in studio because we wanted to learn more.
Yeah.
About drums and flutes.
Yes, and we wanted him to play a little bit. And we asked him,
he brought us,
you're taking everybody off, or do people love you? And, they go and hike the mountain at that time of morning. Sounds terrible to me. 6:05, you're on a mountain. I don't know. But here's a little bit of our conversation, and we had him bring his instruments, if you will.
Bravissimo. It's very different. I haven't seen a flute like
So
that.
then also I've played, this is a Japanese bamboo flute.
Japanese bamboo flute.
So
This is going to be a little higher pitch, right?
That's right.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
I played that song in 4th grade on the recorder.
You got to see it.
That's awesome. Can you play the drums now? Because I play the drums. I love
It's
the
a big
drums.
drum.
Let's
So this
listen
is
to
okay. And if you live anywhere around Piestewa Peak, you already know these songs.
6:07 a.m.
You already know some of these. These are like greatest hits.
6:07 a.m.
6:07 this morning.
That's apparently when
Ken Koshio. There we go. There he is. Time to get up.
I love you. Something like that.
That's our buddy Ken Koshio.
Listen,
he's very genuine.
He's a very cool guy.
He is a delightful person.
But he did admit, because we said, all right, a lot of times people like it.
Yeah.
But I would just say if I owned a house near there and I started hearing the flute and the drums at 6:05, I'm ticked off. He goes, I play a little lighter these days now.
He's been getting some
to
complaints.
make sure.
Been doing this for 5 years.
I know.
But he said people are building a little closer to the they're getting closer to the mountain, if you will.
So they're hearing it more.
Yeah, he does. To his credit, all right, Ken said he tries to play to the east.
What does that do?
Well, he directs his music to the east
Does the
because
wind
that's
take it that way?
that's into the park.
Okay.
And not directly towards houses, which would be more on the southerly direction.
Can you imagine doing that for 2,000 straight days?
I can't imagine doing anything for 2,000 straight days.
Goodness gracious. He's got to hike that thing every day.
That's kind of lost in all of this.
His calves must be rock hard.
Like, some people climb Piestewa Peak and go, whew, that was a bit of a workout. Yeah. Does it every morning.
The drum is big.
It's not a small drum.
He puts it on his back. He's got the flute, not the lightest thing in the world.
And he has like a backpack with his instruments. He goes up and does a concert in the morning.
Nobody has to go and rescue him like everybody else gets rescued on a mountain.
Think about that. Not once has he needed to be rescued.
In the summer, he did it.
He does it every single day. And keep in mind, sunrise is at a different time. And he's up there for sunrise every single time.
Yeah, it was funny. We were like, okay, so when's sunrise?
I had no idea.
I had no idea.
Ken knows. Ken knows exactly when
Sometimes
sunrise
I see the sun come through the my window.
Then you pull the covers up over your head.
Of course I do.
This is ridiculous.
But, the sweet sounds of the flute and the drums, fantastic.
Shout out to our buddy, our new friend, Ken Koshio.
He's a very nice man.
Dominigato, sir.
He was terrific.
Yeah. Appreciate you guys spending time with us today. We looked through our double-pane bulletproof glass over there. Look at that. We've got DJ Just in Time on the Wheels of Steel. The First Lady of Outspoken. That's Miss Jules over there. The Pride of Tennessee, that's Becky Lynn with all your news information. How are we going to do this for Trevor? How about this? Enrique, don't call me Henry Garcia with all your traffic today. Thanks, guys.
Bruce, I'm going to take the flute up. You're lucky to have me.
Gatos, I'm taking up the drums then, and I'm lucky I put up with you.
It's another hot Arizona summer, so keep your home cool by blocking out the heat with my friends from Window World. If your windows or patio doors are hot to the touch and warming up your home, then it's time for new Solar Zone Sun Shield glass windows and doors from Window World. According to Window Nerds, these windows have a 0.14 solar heat gain coefficient, which means these windows keep the heat outside where it belongs. Plus, every Window World window is backed by a true lifetime warranty. And this summer, Window World will install 6 large premium sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sun Shield glass, tax included, for one low upfront price of only $4,725. No gimmicks, no hassles, just the best value in replacement windows and doors, period. Call or schedule online at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for less.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-859-3220. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 to 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-859-3220. That's 800-859-3220 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-859-3220. 800-859-3220.
Breaking news, traffic, weather. KTAR News, Arizona's news station.
Hi, I'm Sherry, owner of LifeSource Water. We all know Arizona's tap water is some of the worst in the country. LifeSource's whole house water system is the essential home appliance you need. You can drink, cook, bathe, and live clean with healthier water throughout your home. Now we are offering a double dip in savings. Free basic installation plus an extra $250 off. That's up to $1,200 in savings. Call our factory at 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com. Hurry, offer ends September 30.
Warranty limitations apply.
I'm Bree.
I'm Sean.
And we are the Berquist family. We are repeat Fulton customers, and we've lived in a Fulton community for 6 years. We had been looking for a home, and so we walked into the Fulton community, and we were just absolutely blown away. When we walked into the model home, we noticed the high ceilings, the beautiful kitchen, the flooring, and the floor plan. We knew it was a place where we were going to raise our family.
And on top of that, we have a swimming pool and a good location here.
When you say the word community, you have to be able to see it and feel it. And so when you have your neighbors, you feel that community because you become friends, and it even feels like family, like a family community. And that is something that is priceless and can last a lifetime. We absolutely would recommend a Fulton home to our friends and family.
Fulton Homes. You're proud to own, we're proud to build.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Want to remind you why I love Bulldog security screens. Here's why they're my top choice in home security. Bulldog security screens are custom made to fit your home. Not only do they help block out the sun, they keep out the heat, they also are tough as nails. Trust me. I personally went to their factory right here in Arizona. I tried to break through all of their security screens, and I couldn't. The screens are the real deal. Handmade with military-grade steel, keeping intruders outside and withstanding Phoenix's harshest weather. Plus, they look amazing. They fit your home's design without eyesore, ugly bars, or giant rolling shades on your windows. Take the vacation worry-free, knowing Bulldog security screens are guaranteed to keep your home safe. And isn't that what this is all about? Real home protection. Get all the details and schedule online at BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. Arizona's breaking news and traffic. KTAR News on